Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
With Vivi and Artemis, I don't believe you, Crocodile. Luffy can't be dead. Vivi angrily denies, but Crocodile chuckles. Deny it all you want, Wednesday. I sent that boy on the path to his final resting place, and he's not coming to save you. Luffy would never fall to the likes of you, really, princess. The poor fool gave his life for you. And all you're going to do is yell impotently up at me. I bet he's wishing he'd never met you, at least then he'd still be alive. This is all a trick, or some sick joke. What's your game, Crocodile? I'm ready to listen this time. Vivi yells, her eyes glisten. Bang bang bang. Protect the princess, get in there. Someone get the cannons, we'll blast our way in. Crocodile frowns, Miss Sunday, deal with them, to which she nods. Of course, sir. She smirks as she summons arms to deal with the rabble just outside the palace, at least buying them time to have a moment of peace. Then her and Crocodile bring Cobra down to Vivi, Artemis and Chaka. Though clearly it was more for their own convenience than anything else. Mostly because the first thing they did was nearly crucify the man to one of the pillars on the front of the palace. Now I have your attention, as well as you secured. I want to ask you a very important question. Where is Pluton? While most of the group looked confused, and Sunday looked bored, by the question, Cobra's eyes widen and he shudders. How do you know that name, of that thing's existence? Crocodile smirks around his cigar. Pluton. A weapon so powerful it can annihilate an island in one shot. At least according to the legends. One of the three ancient weapons, of which this one if hidden in Alabasta. But you already knew that, Cobra. Else you wouldn't care about the fact I knew about Pluton. It has been my target from the start. With it under my control, this country will become a military power all its own, and I will rule the very seas. That's why you destroyed my country. Vivi yells as Chaka argues against Crocodile's control of Alabasta. Correct, princess, but with Pluton at my command it won't matter. I'll subjugate every pirate in the region under my flag and start my conquest. Even the world government won't be able to stop me. They won't let you have that sort of power, Cobra growls, causing Crocodile to chuckle. Also true. Guess your family is smarter than I expected. Still, where is the Pluton? Tell me. I don't know where you heard that rumor, Crocodile, but I don't have the slightest idea where your weapon can be found. I don't even know if it existed in the first place. Never mind was hidden in this country. Crocodile sighs as he removes his cigar. You're not entirely wrong. I have considered the chance that Pluton never existed and was just a fable. But some people say he's same for Poseidon, Uranus and the One Piece. But I choose to believe that it is real. He then turns and looks out to the gathering royal soldiers. If my calculations are correct, the rebel forces should reach this point in about 20 minutes and fight the assembled royal army. And then in a little under 30 minutes. At 4:30 they will all be destroyed by the bomb I have set up to be thrown into the square. A bomb? You'll kill everyone, please no. I beg you, Cobra pleads to the warlord, who just shrugs. Oh, and I feel I should mention it's no ordinary bomb, but one so powerful it'll destroy everything in a 5 kilometers radius, he says casually. But if you do that, Vivi begins, but Crocodile interrupts her. Everyone will die, as you said before. Nobody from the royals or rebels will survive and the conflict will be over. Hear that, princess? In less than an hour your wish for them to stop this pointless fighting will come true. Like a fairy godmother arriving with a magic wand and a crap ton of explosives, Sunday comments, giggling to herself. You're both so heartless and cruel. What did these people ever do to deserve your hatred? They all have lives and families, damn it. Vivi screams, restrained by Chaka, while Artemis for once considers the moral consequences of using one of her calm traps on the Bluenet. They don't have to die. I might change my mind. If the king answers one more question. He steps into Cobra's space, cigar rubbing against his cheek. I know there's a poneglyph on this island, so you're going to tell me where it is. If you promise to spare them, I'll tell you everything I know, Cobra offers flatly. A little broken inside. Even show you where it's kept, he adds. Crocodile shrugs, of course, my word is my bond. He agrees, Vivi hearing a slight snort from both the other females in the area. With Nami and Kaya after the momentary win for Team Chick, things went downhill once more, mostly involving both Straw Hats nearly getting impaled on Doublefinger's arms, beaked face and breasts. One of the weirdest scene of this section of the anime, partly because it took me a minute to get out of the mental, the fuck am I looking at? Position and realize that was what she did. And not really being able to do anything to fight back. Sure, Kaya took some pot shots, but the Spike Woman's powers were able to deflect them with minimal damage if any. You know, Kaya pipes in, leafing through Usopp's instructions. I think the tornado tempo is all we've got. She sighs grumpily, feeling pretty much useless right now. Nami nods. Yeah, but we only get one shot at this and we don't want her just dodging the attack. We need a distractio. No, not you, she adds, seeing the girl was about to volunteer. Usopp wouldn't want his girlfriend to get impaled by someone she only just met. Pale cheeks turned rosy red, back to the plan. Right, I think I have an idea. Rain tempo, back to the party tricks I see, Doublefinger purrs, though her irritation was beginning to bleed through. Guess it's time to end this, she declares, turning her hair into a good imitation of a spike ball. Sea Urchin Stinger both managed to dodge, Nami just barely, leaving Doublefinger to barrel right through the building in front of her. I really hope this plan of yours is almost done, Kaya gulps as Doublefinger sways out, then jams her spikes into her own shoulders, her muscles swelling and tearing through her sleeves. Spike doping, she then shifts her forearms into what could be described as maces and ran at the girls, taking out a pillar in the process. That was way too close for comfort, Nami whines before her eyes shine. It worked. I made a little cloud. Emphasis on little, it's not IG enough for my plan to work, damn. Cool ball heat ball, seeing the air bubbles didn't do anything to her, Doublefinger ignores them, charging straight at the girls with her spiked arms. Stinger flail, which were only barely blocked by Nami's clean attack and Kaya's interlocked revolvers, though the force behind the attack still throws them to the ground. Looking up though, both girls grin, showtime. Thunderball, one more, the static bubble is ignored by Doublefinger, though the pain it sends back to her isn't as easily forgotten. Striking the cloud Nami had formed, it increased in power, then rained lighting down on the Spike Woman with a vengeance. With her opponent distracted, Nami set up her ultimate attack. Unfortunately, the blue net got up faster than expected. Crap. Kaya, lock her down, please, do anything. Bang bang, Doublefinger gasps as she falls to her knees, shocked the frail-looking girl had managed to shoot her in the knee, both of them. Damn, if you're this good, why'd you keep running from me? She couldn't help asking. I'm still new to fighting, I don't want to kill people, plus your spikes are pretty good at making you essentially bulletproof, Kaya answers as Nami stands up, looking proud of herself. A tornado warning has been issued. I suggest you give up or buckle up, she says, then grimaces. She steps forward. Oh my, seems I did quite a bit of damage to your leg there, Speedy, but at least it means you can't run away. With her own legs out of action for the moment, she pushes forward with her enhanced arms. Sea Urchin Stinger, while she will definitely regret it later, Nami still uses her IHE attack, getting at least 2 of Doublefinger's spikes through her foot. Given the damage done to Usopp, Chopper should be able to patch that up easily enough. But on the bright side, at this range she can't miss. This is for Vivi, Nami whispers before activating Tornado Tempo. The actual attack surprised the 3 of them. Birds on wires tangled up Doublefinger's arms and legs before the entire head of the tact rotates rapidly, spinning the woman at dizzying speeds before the ends detonate, sending the number 1 female through several buildings. Nami grins, then stumbles, Kaya catching her before she fell. We did it, Kaya, we beat her. The blonde smiles softly. That we did, Nami, that we did. With Usopp, Chopper, Victor, Valentina and Alvida. Don't worry, Chopper, I'll be fine. Just point me to the battle and I'll keep fighting on, even if my arms get ripped off and my nose is broken again. Usopp declares bravely, were he not bandaged up more than a mummy, something which amused Valentina for some reason. Quiet down and stop fidgeting or else you'll cause internal bleeding. The doctor warns, scolds, causing the sniper to pout but shut up and slowly shuffle with assistance from the 2 heavy hitters of the team. Well, glad to see you all alive and well, for the most part, Sanji greets as they reunite, the cook a little banged up but alright. You're hurt, Chopper says as a statement more than a greeting, to which the blonde shrugs. I'll live. Oh, and Usopp, here are you goggles back. Thanks Sanji. Aw crap, that ballerina broke em. Damn it, and they were the latest model too. The sniper grumbles, but the others were more focused on an approaching dust cloud. Looks like there's more trouble coming our way, Olivia says. Back up for the rebels, Victor suggests. More are coming? Chopper asks, worried about his friends. I'm afraid so. Guess we're going to have to head in and deal with the internal problems. Hopefully before those idiots get here. The crew nod and run towards the steps of Alubarna, Usopp being helped up by Victor and Sanji. With Zoro, this guy seems familiar. Tashigi muses as the two duel against the Blade Man. I is thinking the same thing. In fact, if I'm right, he used to be a pretty good bounty hunter and assassin. Zoro agrees. So what happened to you? You went from a big man to Crocodile's lapdog. Sure, number one is a nice title, but you're still a lackey. He shouts, this time actually directed at Mr. One. Shut up, he growls, striking out once more at the duo. Let's see how you handle these blades, Bull's Needle. Spire defense. Zoro strikes again and again, but Mr. One doesn't even flinch, never mind get noticeably injured, something which irritated the green and the blue swordsman. So basically his entire body is as hard as steel, Zoro observes with a frown. If we want to do any damage we need to be able to cut steel, which I can't and I bet you can't either, just an observation. Tashigi flushes. Hey, that's pretty accurate actually, she mumbles after her yell. Zoro shrugs. Well, I guess there's only one thing for it. Mr. One raises an eyebrow. Oh really, and what's that? He grins savagely. We are going to learn to cut steel right here, right now. Kick your ass and then deal with your boss if my boss hasn't done it himself by then. Zoro's an idiot. You can't just decide to learn to cut steel, it takes years of training to even get close. Tashigi complains in her head. This moron is going to get himself killed, and probably me along with him. One scoffs. Quite a cocky bunch of children you are. I'll have you know, swordsman, that since gaining my powers nobody has been able to so much as scratch me. Never mind defeat me in combat. And as for your captain beating Zero, you and the girl have a better chance of beating me. Yeah, now are we going to fight or are you planning to talk me to death over here? Zoro asks. Tashigi looks ready to switch sides. She was glaring at the moss-haired boys so hard, but that ended when Mr. One ran at them, throwing a bladed kick at Zoro's head only for him to be blocked by two of his swords. We're waiting. One growls, keep talking. That way I'll know the exact moment you die. Just before sending a bladed hand to tear out his throat, Zoro once more blocks but can't stop Mr. One's other hand. Luckily Tashigi was there with Shigure. Nice to see you join in, also thanks. Zoro smirks at his partner who frowns. Please tell me you have an actual plan, she pleads, then looks ready to cry when Zoro shrugs and shakes his head. Plans aren't really my thing, much like Luffy. Nami and Chaos complain, mostly the witch, but they say no plan survives first contact, so what's the point? I'm a swordsman, so I use my swords to take out my opponents, simple as that. She didn't get to verbally respond as Mr. One started fighting for real, slashing at them with his hands and legs, therefore against his body. Neither side really getting anywhere until Tashigi manages to get a kick past his guard and into his gut, pushing him back long enough for Zoro to get into position. Onigiri Tiger Trap while on a regular opponent using two of his finishers would probably overkill, but as the two wait for the dust to clear they pale as Mr. One steps out completely unharmed. I told you, you can't hurt me, I'm hard as steel. Give up before you embarrass yourself any further. Or don't and die. Sparkling Daisy, for such a girly attack name, that was dangerous, Zoro thinks as they pull themselves out of the wreckage Mr. One had just sent them into, lifting a good section of it off their backs himself, and scary too. He cut the building without even touching it, and with us in the way. Damn it, what I wouldn't do for Captain Nylock's sea prison stone blade right about now. I bet that could give this bastard some trouble. Tashigi wheezes as she pulls herself up with her sword. Still alive I see, going to try cut me again, eh? He's too strong as is, but maybe. Tashigi bites her lip then moves her hand to her back. Don't. She stops, looking up at Zoro, still holding part of the building above them. You're still working on it, aren't you? That's why you haven't gone for it until now, you're still best with one sword. A situation like this isn't the best time to try out a new style, It's for proving why you think you're strong enough to add to what you have. The brunette frowns, but her hand comes back to the front. Both tighten on Shiguri's grip as she glares at Mr. One. And you. That wasn't a threat earlier, it's a promise. We are going to learn to cut steel today, we're going to beat you, and you are most likely going to die. Failing that, I'm sure Toshigi will be happy to bring you in or add you to her collection as a living sword. He smirks, then grunts weakly from the light elbow to the stomach for his comment. Not enough to really affect him. After all, she didn't want to drop a building on her own head, but enough to get her point across. Arrogance. Even now, your death will not be pleasant, it will be horrific. That I promise you. One grunts as Zoro drops the building on him, mostly to free up his hands so he could reclaim his own blades. Atomic spar, which was a good thing as the stone was diced into chunks before it even got close to the blade human. His face as passive as ever. His body was more expressive as he dodged and parried the swordsman's strikes. Both seemed to have a renewed determination in their eyes as they made it their one goal in life to draw blood from their enemy. While unable to cut him, the stab to the solar plexus from Toshigi unsteadied him enough for Zoro to get into position. Crab grip. On anyone else this would have decapitated the target, but like everything else, it did *****ing nothing. This guy is really starting to piss me off, Zoro grumbles around Wado. Toshigi nods with a frown. Don't worry, the feeling is mutual. Guess I'll have to get creative if I'm going to kill you. Mr. One hums before forming rotating blades on his forearms. Shit, was the mutual thoughts of the two swordsmen. Spiral hollow sparks fly as Mr. One holds both of his obstacles at bay with his rotating blades. Smirky feels the girl's blade start to slip. At least that should take one of them out and allow him to focus on Zoro. The problem with that came when he pushed Toshigi's sword out of the way of his blades, namely Zoro pulling back to throw off his balance as well as give him a shot at another strike, which has always bounced off his skin. You want to die that badly, let me help you then. One sighs as he slams one of his fists into Zoro's gut, tossing him back and slamming him into a pillar, leaving his bloody smear as he lands, while his other arm digs into Toshigi's side, throwing her up against the wall. He walks slowly over to Zoro, ignoring the blue net for the moment as both were currently out of commission and missing their swords. So you're still alive, that is actually surprising. Zoro scoffs as he pulls himself into a sitting position against the pillar. I fought and survived Mahawk's Yuru. I'm not going to die by the hands of a living blade who isn't even a swordsman. He then spits a bloody wad at Mr. One's feet, to which the man merely grunts. We shall see about that claim. Spar break. Zoro. Toshigi yells as the swordsman as well as the pillar he was leaning against are sliced up by Mr. One's attack, followed by the pillar cracking and collapsing on the green-haired man. Don't worry, you'll be joining him soon enough. One states, amused she'd managed to stand as well as retrieve her blade. No, this one was different. It was then something happened which chilled him to the bone and nearly had her drop her sword in shock. I have to go somewhere first, Zoro manages to say, standing in the middle of the wreckage. But how? I tore him to shreds, and all those rocks, did he dodge them? Shuffling over to one of the rocks, Zoro pulls it up with the usual lack of effort he exudes when doing physical tasks, smiling slightly as he finds Wado hidden underneath. After everything I've done to you, all the blood you've lost, how are you still alive? Mr. One yells, no matter, when I'm done with you you'll wish you'd stayed down and played dead. He moves to strike him down, only to feel something he hadn't felt in a long time. Blood on his cheek, specifically his own. Turning to his side he saw Toshigi, shaking like a leaf, with the tip of her blade dripping with his blood. She'd broken through his steel skin. I said we'd both learn it, didn't I? Zoro's blood-soaked smile looked as demonic as they said he was, but that wasn't going to stop Dazbones from ending this once and for all. Atomic spurt lion strike. The fountain of blood was expected from an attack like this. The one doing the bleeding however wasn't. Dropping to his knees, Mr. One holds it together for a moment before passing out and falling flat on his face. Back to Vivi, and Artemis Crocodile smirks as he was finally about to get what he wanted when he sees Sunday flinch and a cut form on her hand, followed by the doors she was keeping shut fly open, revealing the Kicking Claw Force, an elite division of the Alabasta Guards. Well, someone got brave, eh, Miss Sunday? I'll be fine. Want me to take them out? She asks, moving her hands into position, but was stopped by a wave from Crocodile. There's no point, they're already dead. He hums. Cobra yells for them to stop and leave, but one of them calmly states they can't, then shatters his braces with a flex of his arms, causing the king's eyes to widen and his jaw to drop. No, please let me be wrong. Vivi gulps. Chaka, what's going on? She asks, getting the answer from an unexpected source. So they're using the odium. Should be fun to watch while it lasts, Artemis says with a clinical gaze as some of the men nearly double in strength. How does a child know about that? Chaka questions, getting a smile from the artist as well as Sunday. Golden Week wasn't an agent for her fighting skills but for her intellect. The fact she had those paints is the reason she was rank 3 though. Sunday explains with a proud smile as Vivi pinches her nose. Before the conversation becomes a complete circle, what is the odium? A last resort, a strange concoction warriors with nowhere else to go can take it and become super strong and resilient, but they also die soon after. The process has already begun. I doubt it matters, but most who ever consider using it also consider it dying with honor. The artist adds sadly, and the princess notices the now pitch black eyes, as well as similar colored fluid dripping from their eyes and mouths. Crocodile gazes flatly at the men, suppressing the rage and bloodlust from the moment you drank it until now. That has to have come at a steep cost to that time. What do you think, Miss Sunday? 5 minutes at most? Sunday's eyes show a little pity though nothing else as she nods. That's all we need to end you. The 4 men charge and strike him, which probably would have worked were he not a logia, as he was. The sand was parted and swirls in the air, reforming the warlord on the roof. Such stupidity, some people never understand self-preservation. He sighs almost sadly, then smiles down at them. Seeing as you're on a countdown already, I don't even need to kill you. I can just sit back and watch you die by your own hands. He laughs, pissing off practically everyone on the ground. You won't even fight them, you bastard, Chaka shouts, his body shifting as he watches his men fall to the ground, their hearts giving out due to the overwhelming power they took into themselves. Crocodile smiles slightly at his next opponent, a zone type A. We had a mutt in Baroque works too. Except he was a bazooka too. He laughs as the inky black dog Zone leaps up and attacks him. I'm a jackal, Howling Fang once again, a direct hit that should have done something. Were Crocodile not made of sand? A fact he was happy to remind the jackal man while he easily beat the shit out of him. Chaka no. Vivi screams, then jumps when she hears a familiar voice at the gates behind her. Vivi. She turns and there he was, Koza, worse for wear but still standing and alive, but also confused. What am I seeing? I expected the royal army, but what I see here is Chaka beaten within an inch of his life. You looking about ready to pass out, and the king, nailed to the wall and about to be killed by the man our country holds up as a hero. Oh, this is going to be fun. Crocodile laughs, both the heads of he conflict, neither on the battlefield but here at my mercy. What a good day to be me. You look a little lost, kid. Koza turns his head to Sunday, still with her half smile. Let me help clear the fog. Open your mind. Think of the worst possible scenario that would fit this situation, and double the horror. The smile becomes a full smirk when she sees it in his eyes. He knows exactly what's going on. Father was right. The king didn't abandon or betray us. It was you. Koza shouts at Crocodile, who bows like he was giving a show. Correct. Everything you've accused the king of doing these past few years was done by me, or more specifically my men. All leading up to this moment. Thank you for playing your part of the unwitting pawn, dear Koza. Without your rebels this would never have worked out quite as well as it did. Koza, yes, your highness? The rebel leader asks as he turns to his king, shame filling his heart at having believed he could do the things he was accused of. There's still time to save people if you have the courage. You need to get as many people to safety as possible. The palace square will be blown higher than the Sky Islands in less than half an hour. What? How? Vivi tenses before answering. Crocodile has a bomb, ready to go off at 4:30. We need to do this now or so many people will needlessly die. Then grabs Koza by the back before he could run off and tell people, hold it. What are you doing, you crazy bitch? You just said there was a bomb in the square and to save people, so why are you stopping me? The brunette sighs, because if you go out there and tell them there's a bomb, people will panic, and even if you can get them to leave, or defuse the bomb, the fighting will continue. This needs to end. NEP poisoning our country until it finally breaks apart. Crocodile chuckles. You're smarter than I gave you credit for, Vivi. Koza frowns. So what do you suggest we do? What should have been done a lot sooner? We end this rebellion and stop the bloodshed. You're the only person with that power, Koza. Please try for all of Alabasta you need to make them stop. Tears flowed down her face as she finishes her speech, which Koza wipes away. Vivi, he begins, but both stop when the sand starts to swirl around them. Did you really think I'd just stand by and watch you try to put an end to my plans? Crocodile asks, aiming to jam his hook straight through Vivi's heart. Were it not for Chaka catching the hook with his sword, you're still alive? You will never harm me, princess, while I draw breath. Chaka declares, pushing the warlord back. Go. End this fighting and bring our country back. He orders to Vivi and Koza, who nod and run off. Should we have mentioned the traitors to either of them? Robin's eyes widen as Artemis appears beside her, looking bored as she waited for her papa or Uncle Luffy to show up. Crocodile was just asking for a butt-kicking, being such a to everyone. No, why spoil the surprise? She smirks and prepares to move. Once Crocodile is done with this, Cobra will be leading them to the poneglyph. Royal Army, raise the white flag, Vivi yells, confusing the men below. Is she serious? That would mean the end of Alabasta? Listen up. Again their attention goes up the steps, this time to Koza standing beside her. The princess speaks the truth. We no longer seek victory, only to end the conflict. Enough people have died in this fight. Let it end here and now. He holds out his sword, still sheathed. I will make every rebel understand as I do the pointlessness of continuing this civil war. Just raise the damn flag, I beg you. About 5 minutes later the rebels enter the square, and stop dead in their tracks when they saw the royal army standing with white flags billowing in the wind. But even more so Koza standing at the very front, holding one as well. The royal army, surrendering? What's Koza doing here? When'd he get ahead of us? Everyone listen, lower your weapons and hold your anger. The royal army has agreed to stop. Let no more blood flow through the streets of Alubarna. The war is over. Please work, Vivi pleads with any deity that will listen, on her knees practically begging the heavens for the fighting to stop. The silence was suffocating, though what followed was much, much worse. Bang bang bang, Koza gasps and falls to the ground, shot in the back by royal army soldiers, converted by Baroque works. No, Koza! Vivi screams, as things go from bad to worse. Rubber King and Mirror Master, Water Luffy vs Sandcroc, Round 2, fight. Koza! Vivi screams as he falls. Luckily the shots were damaging but not instantly fatal, as the man still pleaded for his men to stop, until a convenient sandstorm blocked off vision to both sides within the square, shortly followed by shots being fired, setting off both the royals and rebels into attacking each other once more. It's too bad Crocodile had a plan even for this. So what are we going to do now, princess? Vivi turns to see Artemis standing beside her, though she noticed the girl was more sad for Vivi's sake, because it was affecting Vivi than the heavy loss of life happening unseen in front of them. Steadying herself, Vivi stands in a rigid posture. We continue the original plan. Force both sides to listen to reason and stop Baroque works from ruining this country any more than it already has. The artist nods. Okay, but wasn't that what we just failed to do? You said Koza was the only person they'd listen to? At this Vivi blushes in embarrassment. Actually, I think there are a couple of other people they'll at least stop and listen to. I just said it because Koza is one of them and it would stop him running in half-cocked as he often did when we were younger. Oh, so new plan. We stop the bomb. We have 15 minutes, and if we do that we can limit the casualties. Especially as even if we were to stop the armies they'd still get blown up if we don't deal with the bomb. She explains, then gets lifted by her throat by a bored crocodile. Are you really still trying to stop the inevitable? Really, princess, I'm starting to think you're the one with the rubber brain. Crocodile almost jokes as he slams her against the wall. Cobra watching on helplessly, Artemis looking panicked, and Robin bored. I don't care what you think, I will stop you even if it takes my last breath. Vivi wheezes, and Crocodile flashes a smirk. That can be arranged, my dear. He purrs, dangling her over the edge of the palace. You know, if you'd warned the royal army about the bomb there may have been a panic, but at least then you'd have let some live to see the sunset, whereas now they will perish in a fireball. Stop, Crocodile, let her go. Cobra pleads, then turns when he hears Sunday chuckle beside him. A poor choice of words there, your highness. If Crocodile lets go of the princess, she makes a red and blue splat on the ground below, Foo. She's not wrong, the warlord comments in a deadpan. You did a reasonable job as Miss Wednesday. But besides that, every step you took to stop me has just made things easier for me to tear this country apart, or maneuver it to tear its own throat out. So goodbye, Vivi. May you find heaven more appealing than Alabasta. He laughs as he allows his hand to collapse into sand, sending the girl plummeting over the edge. Vivi. Whoosh! Crocodile's smile drops when he sees it. That shouldn't be possible. I killed that brat already, he thinks, panic flickering in his eyes before annoyance settles over it. Crocodile. Luffy yells from Pell's back, both boy and Falcon looking pretty close to murderers right now. Luffy. Vivi's heart skips as she hears his voice. Despite her own circumstances, she smiles widely, overjoyed at the sight of her cap, her friend alive and well despite what Crocodile had told them. Note to self. Chaos is insane but rarely wrong. Took you long enough, Straw Hat, Robin thinks as Luffy and Pell dive after the falling royal, swooping down and catching her with little space between her and the ground. Just in time, Luffy mumbles as he holds Vivi close, assisted by the girl nuzzling into him as further proof he was real. Luffy. Pell. There's a bomb in the square, everyone down there is going to die in under 10 minutes and everyone else I can turn to is already either broken, dead or dying. I can't do this anymore, I've failed and my country is finished. I can't stop the rebels or get either side to see reason. No matter how hard I try, they just don't hear my cry. Vivi sobs into Luffy's shoulder, the boy both sad and angry to see the girl who so stubbornly defended her decision, even to some of the other crewmates, to save everyone giving up and sounding so broken and hollow. Don't worry, Vivi. The princess looks up and sees a faint smile on Luffy's face, which grows when he continues, as long as we're here this isn't over. We will make them hear you and save them all. The watery smile she returns was the best she could do. But with a declaration like that, hope began to take root once again. The grin she received from their stowaway helped too. Artemis, happy to see Uncle Luffy was okay after holding off Crocodile for them. You guys go deal with the clock tower and the bomb. I have a rematch I need to deal with, Luffy orders, fulfilling his captain duties immediately. Both girls nod along with Pell as the rubber man limbers up. Luffy's alive. There was a momentary pause from the four already gathered before they look behind them and see Chopper with tears streaming down his cheeks, being shortly followed by a heavily bandaged Usopp, badly bruised Sanji and a roughed-up Victor, Valentina and Alvida, the latter dragging her blood-stained mace behind her. See, I told you he'd be fine, Usopp boasts proudly. For someone who knew he was fine, you sure looked surprised a second ago, Sanji snarks, the group amused for a moment to see Usopp fall flat on his face and mope. Good to see you're back. It means I can stop listening to that psycho. Luffy blinks, the turns to Vivi. Was chaos that bad? Valentina laughs, kya kya kya. He's just a little sour. Chaos called dibs on Miss All Sunday as his opponent while he had to fight Mr. 2. That makes sense, Luffy nods. He was pretty sure Sunday was the pretty lady Chaos and Artemis, like with the big that are even more on display than Nami's. Definitely would have been a problem for a lover of women like Sanji to fight. Vivi on the other hand was smiling widely. You're all okay. That's brilliant. An expression actually got wider when she hears the arguing of some familiar voices. I don't see why he couldn't carry me, or more importantly why you stopped me from making him. Because as the healer pre-Chopper and the only one of the three of you with medical knowledge, it's a miracle his insides are still inside him. Meanwhile you are just walking with a limp until Chopper can fix you up. Be thankful I'm letting you lean on me at all, you crazy bitch. Nami, Kaya, Zoro. She cheers, the Straw Hats watching their companions step out of the dust cloud. Then noticing they were still missing one. Anyone seen Chaos? Sanji sighs. He interrupted my fight to kick Mr. 2 in the balls wearing Sunday's face and body, but other than that I haven't seen him. He did what now? Luffy laughs, imperfect reflection. Nice she, then sees everyone looking at him. What? It's a good play again, Mr. 2's face stealing power, especially as he didn't have Chaos face. When did you figure out tactics? Nami asks, having stopped beating Usopp with her new weapon upon hearing Luffy make sense. I know what Chaos moves do. And given how worried we were about Bon Clay's powers, his version of the move would be pretty dangerous against Baroque works. Especially wearing the unofficial face of their boss. Luffy defends, the others agreeing with his logic. Especially as with Crocodile's whole persona being based on anonymity. Miss All Sunday was basically the head of Baroque works, even if she just relayed orders. Wait, when you said face and body do you mean? Valentina performs a gesture miming cupping her breasts, but much further forward than on herself, at least mentally aware how much of a size difference there was between her and Sunday. Ha, must have been the weirdest boner you ever felt seeing that chick melt into chaos. Zoro laughs, then coughs up blood worrying Chopper and Kaya. No, that was Mr. 2 constantly switching between himself and Nami. Seeing that bombshell melt into the psycho was more a disappointment than anything else, Sanji admits with a sigh. We can discuss a now I have a croc to skin, Luffy growls, surprising the crew by the vicious intent behind it. I know I lost to him before, but this time I'm going to kick his ass. Plus fighting a sandman in the middle of a desert is dumb even for me, Luffy admits, before catapulting himself up into the palace. Don't die Luffy, we just got you back, Vivi thinks as Luffy gets within striking distance of Crocodile, and the attack hits, throwing the man across the empty space. How can this rookie even lay a hand on me? Crocodile mumbles as he stands, only to get shoved up against a wall, unable to dodge Luffy's next attack. Gum Gum Buzz saw the resulting headbutt crack the wall behind the warlord as well as dropping him once again. This kid, he hit Crocodile. What is he? Cobra thinks aloud. Everything up to now has neither fazed Crocodile nor managed to even inconvenience him. Never him hurt him, but this Straw Hat Boy was tossing him around like a chump. That kid is your daughter's friend Luffy, more specifically Monkey D. Luffy. Sunday supplies the answer, mostly to see the wide-eyed shock at the name. Given his position in the world, he had to know the other holders of that name. He can't be connected to them, can he? Sunday shrugs, don't know, but it's pretty likely all things considered. Would explain the strength and the stubbornness, at least rivaling your lovely Vivi's if not outright eclipsing it. Get up, Luffy orders. I figured something out in our last fight, as well as from our first meeting in rain dinners. If you get wet, then you can't turn into sand. No sand powers, then that means I can hit you just as easily as any non-logia. This fight just became a lot more even, eh Crocodile? Crocodile clearly didn't think so given the cackling the man was doing as he pulled himself up, completely ignoring the blood dripping from the side of his mouth. You really think you can beat me, kid? I just said I could, so yeah. Besides I found your weakness so that stops you simply ghosting all my attacks, Luffy responds. Crocodile nods. I'll admit I'm impressed you figured out that. I suppose you could call it a design flaw in my fruit's power, but that doesn't mean it's an even fight. I'm still strong enough to be one of the 7 Shichibukai, so you don't stand a chance. Luffy frowns. If power is all it takes to be part of that group, then you can call me the 8th Shichibukai. Gum Gum Pistol Crocodile smirks. If I dodge it doesn't matter whether or not you can hit me. Plus my fruit allows me to absorb all liquid I touch, including the liquid inside you. He explains, grabbing Luffy's arm and sucking it dry. Crap, forgot about that. Don't know how given it's kind of disturbing, Luffy grumbles. Running at Crocodile and kicking him in the face so as to free his trapped limb. The man dispersing into sand once more as Luffy drank from the barrel on his back to restore his arm to normal. Well, guess I'll need to add a little chaos into the mix if you can dodge that easily, he grins, throwing a pistol but just before it hit twanging his arm like a rubber band. Gum Gum Scatter Shot Crocodile grits his teeth, dodging rather severely to avoid any chance of the brat's punch actually hitting him. Desert Spada, that could have hurt a lot, Luffy whispers as he just barely avoided the attack which cut a deep gash in the front of the palace. With that he rushes forward with a pistol, then slams his other fist into Crocodile's face once he dodged it. Seeing the warlord down, takes the barrel off his back, jumps into the air and tries to slam it down on the Sandman, the only problem being Sable's Crocodile saw that move coming a mile away, the mini sand twister sending him flying, though luckily he managed to stop the barrel smashing as he landed. At least even a simpleton like you realize that barrel is the only thing stopping you from repeating our last fight step for step. Give up kid, you can never beat me. Luffy frowns, then his brows meet as he adopts his thinking face. You're right Crocodile. This is the same fight, I should fix that. Gulp 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 gulp. The three adults were mildly disturbed by the young pirate's actions, tossing the now empty barrel to reveal a more rotund Luffy. There we go. Water Luffy. He says dramatically, before something impossible happens. Oh no, a leak. As Luffy starts to spurt water like a sprinkler, Crocodile fumes, while Robin laughs at the oddity that was Straw Hat Luffy. Anyone want to give up on understanding how Luffy's body works? We haven't even gotten to the gears and this makes no sense, though I am probably giving up because I know what's still to come. Stupid kid. Stop messing around, Crocodile yells as he rushes as Luffy, clearly intending to impale the boy on his hook once more, only to get caught in the face with a water ball courtesy of Water Luffy. Who said I was messing around? I'm always serious in a fight. Here, let me show you. Gum Gum Bazooka. The blow slammed directly into Crocodile's torso, causing the warlord to cough up blood and go flying, shattering one of the smaller structures as he crashes through it. Cobra gasps. That kid beat Crocodile? He's weird but damn it he's strong. Vivi, you found some good friends. Sunday hums. We don't have time for this right now. Looks like it's just you and I that have a date with the poneglyph, she says, blooming arms to tear out the spikes holding the king to the wall. Then yanks him up to look her in the eye. Get moving. What's the point? Looking at that rock won't do a damn thing, he asks, getting his arm twisted behind him for his trouble. That's none of your concern. All you need to do is take me there and that is all. Don't ask questions, they only get you in trouble. Found that out the hard way a long time ago. 1. She then looks over to see Luffy staring at her, partly curious, but mostly confused. Word of advice kid, run. Because your luck is about to run out. At that moment the rubble explodes, revealing a very pissed off Crocodile standing there panting. Get out of here Nico Robin, unless you'd like to join the brat as a dried up corpse. Crocodile growls. I'm through playing games. You've managed to piss me off enough to actually fight serious, for the 3 seconds it'll take to end you. And that's our cue to leave Cobra. You first, Robin orders, clearly annoyed Crocodile used her name, again. And even more so because Cobra recognized it. Damn it. I was so close, fucking super strong kids. Fucking prideful logias. Fuck them all. Straw Hat, I'm going to show you the full extent of my power, and end your life with it. Placing his hand on the ground, everything around him dried up and died in a growing wave outwards from the Sandman. In fact, as he put more energy into it, even the rocks started to crack and crumble. Ground secco, the entire area around them broke into sections, mostly centered on a deep fissure that was aimed straight for Luffy. Luckily the boy was able to catch the edge with his feet and return fire. Water pistol. Shame they were instantly absorbed by Crocodile's devil fruit powers. Wheel, I'm screwed. You really thought I'd be that easy to beat? You really are a stupid kid. The true power of sand is to dry, and my right hand allows me to direct that power however I choose. Now I will end you, boy, he shouts, his powers causing the entire area around them to disintegrate to dust, sand, even Luffy's sandals. Ground death. Fuck was the only thing going through Luffy's mind as he clung to the balcony of the palace, looking down at the miniature desert Crocodile had formed from the lawn. That right hand, that's going to be a pain to deal with. Now where did he go? Luffy didn't have long to wonder as Crocodile helpfully reformed directly above him. Enough silliness, I don't have time to play anymore, he says gravely, wrapping his hand around Luffy's throat and dangling him off the roof, dodging another water bullet as he does. You missed. Figures your last act in this life is failure. This is the second time you've lost to me. I will make sure they're one hat. He focused his powers solely on Luffy, draining the boy till his entire body resembled a mummy, his straw hat slipping from limp fingers and falling into the sand below. With Luffy now lifeless, Crocodile lets him fall to the desert that was once the palace garden, then dispersed into sand and left for Robin and Cobra. Back with the others. Are you serious? The entire square is going to blow in 10 minutes? Usopp asks in disbelief, something shared by a good many of the others. As serious as Luffy dying, Artemis answers, chilling them to the bone. Crocodile even admitted to have a bomb set up to annihilate everything in a 5 kilometers radius once the clock strikes half. We need to stop him quickly. Then we need to find the cannon and deal with its operator, Zoro puts forward, at least giving them a concrete goal. But where would it be? If the cannoner wants to survive, it would need to be a fair distance from the square, right? Kaya asks, then frowns when Vivi shakes her head. No, I believe the cannon is set up near the palace itself. She explains, shocking the rest of the crew. You're serious? Crocodiles really that heartless? Chopper frowns. But if they're that close, they won't be able to get away from the blast. Crocodile's going to kill his own men. Victor grimaces. All the stories about Crocodile say he's cutthroat, but this is going too far. Well then let's quit yapping and get searching. There can't be that many places that could house a cannon big enough for the payload in the area, Vivi suggested. Valentina adds, trying to lift their spirits by pointing out how easy it should be to find their objective. You're right, let's. Vivi begins but stops when a chill runs down her spine. She turns just in time to see Emilian exit the sandstorm with his sword coming down at her. Luckily some of the others noticed before her, as the sword was blocked by Zoro, and Sanji kicked the man square in the face. Crap, more Baroque works, Nami hisses, clicking her climatact back together. Princess, find the cannon, we'll deal with these ruffians then join you, Pell orders, drawing his sword. Do you mean Baroque works or us? Drum Island called us that too? Zoro jokes as he holds Wado in front of him, itching for another fight. Shut up and get fighting, Alvida yells, swinging her mace into the skull of an agent, slamming them into a wall. Got it. The remaining Straw Hats run out of the sand cloud. Knowing the clock was ticking on the lives of everyone around them, they needed to find that bomb. With Cobra and Robin. He called you Nico Robin, yes? Cobra asks. He was stuck with this woman, he might as well ask her what he was thinking. Yes, but what's your point? Sunday replies, already dreading where this was going. That name was known to all 20 years ago. So tell me, why are you here? Robin chuckles. You're leading me to my prize. Nothing more, nothing less. She then looks up and sighs. Marines. As if this day can't get any more tedious. Get out of the way. Not a chance. We know everything that is going on and we're not going to let you go, Tashigi declares. Her hand on Shiguri's hilt, while Lucina had already drawn hers. The smile on the brunette's face slightly worrying her coworkers. Well, I guess you won't live long enough to regret your decision, Robin says in a tone which suggests she's already tuning out the conversation. Don't worry about me, we have bigger problems. At 4:30 a bomb is going to be shot into the palace square. You need to find it before that happens or 1 million people will be wiped off the face of the planet. Cobra demands, begs. Tashigi gasps. But, that's only minutes away. Good. You can tell time. Now get moving. You can either attempt to capture me and fail, or you can do your fucking jobs and try to save the people of Alubarna, Robin hisses angrily. We'll just have to end you, then deal with the other threats, Lucina yells, charging at her. Disappointing, Robin whispers, her lips curling into a frown when the Marine drops her blade to try remove the bloomed hand cutting off her airways. Unfleur. Strangle, Sergeant Major, that's her. I know it is. That's Nico Robin. One of the Marines yell, causing the two higher-ups to tense. I looked her up, just like Captain Smoker ordered me to. She earned a scary high bounty 20 years ago. Everyone on the Grand Line knew that name. I still remember some of the reports. 6 Marine warships sunk. Some say an 8-year-old girl did it. They declared her a level 1 threat. 79 million berry bounty for Devil's Child, Nico Robin. Damn guys, do you really want to let people believe a little girl kicked all your asses that badly? Enough of this wasted air, either move or die, it's that simple, Robin finally yells. We don't have time for this, especially if the threat is real, Tashigi thinks, before turning to the men. Sergeant, take the men and find that bomb. That's an order. But Major, don't argue, just move. We only have minutes left. With the remaining men gone and Lucina released but coughing, she turned her attention back to Robin. Now, let the man go. This is getting us nowhere. I really must be going, Robin growls as she crosses her arms, and before either Marine could blink they were pinned with Robin's bloomed arms. Their own swords pressed to their throats. This should keep you quiet and out of my way for a little while, she muses aloud, before walking around both of them, though not before crippling one of their legs each. Cobra shivering as the slasher smile on her face as she did it. Back to Luffy for a minute splash. That was wide too close. Luffy pants. The water from his mist water bullets falling onto him in a single orb, rehydrating the frantically panting rubber boy. Seeing Crocodile gone he frowns then stands, retrieves his hat and begins running in the direction he believed the Sandman to have left. "Hi Luffy, bye Luffy. So, this is it, the royal tomb of Alabasta," Robin hums. He did look the part, old but well maintained, its people respected the dead. So, what does this have to do with the poneglyph? Rather than answer her verbally, Cobra pushes and then rotates one of the statues in front of the tomb, revealing a hidden passageway. "Now I'm impressed." Cobra frowns, unsure if she was being sarcastic or not. "Well, let's get a move on." Most people aren't even aware of the existence of poneglyphs. Cobra finally speaks as they descend the stairs. "And yet here you are." "Yes, here I am. I doubt my story is accurately told by anyone. So I understand why nobody knows there still exist people who can read the carvings on the rock." Robin's voice sounded flat and sad, but didn't break stride even when Cobra stops and gasps. "You can read poneglyph?" "Yes, though I wonder if the world government actually knows I do. Or are just being thorough." She sneers at that, then tightens her grip on his arm to get him moving once again until she stops near the bottom. "Is the legend true, that this poneglyph tells of where Pluton is kept?" This time she turns, reading his face for a lie. He nods. "The royal family has guarded that secret for generations, though all we know is to protect the information, nothing more." Robin looks surprised by the answer. "Protect it? Well, isn't that a strange idea?" They continue and reach the main chamber, but no poneglyph. "It's through those doors, in the back," Cobra answers before she could turn and ask. She still turns, but it was to give him a small smile before opening the doors where his grows into a full grin. "There you are, my dear, just as I imagined it." 10 minutes later. Sitting in a corner watching a woman stare at a giant rock is about as boring as it sounds. So Cobra had to ask eventually, "So, did you find the answers you were seeking?" Not really expecting any kind of answer. "Are there any more here? Is this the only thing Alabasta has hidden?" Robin asks in response, or more so ignoring the original question. "This is the only poneglyph on the island. I kept my promise and brought you to it." Robin sighs. "That you did? Damn, it's still not here either." "And a life that will make everything better for us, my dear," Crocodile says as he enters the chamber, done translating Nico Robin. Resisting the urge to strangle him for repeatedly using her name, she nods. "Yes." "Good, then tell us what it says." Robin begins to list of the history of Alabasta, from its original settlement as Sanagakure, to the renaming and restructuring that would one day become Alabasta itself. With each word, Crocodile got more and more angry, while Cobra's eyes widen in shock and confusion. "Enough with the history lesson, woman." Crocodile finally snaps. "I don't care about this. Tell me where they're hiding Pluton." Robin shrugs, while holding back a smirk. "That information isn't on this poneglyph. Which means even if Pluton is real, it's not in Alabasta. The history of the people of the sand is all that is etched into this cube." Crocodile closes his eyes and sighs, breathing heavily for a minute before opening them again. "That is unfortunate for you. As you are of no more use to me, I'll just kill you here, leave you to rot beside the stones you love so much." "What? We've reached the end of our arrangement. I brought you to the poneglyph and you relayed me the information. Unfortunately, it's not Pluton, making it a waste of both our time and your life." He swipes at her with his hook, missing flesh but ripping her hat off. "Unless it was there and you never intended to give me the information, in which case your betrayal will earn you the death you deserve." Robin looks unimpressed, cluing Crocodile into something important. "I always knew it would come to this, which is why I came prepared." She smirks before pulling a vial from her coat. "Water? Exactly. You may be able to dry out, but while you're wet, a knife can kill you as easily as any other man." Robin yells, tossing the vial to a bloomed hand which tried to smash it on him, only for it to phase through and shatter on the ground, leaving Robin and Cobra alone. Damn it. Where'd that bastard go? Robin thinks, her instincts screaming at her to run, but she couldn't, and in the end it didn't matter. "URK. Now we're even, Nico Robin," Crocodile whispers in her ear, pulling his hook out of her back and letting her fall to the ground. "Because I knew it was a stupid idea to ever trust you. So I expected a double cross like this from the start, and as I thought, you waited till you got what you wanted before trying to stab me in the back. Goodbye, Nico Robin." His monologue was interrupted by rumbling above him. "What? It's still too early for the bomb to have gone off," her grumbles, then sees the relaxed look on Cobra's face. "What did you do?" "Sealed you fate." This temple was designed so if one column was moved the entire structure would become unstable and collapse. We're all going to die here, and I'm okay with that if it means taking you with me. A thug like you will never be allowed to rule over Alabasta. Cobra explains. A part of him liking the apoplectic rage on Crocodile's face. Cathartic after all this man had caused him and his people? You better prove these skills of yours are worth having around. I'm not going to overturn my predecessor's decisions on a whim. I'll make you a believer, no denial, when the monkey beats the crocodile. Good enough for you, your highness? We shall see, maybe you can assist on another matter if your prediction comes true. Sigh. The spiral eye and the great snake queen, even without my concoction that can be clearly Zane. Just as much as what your question was, obviously. Alubarna Artemis grunts as she walks into Vivi's back. What's wrong? She asks. I know where the cannon is. The clock tower, it's large enough to hide the device and close enough to do the level of devastation Crocodile told us it would. The artist hums and nods, then let's go, time's a-wasting. Okay, just 1 second, Vivi says, grabbing a fleeing Usopp as he tries to run past them. Artemis and I are heading to the clock tower as I believe it's the best place they could have hidden the cannon. Can you get the others together and tell them? You sure it's there? Usopp asks, to which Vivi nods. Okay, time to bust out the SOS. Special attack. Red serpent star. As the red smoke trail forms in the sky, Vivi leaves Usopp to it and runs to the tower, focusing the anger at the thought Baroque works corrupted, perverting another part of her past and country, even if unknowingly. The bang as they were climbing the stairs of the tower worried Vivi as to the forces Crocodile left to guard the cannon, but also confirmed for her the fact that yes, the cannon was where she thought it was. Though when they did reach the top they did find the cannon, but no cannoner. What? But how are they supposed to fire without anyone here? Vivi asks aloud. Ribbit, looking for something, my dear? Both turn and spot 2 officer agents. Mr. 7, Miss April Fools, Vivi gasps, swearing under her breath. The man raises a 7-shaped eyebrow. Ah, Miss Wednesday, Miss Goldenweek, 2 traitors at once, what a perfect day. Both him and his partner raise their guns, when 5 silver spikes pierce his head and torso. Papa, Artemis cheers as the former agent was casually tosses aside, revealing the smirking first mate. So, what we got here? He asks, kicking April Fools into the wall when she tried to flee. Also sorry about the Zoro moment, aka me getting lost, but in my defense I've never been to Alabasta before, plus there are a lot of Baroque Works goons to kill. There's a bomb, Vivi explains, one which could level a good portion of Alubarna. Shit, you really should get on that, he mumbles, opening the hatch. Okay, that's a big bomb. Moving it to a safe distance may be a problem. Chaos thinks aloud, though softly enough they heard the slight landing of some unexpected help. Princess, you're okay, Pell, just when I needed you most. Vivi turns and smiles as the bird transforms back into one of the guards. Hey bird guy, Pell was it? The man looks at Chaos and nods. Think your zone form can get this bomb out of the city? The Falcon Zone looked thoughtful for a moment before answering, yes. I believe I could fly at a safe distance before it explodes. Chaos hums. That's nice, but I think something less suicidal, he says, then pressing his forearms as well as the heels of his hands together, leaning in and puts his open palms on the bomb. Homunculus. Nightmare Cage. His fingers extend as they slide along the surface of the bomb, linking together on the other side. His arms also fused almost completely as he pulled back. I was thinking whether or not you could get me high enough this won't blow up and kill everyone in Alubarna that isn't a logia. That doesn't sound any less suicidal. It just means the one dying is you. Vivi yells angrily, but Pell still transformed. Only a light grunt. The proof Chaos and the bomb were an uncomfortable weight on his back before flying off. Idiots, there had to be another way, Vivi hisses angrily, only then noticing the bundle of cloth where Artemis was previously. He'll come back, came a voice from the cloak. Vivi then realizing it was Artemis wrapped up in Chaos cloak and wearing his fedora, though the slight frown on her face told the princess she was trying to convince herself as much as the brunette. Seeing this, Vivi decided it was her turn. He will. Just like Luffy, your papa is too stubborn to die and there are so many things he wants to know. He'll punch death in the face so he can stay and learn them. The young girl's smile was bright as the sun, Thanks Aunt Vivi, and you're right, they'll be back and Crocodile will lose, she says, hugging the blue net who pulls her close, praying she was right this once. In the sky Chaos grunts as he adjusts his grip, Pell continuing to rise until Ilubarna looked like a model and his mirror wall reformed into something more akin to a basin than a cage, his knuckles resting on the back of his neck. This a safe distance from the capital? He asks, smiling slightly when the bird nods. Good, now you can leave now. Pell's eyes widen. You're insane. Even I can't drop safely faster than that dead weight. Hell, the drop could set the damn thing off. Then winces when he feels the reflect human shift above him as well as feel his knees against the back of his head. Given how little time we have left, there's little chance it would get that far. He deadpans. Just drop when I leave. This is actually the best chance you have to survive this. Shimmer using his only high-speed technique to augment the distance. Chaos jumps off Pell's back, the man diving the first chance he got. Really hope I timed this right, he thinks as silver spreads over his form, then shoving the bomb away and letting himself fall. Kaboom! The clock tower Vivi and Artemis watch as the sky lights up, windows shattering from the shockwave as well as all clouds practically vaporizing in the blast. People getting tossed around even on the ground level. It was a miracle neither were hurt, physically. Bastard, how could you do this to her? How could you do this for me, Pell? Vivi thinks as she grits her teeth and clenches her fists, though the other girl's reaction was much worse. Papa? No, this can't be true, you can't be gone. You can't, we were going to save Mama from Crocodile. Papa, no. Artemis screams and Vivi's legs buckle as she feels pressure pushing her to the ground, slowly sliding even as she grips the wall for balance. April Fools had already passed out and Vivi was about to join her when it stopped. Turning her head she saw the little red head swaying in the wind. Chaos' heavy cloak having fallen off her shoulders and her eyes hidden in the shadow of his fedora. I'm tired, Aunt Vivi. I think I need a nap, she says quietly, before falling back and passing out. Light snores coming from her unresponsive body, and both her and Chaos hats on either side of her head. Damn, what the fuck was that? And if she can do that, do I even want to know who her parents are? Vivi thinks, then remembers Artemis claiming Chaos as her papa, feels bad for the psycho for half a second before sighing and guessing he was the yardstick for power and sanity in this family, or at least one end of the spectrum of it. Still she moves the researcher's cloak so it covered the girl, who looked so small and innocent now she was unconscious. Just a little more. Then you can rest too, Vivi, she tells herself. The bomb may be dealt with, blessed be Pell and Chaos. But the rebellion was still ongoing and Crocodile was, somewhere, pulling in all the anger and frustration, hopelessness and despair. Vivi began to scream her lungs out, praying someone would hear her before she ran out of energy, or people to listen. On the ground, stop fighting. Please stop, you need to stop fighting, over and over practically on repeat. But with everything else going on only the Straw Hats and the few Marines near the clock tower could even hear the Blue Net tear her heart out in desperation to stop this conflict. This is heartbreaking, Valentina says with tears held in her eyes, something Kaya, Usopp and Nami failed to do, watching the royals and rebels tear-rossed mindlessly, like zombies shuffling to their final end. Alvida growls and slams her mace into a wall. Fuck this. I don't care how, but we're going to stop the fighting and in doing so, stop Vivi's crying. Now get to work. Half-jokingly Victor and Zoro salute. Yes ma'am. Before the group, minus a critically injured Usopp and their medical team, rush into the crowd. No real goal in mind beyond taking as many of these fools out of the fight as possible. Seeing as they really didn't have anything else, Toshigi ordered any Marines within range to follow their lead, with one stipulation, as she felt it needed to be said and assumed pirates didn't care. Try to subdue, not kill, only if necessary. The exception is anyone wearing Baroque works gear as they're the cause of this incident, take out with extreme prejudice, like Lucina-level violence. She orders as she slams the flat of the blade into the throat of one of the rebels. Meanwhile, underground laughter isn't a reaction usually associated with being told of your imminent demise. But Cobra still was sitting there watching Crocodile laugh in his face. I'm sorry, really I am. The man apologizes once he was calmer. It's just that just like your daughter, this plan would have worked for almost anyone. If Nico Robin wasn't already bleeding out, this would probably end her. But you both forgot something important. I'm a logia, this won't kill me. Mildly inconvenience while I shift into sand and escape, but not even hurt me really. You've thrown your life away for nothing, your highness. He surveys the room, Nico Robin dying, Cobra defeated, and once the bomb goes off the country will lay at his feet, then laughs once more. Everything was coming up, Crocodile. Which makes it fun to inform you of what happens precisely 10 seconds later. Besides Crocodile just barely refraining from shitting himself. I'm kidding. This is Croc we're talking about, not Buggy or Moria. A visibly angry, panting Luffy crashes through the wall, not even yelling his name anymore. How? I drained him like a mummy, and I know Nico Robin didn't play a hand in this as she left before I did with Cobra. Why is this kid unable to die? Crocodile thinks in fear before it's swallowed up by anger. So you're still around, he says, trying to sound unimpressed. You're not going any further, cause I'm going to beat you, Luffy says, a lot flatter than before, but also more serious. What is your problem? I kill you several times now and you keep coming back. I guess I'll have to test the old saying that third time's the charm. Seeing as you're too stupid to take this as a chance to get away, he growls. What drives you? What makes you keep coming back over and over again despite how thoroughly I destroy you? Well boy. I want you to return something, until then I'm not done with you. Crocodile chuckles. And what is it you want back? I've taken a lot from this place. Money, power, trust, lives, rain, the list goes on, so you'll need to be a tad more specific, Straw Hat. This land, you'll be giving it back and then I'll be through with you. Oh you stupid child. Why would I give back this country when I'm about to become its next king? Because I came to this island to help Vivi save her country, but it was gone because you stole it. I'm going to make you give it back no matter the cost, Luffy declares, then throws the first punch by kicking Crocodile in the face, throwing the arrogant Logia into the opposite wall. Aw fuck, that wasn't hockey, so how did that kid hit me? Crocodile wonders as he gets up. Well, tries to as Luffy's fist gets to him first. When he does get up he smirks just a little. Now I see. You found another way to exploit my defect. You used your own blood. Yep, the sand just needs to be wet, doesn't matter what. I could probably piss on you, but that's weird even for Nami. Cause she has all that rope and seemed eager to tie Luffy up. So I'll stick to blood, thank you very much. Looks like the damage you've dealt me up to now is kicking you in the balls, eh Crocodile? First Rain Base, then the palace, and now here in this underground tomb. You really seem determined to fight me despite everything I've done to you so far, he chuckles as he removes the gold shell from his hook. A purple liquid dripping from the holes in the weapon. You're a pirate. Nobody I know is that stubborn otherwise, so I'll just have to unleash everything and make sure this fight ends like a true pirate duel. And this time I'm going to rip that head from your shoulders when I'm done. To make sure nothing will be able to bring you back. That's step 1. What about 2 through 10? So what's that supposed to be? A poison hook, which will ensure this end will be the most painful and unpleasant of the 3 you'll receive from me. Crocodile explains, between pirates nothing is underhanded or below the belt. Now seeing as the explosion in the square will most likely turn this place to dust along with it, this will be the last time we brawl. And so the two began to duke it out, neither quite managing to land a hit on the other, only a couple nicks from the very tip of Crocodile's hook on Luffy's arms and legs. Both pant as this had been a long day from them, Crocodile unleashing his strongest moves and Luffy having to actually pull through all the damage his 2 other fights with the warlord caused. The closest calls had been an aborted gum pistol, which would have been caught and drained by Crocodile, and a slash of his hook, which misses Luffy but melted a good portion of the boulder in the process. Neither seemed to even care about the tomb literally crumbling around them. 2 focuses on killing, beating the crap out of their opponent. I don't know why you continue to fight, especially now my poison has entered your wounds, Crocodile hums, dodging the Gatling and smiling as Luffy sways. You're fighting for the princess, but that's not why you're out here, it's just a side mission. What makes you tick? What brought you to the Grand Line, boy? Why are you here? We're here because Vivi doesn't want people to die, though she's the first person to risk her neck or put her own life on the line for others. If we hadn't have come, she'd be dead by now. Crocodile grunts, exactly, so ditch the girl, she's become quite the anchor around your neck. That's what you don't understand, none of us want Vivi to die. She's our friend, she's Nakama. You risk your own lives to make sure you all come out of it alive, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. Vivi wants her country back, I'm going to give it to her. You stupid boy, You can't save her, and once the time bomb goes off there won't be anything left to mourn, not that you'd be around to do it. Cobra gasps, time bomb? Yes, call it insurance. I had a feeling those idiots I left with the bomb may be insufficient to deal with this brat's crew. Mostly because it contains several turncoats of the organization, so I made sure it will explode no matter what, and there's no way or how to defuse this timer. In fact, even attempting to will set it off early. Their entire attempt to end the rebellion was a waste of time. All it did was give them all front row seats to the detonation. Your friends all died pointlessly. Do you understand me, Straw Hat? Kaboom! And there it is. The time of the Nefertari family has ended. Long live the dynasty of Crocodile. The men of this world never lose. To think a little girl and a stupid boy could beat me is even more laughable. You're the last one left, Straw Hat Luffy. I'll make this quick. Now sit back and think of hell. He yells as he jumps forward, seeing if putting the hook through his head instead of his gut would work this time. It didn't work, as Luffy manages to evade the strike as well as catch the bulb of the hook with his foot and slam it into the floor, shattering Crocodile's poison hook. You won't beat me, for I have a dream I will never give up on. Once I beat you, we'll finish up here, then we'll get right back to it. And one day I will be king of the pirates. Luffy shouts as he punches Crocodile in the gut, kicks him in THD as he's sent flying, slams him face first into the ground. How is this kid still alive? The scorpion venom should be working by now. He should be as worthless as he looked in his poster, Crocodile thinks as he reveals his final weapon in his hook. A knife? You're just some brat from who the fuck cares. I won't be beaten by some hick. Do you have any idea who I am? Luffy stops him dead. I don't care who you are. I just know I'm going to beat you. Then in a mirror of his hammer technique punts Crocodile into the ceiling. Sable's fulgurite Crocodile's sand blade released a bolt of static electricity, decimating the area below him, but Luffy tanked it like a boss. He then inflates himself and twists, using the air to shot him up after the warlord to deal with him once and for all. Desert La Spada Gum rifle, even with his sand compressed into the closet approximation of actual sandstone blades. They still dispersed as Luffy's fist flew right through it and found its mark dead center of Crocodile's face, throwing the Sandman through the roof and back into Alubarna. I have no idea how the geography of this place works. The entrance looks pretty far, but Luffy shoots Crocodile out pretty close to the center of town, leveling any buildings directly above them at the time. They were doomed anyway once the tomb stopped collapsing. With the other Straw Hats, hey guys, look at that! Sanji shouts, much like everyone else apparently missing the ground opening up a few seconds ago, but did manage to catch Crocodile floating in the air. Is that Crocodile? That means Luffy won. Who else could beat that bastard? I knew he'd win, never doubted him for a second. Don't lie to us, Usopp, we saw your tears. Fine. Luffy, you did it. You actually bloody well did it, Vivi thinks, her lips twitching, trying to rise into a D grin. But it hurt too much. Stop fighting. The enemy has been defeated, you don't need to shed any more blood, she wails between sobs. Drip, Koza? One of the rebels asks in concern, seeing his commander and friend hit the ground, again. Did you not feel it? Feel what? The rain. It has returned? As he says that it happens, after 3 long years the rain finally begins to fall on Alabasta once more. Yes, it's in the capital, where rain apparently still happened. Not important. These people haven't seen or felt rain in years. It's a good distraction as well as something to calm them even a little. The rebellion is over, he declares. With the men all free of madness and distraction, as well as calmer, they finally heard Vivi's desperate screams for them to stop and put down their weapons. It was this stop that preceded Crocodile slamming back to earth with a thud on his neck. I'd say good thing he's a logia, but he's all wet, so that probably hurt, like a lot. In the tomb, it's finally over. The end is near, Robin thinks as she leans against the wall to the ruins. Now was as good a time as any to go. The boy was safe thanks to the antidote she tossed Cobra, and she had nothing left to keep fighting for, especially not like this. Drip drip drip, rain. After 4 years even the island weeps for her people, Robin chuckles to herself as her eyes close. And then it stops. Is this it? The next life? Robin wonders but knows it can't be. She could still hear the rain even if for some reason it wasn't falling on her anymore. Plus if this was the underworld, afterlife, she shouldn't have retained her injuries and also wouldn't feel like she'd taken a nap on broken glass, her shoulder blades and back of her knees most of all. Given she wasn't going to get any answers lying here like a lump, Robin forces her eyes open. Her first sight was a jade green umbrella. Who the fuck brings an umbrella to a desert? Large enough to protect both her and her new companion from the current downpour. That was another surprise, that she was being carried bridal style through the royal catacombs towards the poneglyph. A sense of dread filled her core when bloodshot eyes followed the symbols in the correct direction to read, which practically doubled when he ran his fingers along certain sections. So close yet so far away. Foo foo foo. He wheezes painfully, blood leaking from cracks in his skin. Robin almost believing he had given up except for two things marked with his bloodied fingers. Goa fuchsia. A violent cough caused blood to drip down the side of his mouth, as well as spray some onto Robin's stomach. Why help me? He chuckles, giving her a broken smile. It's not your time yet, my dear. Now, seeing as neither of us are up for the quick and stupid way, I guess we'll be taking the long way back, he says, carrying her through the crumbling tomb with visible swaying back and forth. Robin worries he'll either collapse before they reach the end, or be crushed by the falling rubble. Except the rumbling was ending and the place was calming down. Maybe she was getting out of this alive, once more saved from damnation. By a deed palace of Alubarna, finding the others was easier than expected, but given mind and body can work separately, it was less a surprise and more good fortune on his part. Chaos smiled slightly as he was led through by the royal guards and walked with a sway towards the largest collection of the crew. There you are, you idiot. Chaos looks down and sees an angry Chopper pointing at him. Don't try denying it. Vivi and Artemis told me what you did. You really are as big an idiot as Luffy, aren't you? Chaos chuckles only to violently cough. He tried wipe it away, but Chopper noticed first. You're bleeding and limping? Come on. I need to get you checked out pronto. The Zone then begins pulling Chaos towards the infirmary by his long limbs, mumbling about stupid stubborn humans under his breath. So how's Luffy, by the way? Still out of it. Crocodile did a lot to him, but our captain gave as good as he got. Better even given he won. I heard he finally got to use rifle in a combat situation. He chuckles, sitting down at the reindeer insistence. You know my fruit makes normal tests kind of pointless. Chopper sighs as he runs his hooves across the spider-webbed cracks on his hands and forearms, grimacing as some of them went all the way through his arm. I know. But I still have to try. You're part of the crew, I can't just ignore you. Chaos smiles painfully. You're the nicest doctor I've ever met, Chopper, don't ever change. You think I care about the opinion of some crazy human? Chopper yells again. But given the flattered look and the swaying, he did care. What did I miss? The bomb blew up. Luffy punched Crocodile into the sky. It started to rain. We all tried make a break for it only to run into Cobra. Mr. 8 returned and explained what happened over in Nanohana. Oh, and get this. Once everything was over and done with, then the Marines showed up and arrested Crocodile. Can you believe that? Valentina asks as she explains. Here is a set of extra hands more than anything else, given she was one of the least injured of the entire crew. The Purpleette sighs deeply. I can actually, Crocodile is one of them, even if they don't like to admit it, so they can't be seen arresting one of their own without irrefutable proof, such as the king himself telling them how Crocodile tried to kill him and blow up the entire town. Still, it's been a long day. Maybe say hi to Artemis, Vivi and the others. Tell them you're not dead or something, then go to sleep. Doctor's orders. Chopper tells him. Chaos nods and stands. Valentina slipping in beside him when he sways. Got it, Dr. Chopper. It took 3 people to stop Artemis tackle hugging her papa when she saw him in the doorway. Mostly because the people still awake could see how badly damaged their first mate was, even though he was still alive and technically doing better than Luffy, who was still unconscious. The ones who didn't react at all were Vivi and Alvida, both sitting by the rubber boy's bedside silently, their fingers threaded with his own. He's going to be fine. The brunette snorts. You took a bomb to the face, of course you'd say that. She sighs. Father says the poison should be neutralized, that he'll recover and be right as rain, but until he wakes up, those are just comforting words from a father who doesn't want to see his daughter heartbroken. Chaos finishes, to which both women nod. Running a hand through his hair, causing Sanji to shiver when he sees the crack running across his right temple, Chaos sighs before collapsing onto the nearest unoccupied bed, Artemis snuggling in beside him, now aware she had to be careful for the moment. In that case I might as well stay here, wouldn't want to miss my brother's triumphant return. He lies back and his eyes flick shut. Breath evening into sleep within seconds. We all need the break, Zoro mutters, but smiles when he sees Artemis finally relax and sleep herself. The girl had been stressing herself into a frenzy since Vivi brought her down from the clock tower this afternoon, and while they understood completely, it still wasn't healthy. The next day, Marine Vessel Peru. This is Marine Headquarters. We wish to speak to Captain Smoker. The smoke man sighs around his cigars before taking the call. Yes. Good job subduing Crocodile and dealing with Baroque works. As compensation, the world government has promotions and medals being prepared for yourself. Sergeant Major Toshigi and Captain Nylok Lucina. The snail explains, a smug grin on its face. Hina looked amused while both Bluenets clearly weren't in a celebratory mood right now. Toshigi currently sniffling in the corner while Lucina was glaring at anyone who even looked at her wrong. Smoker just growled. Idiots. Subduing, that was the Straw Hats. Seriously, why have us write reports if you aren't going to read them? Furthermore, it's been decided you will all be getting a rank increase. The man on the other end continued to blather on, but it was clear the people on this end weren't listening. You stupid clerk, I already told you it wasn't us. I wasn't even in Alubarna at the damn time, it was those Straw Hat pirates. He stops when he feels Hina's hand on his shoulder. You're wasting your breath. It's clear the entire incident is going to get covered up. The world government isn't going to want people to know pirates not under their control did something good, including taking down one of their dogs of war. The scandal could rock the stability of the world to its core, and given we have enough problems with the Revolutionary Army popping up to jam the gears every so often, something like this would only make it worse, Hina explains, though she knew it was pointless given how stubborn her old friend was. Hey, any chance you can pass on a message to the guys upstairs? Smoker asks, his teeth clenched as he'd removed his cigars. Smoker, don't you dare, Lucina warns, having seen a similar expression on a former friend turned enemy. Tell them to go fuck themselves. Click. Well, now you've gone and done it, Toshigi whimpers. It was kind of nice knowing you, Smoker, Lucina chimes in. Back in Alubarna, sometime later Luffy yawns as he sits up. That was a nice nap. I wonder when breakfast is. He brings his hand to his head and freezes when his treasure wasn't there. Where's my hat? Then his stomach growls. Where's breakfast? Hat, food, food. Well, good to see nothing has changed in terms of priorities, Luffy. Chaos chuckles, not looking up from the book he'd taken from the Royal Library. With Cobra's permission, of course. Oh hey Chaos, have you seen my hat? It's right here, Luffy. Alvida chuckles, placing the hat on his head and watching his entire face light up with a smile. Thanks Alvida, I know you guys kept it safe for me. Vivi smiles from her own chair. It's good to see you back with us, Luffy, and allow me to be the first to congratulate you on beating Crocodile. And now we know the baseline recovery time for defeating a warlord. Luffy raises an eyebrow. You were unconscious, practically in a coma for the last 3 days? Kaya explains. Chopper and I have been treating you along with the others this whole time. What? Luffy yells, then is silent for a minute. I missed 15 meals. Nami face palms. Why am I not surprised you can do math real easy when food is involved? He's still miscounted, that's 5 meals a day, Usopp argues. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, dinner, supper. Yep, 5 inches. Luffy lists off almost automatically, though before anyone can comment the doors open. I see the captain is awake. Dinner will be served shortly, but hopefully this should keep you all satisfied until then. Hey, the curly-haired guy is still alive. Luffy cheers. He liked Igaram, he looked funny. So you were a cross-dresser, Zoro mumbles, getting a light slap to the head from Vivi. No Zoro, this is Terracotta, Igaram's wife and head of the palace servers, she explains. It's the hair, that's what makes the comparison easy, Chaos suggests, as they know it might be hard even for Vivi to know which is which when viewed from behind. Apton has a big appetite, so I brought up something to keep you topped up till dinner, she says as 3 trays are brought in, and devoured by Luffy in not even as many seconds. I'm going to eat about 3 days worth of food, Luffy states plainly, to which Terracotta chuckles. Oh, a challenge, this should be fun. Also you have my thanks for what you did for Vivi, my husband and my country in general, she says before leaving the room once more. The banquet that followed went about as well as expected, everyone being both impressed and horrified by the amount of food Luffy could pack away, and the newer members learnt something very important: protect your food. Luffy's rubber arms snatched food from every plate on the table, even those being used by the rest of the team as well as Cobra and Vivi. Though unlike the guards, the two royals were actually amused by the rubber boy's enthusiasm, as was Terracotta and Igaram, one for giving her something to do, and the other because the bottomless stomach was ensuring his wife did what she loved. I'm a little surprised we haven't been thrown out yet. Chaos deadpans, currently pinning Luffy's left hand to the table with his reflect armored fingers, chewing on some of the lobster his captain had just failed to steal. Vivi chuckles, the feast is in your honor. Why throw you out when we should be letting you act normal? She has a point, Alvida chimes in, tearing into the beef in front of her. We saved their country. If they have a problem with how we celebrate, all they need to do is look away. How are you so thin when you eat like that? Valentina asks, looking up from her seafood and noodles. Devil fruit, she answers automatically, causing both Chaos and Luffy to snort, the latter chalking on a bone until Nami punches him in the head. At least it's never boring on this crew, Chopper. Kaya smiles, her salad safe from Luffy even if she does need to keep her chicken and shrimp out of sight of their captain. Never, the reindeer grins back. We need more booze, Zoro announces. You always say that, Sanji argues. He's not wrong this time, Nami and Chaos respond, then blink and chuckle to one another, while the servers refill the three of their cups. Of course it wouldn't be a straw hat party if everyone wasn't laughing and having fun by the end of it. Even the Chaka and the guards were all pulled into the fun energy of the lovable pirate crew. Not long after, this is nice, Chaos sighs in contentment. Even in a desert climate, the royal baths was as opulent as anywhere else in the world. Even if half the crew were devil fruit users, the water was more calming than draining. Hey your majesty, where are the girls bathing at the moment? Sanji asks with a grin, causing a few of the group to sigh, and one to grit his teeth. You idiot, there's no way he'd tell you where you can peek on his own dough, Zoro scoffs. It's just over this wall, the king announces helpfully to everyone's shock, even pointing to it for extra assistance. Cobra, Igaram gasps, too shocked to even refer to the king by his proper title. Speaking of the other side, after so long in the desert it's good to soak, Nami moans as she lies back on the water, getting nods from Kaya and Valentina. Very true, that dry air was testing the limits of my devil fruit, it was so bad, Alvida grumbles, adjusting her bikini top as she gets off her seat. Vivi smiles to her friends. It's the least we can do after what you all did for this kingdom. Our freedom is worth so much more than food and a bath. We have visitors, Artemis deadpans, only the top half of her blue and green one piece visible above the floater she was using, bobbing beside a half-asleep Karoo. Yes, Karoo is a girl in this universe. I didn't mess up earlier, it was intentional. Looking over to the wall, the girls caught 6 pairs of eyes looking over at them. Nami sighs. Damn perverts. I'm charging you next time, she growls, flashing the boys and causing most to collapse in geysers of blood. Bye Papa. Artemis waves as the last pair crinkle in an eye smile before sinking below the wall. Hey Nami, looks like your tits weren't big enough for Chaos tastes, Alvida teases, causing Valentina to cackle and Kaya to blush while the ginger tries to tackle the older woman, her lunge leading her to sliding off her as would be expected. He could have been checking up on his kid, rather than perving on us, using the time the others were looking so as to not get teased, Vivi ever the optimist suggests, as well as wanting to believe the only other unattached male with an inkling of sexuality was less of a pervert than the other, not that she hated Sanji, just that he was draining in large doses. Artemis shrugs as she climbs onto Karoo's back, the duck quacks but doesn't mind the passenger that much, he can do both. Papa seemed like the kind who can multitask. I wasn't trying to draw attention to myself, and 3 of you aren't exactly objects of modesty, so he probably got a good eyeful in the process. I don't know any guys who can multitask, though if anyone could sleep and eat at the same time, it would probably be our captain, Valentina suggests, getting laughs from the girl, while on the other side Chaos makes sure nobody has died of blood loss from seeing Nami's naked breasts. A little later, sorry about the complete lack of a time frame. You wanted to see me, your majesty? Chaos asks in confusion as was led into Cobra's room. Yes. It's about Straw Hat Luffy. He's done so much for my country and need to find a way to repay the amount he deserves. As his brother, I hoped that you would be able to help." The first mate frowns. "I'm sorry, Luffy isn't like most people and you won't look at it like this was something more than helping a friend. I doubt he'd even see flying our flag under yours for what it is. The lad is a bit dim at times." He jokes a little. "Your daughter may have a better idea as the only person with both Luffy experience and a knowledge of what this country could actually provide. For example, despite being Nami's opening offer, I doubt you have 1 billion berry lying around." Cobra nods while scratching his chin. "Yes. Vivi did come to mind, but I needed a more neutral opinion on the matter." A shiver passes down the reflect human's spine as he realizes where this conversation was heading. "Before this goes any further, I recommend using this. A Den Den Mushi number 3 actually, though given the skull I drew beside the bottom one I don't recommend calling that one except as a last resort. Gigi shouldn't be allowed make his opinion known on matters like this. Much like Luffy, he thinks subtlety is for other people." He sighs, on the one hand glad he wasn't actually related to the crazy bastard, but on the other, he was still the only grandfather he had and loved the idiot all the same. "I'll keep that in mind." Cobra replies with a sweat drop before dismissing the purplet. "Igaram, bring me a Den Den, this need to be dealt with tonight." With the entire crew, after chaos returns to them, "You-ho Straw Hats," the familiar high pitch of Bon Clay escape the Den Den Mushi. "I'm calling to give you the good news. I got your ship." "What? Give us back our ship, you tiptoeing bastard," Luffy yells, shaking the Den Den until chaos takes it from him. "Luffy, knock it off, all you're doing is annoy the snail. I'm in the north quadrant of the Sandoro River. Come right away, if you know your ship you should have no trouble finding it." Nami frowns. "It's a trap, not exactly, but I couldn't pilot the ship alone, so my crew are here with me. Ta-ta my friends, Bentham is waiting for you." Click. "So, can we trust him?" Kaya asks. "Well, we did become friends before finding out her was Mr. 2 inches," Luffy suggests. "And while annoyingly flamboyant, he wasn't a bad person back in Baroque works," Victor adds. "The one person who would never stab you in the back, might kick you in the face but still the closest you could get to trustworthy in that group," Valentina continues. "I say we go," Artemis chimes in. "Yeah, wait, so your guys?" Usopp asks. "Mama said I could go. Can I stay, Papa?" Artemis gives a puppy pout, alternating the target between Chaos and Luffy. "She has permission, what the hell. Welcome to the crew full-time Artemis." Straw Hat Artist, Luffy announces, getting a jumping hug from the girl. "Thanks Uncle Luffy," Artemis cheers, while the captain looks to the others. "What about you? Our arrangement is done and Crocodile is defeated. Will you stay or will you go?" The former fives look to one another, seeming to have a silent conversation, before nodding. "We'll take the positions if they're still open." "Awesome, I got a demolition expert and a chocolatier. Well, we best get moving so we can steal Mary back from Bon Clay." "You got it boss," Zoro nods as he stands up, as well as Vivi. "Take the Duck Squad, most of you know just how fast they are so you also know it's the quickest way to get from here to there before the Marines even know you're gone," she suggests, getting a hug from Luffy. "Thanks Vivi, we'll be seeing you," he ruffles her hair before directing the others to move. A little while later Igaram rushes into Vivi's room, carrying 7 bounties with him. "Princess, where are your friends?" "Gone," she replies flatly, Karoo sitting beside her as she stares out the window. "I need to warn them, their bounties have been increased. Marine headquarters will be gunning for them even harder than before." Vivi smiles as she turns. "It doesn't matter, not really. They'd actually be happy to hear they got higher bounties." "Who did, by the way?" Igaram hands her the papers and walks back out. "Wow, that's more than Crocodile, by a lot. Wonder if that's his first bounty? Oh my, I didn't know she already had one." Karoo nods to each reaction over the princess's shoulder, wishing their friends had stayed long enough to see this. "This makes things so much harder. I'm going to need all the time to work through my decision," Vivi thinks, biting her lip and running her hand through Karoo's feathers. At the ship, "Hey babies, miss little old me?" Bon Clay asks, posing by the crow's nest. "Not in the slightest," Chaos answers as the 4, himself, Zoro, Victor and Alvida, of them start loading the ship, smirking as the dancer falls anime style and nearly falls onto the deck on his head. "Hey ballerina weirdo, Why'd you steal our ship? Luffy asks angrily, arms crossed and glaring. You idiot, what do you think would have happened if I had left the ship where it was? The Marines would probably have seized it, and we'd be either stuck in Alabasta, or be forced to steal it back, Nami answers, completely ignoring the idea of getting a new ship from Cobra, as it would have put the Alabasta Royals in a difficult position, much worse than even their current one. Change that probably to a definitely, I believe they arrived just as I left, missed me by a duck. They really don't like you, thumbing your nose at their Marines, defeating their warlord and doing their jobs better than they could. They want you all captured or dead and probably want to burn your ship down right in front of you just for kicks. So as a good friend, I saved your ship, so you can leave without trouble, see, Bon Clay explains, getting nods from the crew listening and a wide grin from Luffy. That was really nice of you, Bon Clay. I forgive you for being part of Crocodile's gang, we can be friends again. Yay! Bon Clay, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy all hug, until Nami slaps them all on the head. We're in a hurry, like this moron said we have the Marines on our tail, most likely combing every inch looking for us. I guess this is goodbye my friends. May we meet again in the future? Bon Clay bows before jumping off the side of the boat, landing on the deck of his own ship completely fine. Oh, and just so you know, I left you a little gift as a sign of our friendship. It's surprise, but I'm sure you'll like it. Laughing face, the ballerina cheers as the ship leaves. You heard Nami, get moving, Chaos yells, Nami grinning as she moves to the helm and sees everyone where they're supposed to be. The morning, shit. Fuck, damn Marines, stop shooting pointy things. I can only deflect cannonballs. Luffy complains as the Mary is repeatedly skewered. Guess they really don't want us leaving, either that or they've upgraded and are using us as target practice. Chaos guesses, helping Usopp and Victor move cannons into place. Well, what do we have here? If we take any more iron spears to the hull, we're done for. The ship can't take much more, Sanji shouts, just as another volley peppers the two ships. They have us trapped, firing from all sides, and no matter what we do they won't change formation, Zoro grumbles, then looks up when there is a whistling sound followed by a loud explosion. What was that? Ahem. Chaos coughs. Who ordered the bazooka? He asks, holding the tan-colored launcher over his shoulder. Because this wasn't on board when we left. Bon Clay pouts from his ship. I was hoping to be gone before you found my gift, but given what we're dealing with maybe it's best we use it now. It doesn't look like it did much beyond pissing them off though, Alvida says with gritted teeth. Like most of the crew she was a melee user, meaning she was useless in a battle like this. Can't they try boarding or at least get close enough for them to try boarding the Marine ships? Hey Usopp, put those sniping skills to use and hit something with this. I'm pretty sure I missed. Chaos sighs and throws the weapon to the long nose, nearly knocking him off the ship in the process, but he survived. Aim for the ship with the hypnotist on it, Luffy orders, being able to hear the weirdo even from this distance. On it, Captain. Boom. Well, you've earned my respect for the week, Valentina teases, though she was clearly impressed that not only did Usopp's attack take out Django and Full Body's ship, but it also caused it to collide and take out the ship it was next to in its formation. And now we have an escape angle. My long-nosed friend, you've just saved our bacon. Bon Clay cheers, then frowns when one of his crew run over with news. We need to move it, move it, move it. Black Cage, Hina is here. She's a Marine captain and not someone you want to mess with, he yells over to the Straw Hats. We can't go that way, you go on, we'll figure something out. Luffy waves, a smile on his face but his eyes were serious. What? Why aren't you taking an escape when it's presented to you? This time Nami responds, we have an appointment to keep, noon at the Eastern Harbor. If we go that way we'll never make it in time, or else risk getting caught in another formation like that trying to circle around. Bon Clay frowns. What could be so important you won't save yourselves? Is there so kind of treasure waiting for you that you didn't tell me about? A reward for what you did for the kingdom? Ignoring Nami's muttered, I wish, Luffy answers, we're going to get a friend, and hopefully make her stay as a Nakama. This time the smile reaches his eyes, as he flashes a full D grin, causing the former Mr. 2 to freeze. All this for a friend? He thinks, such selfless people, tears well in his eyes as he turns to his crew. Risking their lives for a friend, if we abandon them now, could we live with ourselves tomorrow? No, Mr. Bon Clay. Several shout frantically. Then let's do what we do best, Help our friends, in the most beautiful way. He winks, and even with tears streaming down his face has his usual flair and energy. I have a bad feeling about this, Artemis says as they watch Bon Clay's ship trundle away. We just had to hope the Mr. Bon Clay has a plan, I guess. Kaya attempts to comfort the girl, who shrugs then smiles sadly as the Marines begin to close in on the ballerina's vessel. One-track minds are good for something, it seems. Chaos hums in slight amusement. They've left the east path wide open. The pipe clenched in his teeth release a small puff of white smoke. Luffy frowns before sighing and turning to Nami. Set course for the harbor. We shouldn't waste the opening Bentham gave us. The ginger nods and Valentina gets them moving again. At least the Okama is putting up, says with a slight smile. Seeing both the Swan ship and the Nutters that are its crew were getting in some good hits on the Marines and their ships. Just cause he's a weirdo doesn't mean he wasn't strong, Alvida-chan, Sanji replies, bowing his head to the dancer. He then raises it and smirks. You'd think this crew would have taught you that. Guys. They're on us again. Usopp screams from the crow's nest, and god damn it, he was telling the truth for a change. Damn them. Victor, can you fire those air bomb things from the cannon? Luffy asks. The bomb man shrugs. I can try. A cannon isn't meant to hold air in that way though, so it could be a dud. Just do it. There is a bang as one of the ships manages to get close enough to slam into the side of the Mary. Who wanted a fair fight again? He asks, though also raises his hand alongside Zoro, Alvida, Sanji and Chaos. Nami gulps and bolts the door to the steering bar shut, locking herself and Valentina inside and ensuring the ship remained on course. Luckily they were regular Marines. Hina and her ship nowhere near them, meaning compared to everything else they'd done since entering the Grand Line, it was remarkably easy to sink the 3 Marine ships that were attacking them. A little later, she's not here, you know it as well as I do. Who would give up their lives as a royal to be a pirate? Sanji complains, going through his 3rd cigarette since they got there, but Luffy continues to frown at the shore. No, Vivi is here, I know it, he states, and as captain there wasn't really anything they could do to go against him, meaning they stayed until he finally gave up. You know, right now would be a good time for Vivi to have a devil fruit, maybe something cool like a logia. Artemis says as she tries to read her father's notes over his shoulder. No, logias are difficult to trace. A paramecia would be good, both due to how common they are and because they don't have issues like logia or even zones do. Chaos argues. The artist pouts before shrugging and going to bother Chopper. Wonder if she thinks she's being stealthy. He thinks, then sighs and looks over to the land much like Luffy. Guys, there are more Marines on our tail. If Vivi doesn't show up soon we're going to have to cut our losses and book it. Usopp yells down, and as they say, speak of the devil. Guys. All heads turn, smiles bloom and even Usopp stops panicking for a second. Vivi, everyone cheers, seeing the brunette and her duck on one of the rocky outcrops on the edge of the shore. You made it. Luffy bounces onto the side of the ship. So, made your choice yet? Vivi smiles, even as her eyes sparkle with tears. I spent a lot of time thinking, even spoke to my father and Igaram, and I realized I needed to follow my destiny. This sentence had more than a few of the Straw Hats lose their smiles, not Luffy though. In fact his got bigger as the princess climbed onto Karoo's back. My home will always be the sands of Alabasta, but my journey with you has shown me that my heart was calling for the ocean. I will be a Straw Hat, if you'll have me, my captain. There was an odd tone to those last 2 words, making Chaos and Nami smirk while Sanji felt the urge to crawl into a corner and weep. Of course Vivi, there's always room for you. Luffy laughs as he throws his arms back, stretching them out so they were long enough to shoot forward and wrap around girl and duck then yank them onto the ship. Karoo screaming right until she collides head first with Luffy, knocking them all onto the deck. We got our crewmate back, set sail for the next island. Luffy orders from under several pounds of duck and princess, mostly duck as Vivi had gotten out of the dog pile as quickly as she was able to. Karoo more annoyed about the grabbing and flying so was sitting on his chest glaring at him. Karoo up, no disrespecting the captain. Quack, she says, only if I'm not being used as fish bait ever again, is that okay Luffy? Chopper translates and asks, to which Luffy grins and scratches Karoo on the back of her head. That's fine, you're Nakama now, I wouldn't purposefully put any of you in danger. He says happily. Karoo nods and gets up. giving Chopper a close enough to a hug as she could, which had the reindeer wriggling around in embarrassment again. Vivi then stops and reaches into her dress. I almost forgot. Igaram gave me these. It seems that even though they're covering up your involvement in ending the Civil War, the Marines still upped your bounties in response to what happened in Alubarna. Seems like the bullshit they do, Zoro grumbles, then smiles as he's joined the ranks of Luffy and Chaos to have a bounty, solely as a Straw Hat, as in Alvida and the BW crew all had prior bounties in canon. Straw Hat, Luffy, 110 million feet Mirror Master, Chaos, 50 million. Pirate Hunter, Zoro, 60 million feet Iron Mace, Alvida, 12 million. Courier, Valentina, 10 million feet Bomberman, Victor, 18 million. Artist of Death, Golden Week, 7 million, holy shit. Nami yells, then proceeds to try slap every wanted idiot on the crew. Look what you've all done now. Hey, why did your bounty go up, Chaos? You didn't even do anything, Sanji complains. Most likely for collateral damage, the bomb I was carrying broke some windows and stuff. Can't tell people I saved the town from being vaporized and all that, so instead I get blamed for what did happen, Chaos says with a bored tone, until Artemis slaps her wanted poster on his face. Papa, look, I got a bounty, like you and Mama, she says with a wide grin. Why do I get the feeling your mother is going to kill me? He asks with a groan. 'Cause you're the smart one, like how Uncle Luffy is the luffy one, and Uncle Zoro is the sleepy one, Artemis explains. I'm pretty sure luffy isn't an adjective, Usopp whispers to Vivi, having come down from the crow's nest. Leave her be, you know the captain is quite indescribable, his name is good enough, Nami chuckles. Boom, oh yeah, Marines, wait, how are they gaining on us? Vivi asks. Don't know, Usopp, you're the shipwright of this ship, go fix the hull before we sink. The thief yells, causing the sniper to run, their medic following along with Alvida and Chopper. Well, he did, until falling over a large pile of metal spikes. When did this get here? He asks, confused and a little annoyed. Getting attacked by Marines 3 times in one day is very stressful. Oh, that, Usopp said to hang on to them when we pulled them out of the sides of the Mary, said they might be useful, Artemis explains. Zoro sighs. Well, they're the reason we're slowing down and the Marines are catching up. Luffy looks to Chaos, who raises an eyebrow before smirking. We can handle them, the captain says as his first mate stands. The Marines didn't know what hit them. One minute they were closing in on the Straw Hats, the next their ships resembled a pincushion as several volleys of iron lances skewered them. Is it weird I missed these crazy feats of strength in the 4 days it's been since anything bad happened? Vivi asks. Karoo and Chopper both try to take her temperature, while Luffy laughs, having made it a game for himself, Chaos and Zoro to see how many spears they could throw and how much damage they could do to the vessels. On Smoker's ship, glad to see you're up, Toshigi. Smoker greets as he reads the paper shirtless. Hey, it's his ship, he can do what he likes. Plus he rarely has time for fun, so watching the Bluenet try not to stare will do for now as he pours her a drink. Thank you, sir. She nods and takes the seat beside him. Spotting the bounties, quite a rise, for all of them, especially Roronoa. Smoker nods. Well, he did take down murderer Daz Bones. With your help. He smirks around his cigar. Impressed the girl had learned to cut steel, albeit unreliably for the moment. While in Alabasta, as well as be able to work with the man she seems so confused by, to deal with the real threat. You did good out there, Toshigi, prevented a crisis and everything. Hopefully enough to deal with the swordsman when we next find the Straw Hats. Toshigi nearly jumps when Shayer, having not heard the woman approach. But he is correct, and you do deserve the promotion. She smiles as Smoker grunts, while her fellow Bluenet blushes. Thank you, Miss Nylock. Anytime, so long as you earn it. Back with the Straw Hats, good news. It seems the Marines have stopped following us, Zoro calls, taking lookout duties as Usopp was still busy repairing the lower deck. Probably helps Luffy took a leaf out of Gramps' book and tossed their ammunition back at them, Chaos says, laughing by himself simply due to lack of information on the other's part. Looks like we're finally out of the woods, and onto the next step of the journey. Sure, Luffy answers with a grin, then stops. Wait, that's not a crewmate, but she does sound familiar. His brain begins to try process, but even he knows it's easier to just turn around to see the source of the speech. Hey, You're back on the ship," he yells, drawing the others' attention to the woman standing in the doorway. "This is a lot nicer than I'd expected it to. Sorry I didn't mention that last time I was here," Robin says with a lazy smile. "Miss all Sunday," Vivi yells, falling out of her chair. "Here to finish the job Crocodile started?" Nami hisses angrily, almost all the crew pulling out readying weapons. Robin rolls her eyes and Bloom's hands to disarm the Straw Hats. "Must we really do this again? To think these are the people to beat a warlord?" "How long have you been on the ship?" Vivi asks, her fingers itching to go for another slasher. "Since we left Alabasta," Robin and Chaos answer. "You knew?" The purpleette grins and taps his skull. "Devil fruit detector, or close enough Sessazy," he laughs. "Stop," Luffy commands, surprising everyone with the force, as well as the order itself. "Robin is why I'm still alive. She had an antidote to Crocodile's poison hook." "Mama, you saved the captain? Awesome," Artemis gushes with stars in her eyes, giving the others the answer to a question none thought to ask the strange artist. "Explains the protectiveness," Valentina mumbles, though still loud enough Vivi and Victor agreed. Even they noticed Miss All Sunday had been invested in Golden Week's condition and health, including breaking the arms and balls of a billion who tried get handsy with her. She then snapped his neck, but those parts tended to stick out as more important in retellings. "Hey mama, I got a bounty poster. I'm just like you now," she grins and Robin smiles, her entire demeanor appearing lighter even for just a moment. "You can show me later, sweetie, is that alright?" she asks and Artemis nods, looking pleased with herself. "Now you." Robin points to Chaos who blinks. "Back in the catacombs you did something serious, borderline unforgivable to me, and it's time to take responsibility for your actions." "Wait, that wasn't a dream. What'd he do? Wow, Shimmer works fast. Tall, dark and creepy got laid. You bastard better not have laid a hand on this goddess." "Mama no," Artemis cries as she leaps at Robin, practically head-butting her in the tit before being maneuvered to sit in her lap. "Don't hurt Papa, he hasn't done anything bad." A hand blooms and slips the hat from her head so Robin could run her fingers through the artist's hair. Foo. "Don't worry Artemis, though whether he did nothing wrong is a matter of perspective really. He saved my life in the royal tomb," Robin explains. A few crewmates gasp and Artemis quickly spins around to see her papa. "Is it true? Did you really save Mama like you said you would?" The redhead's eyes sparkle like jewels, getting even brighter when he smirks and nods. "Thank you Papa. You're the best." She cheers, then turns back and hugs Robin tightly. "As I was saying, given you're taking my life into your hands, I should probably stick around so you don't think I'm wasting your generosity." Robin's tone and smirk was teasing, but her eyes were unsure, clearly in unfamiliar waters here. "Wait a minute, you're inviting yourself onto our crew?" Alvida asks, equal parts confused and annoyed. "Of course, my daughter is already a full member of your crew, and how else is Chaos supposed to take responsibility if I'm not here?" Robin asks, as if it was obvious. "It's not that simple, you can't just walk onto a pirate ship and say," Nami begins but gets interrupted. "She can stay," Luffy states, causing Artemis to give a good imitation of a D grin, Robin to smirk and Chaos to once more laugh his ass off. "What?" 5 minutes later Luffy and Chopper laugh as they watch Robin's blooms wriggle in front of them. Meanwhile Usopp tries to intimidate her, or at least make her uncomfortable. "What do you do?" "I'm an archaeologist by trade, but I do have certain other skills I've picked up over the years, mostly killing. It's actually almost fun these days. I've learned to be quite good at rub-outs, and pay lip service easily in order to survive and get what I want." She smirks as the boy goes bright red. Not helped by the extra grinning mouth on her palm, you know. "As last tests go this is pitifully easy, at least the girl required a bribe," Robin complains. Zoro and Vivi sigh as like Robin said all it took was a bag of gems and their navigator was Team Robin. It also annoyed them that Alvida, Victor and Valentina weren't even trying to help them get Robin off the ship. At least they knew ahead of time Sanji would be a pushover. Robin does have the biggest set of he or any of the others had ever seen. "I'm guessing you're a late substitution, given the usual guy is already on my side." She smiles and her eyes wander to Chaos and Kaya, who were designated as the ones to watch the kids, here meaning Luffy, Chopper and Artemis. "That's not the point, you still need to pass the Usopp test," the sniper yells, until he gets called by Luffy. Chopper, the captain cheers, Robin's hands forming little antlers on his hat, causing Usopp to laugh and ease up on the archaeologist. Guess it's just you and me, Zoro, Vivi says, frowning as those were really poor odds. Can you both give it a rest already? Alvida groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. It's simple really, Luffy's the captain. He chooses who says and who goes. In case you don't know, princess, with the exception of Chaos, everyone before me didn't want to come along at the start, but they're still here. Chaos chuckles as he joins the conversation. You don't have to like our newest crewmate. There are times we all hate Sanji or Nami after all. Zoro nods even if he looks unhappy to do so. But unless she actually does something to warrant being booted off the ship, there's no point dragging your feet. Warrant? She tried to destroy my kingdom? She also lead you to Crocodile? Tried stab him in the back, didn't tell him where Pluton is despite knowing the location. Oh, and saved the captain's life. Vivi grits her teeth but remains silent. He wasn't saying get along with her. Just stop being a bitch about the new addition. Oh, and Zoro, if I'm wrong, I won't be apologizing on the tip of my sword. Though you'll be the one explaining to Artemis why you're throwing her mom off the ship. He slips past and heads to his quarters, returning with the crew's Den Den Mushi. A little later, again, I didn't know the Den Dens were speakers too, Nami says in surprise as Cobra's speech boomed from the snail. Vivi had been worried how he would handle her absence even though he said that he'd be fine. Got the gear in Alubarna before we left, just finished installing it in time for the speech, Chaos replies, smiling as the others listened in. Now I know you're all curious as to the location of our princess, my lovely daughter Vivi. After risking her life trying to return this country to order and find the cause of the turmoil, my precious girl deserves her rest, which is why she's gone off traveling the world with her betrothed, Alabasta's hero, Sir Monkey. The king's statement caused several spit takes and WTF from the crew of the Going Merry. Chaos being the notable exception is due to having a feeling this could happen was instead laughing his ass off. I can't be a hero. Hero's tea, Sir Monkey? That dim-witted bastard got himself a betrothed. It's nothing official of course, actually, Vivi interrupts, looking a little embarrassed and tapping her index fingers together. Father mentioned he would be considering it, but he also said that he'd discuss it with Luffy first, which he clearly didn't. Okay, Luffy nods, then turns to his grinning first mate, brother, hey Chaos. A captain can marry people, right? He asks, surprising everyone. Not if they're the one getting married, Lou. Chaos chuckles before Luffy does something which shocks even him, stretching out his arms. One removes Chaos' fedora while the other places his straw hat on the purplet's head. There, until further notice, you're the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, Chaos warns before sighing and reaching for his notebook, at least for the illusion of knowing what he was doing. Wait a minute. Alvida interrupts, are we not even going to discuss whether or not Little Miss Princess is worthy of the captain, the future Pirate King? Vivi chuckles, Alvida, how about we skip some heated words and actions we'll regret later and you just allow me to offer you the position of consort? Alvida blushes, I'd say I'm quite flattered, hold it, isn't consort noble speak for whore? She yells angrily, may have borrowed that idea from Measure Each Step to Infinity, can't remember 100%. It's a good FIC by the way, if any of my readers like Azutara. The brunette chuckles as she loops her arms with the smooth woman's, that's concubine, at least in Alabasta it is. Consort is like a marriage, in fact there's little difference on paper. Offhand the only thing I can think of that differs is your children will not be in line for the throne of Alabasta, or more accurately only Luffy's kids that I have will be considered royals of Alabasta. She clicks her tongue then shrugs, drawing a blank as rubber arms wrap around the duo and pull them to Luffy. It's settled. Chaos, do the thing. Luffy, you can't be serious. That shitty captain getting himself 2 girlfriends, Sanji grumbles. Actually 2 wives. Zoro corrects just to see the cook spiral further into depression. Actually allowing Robin to high-five him, his mood was so good right now. Chaos looks at Luffy's blank grin and groans. Luffy, are you sure about this? You don't need to jump straight into marriage. No, Vivi deserves an answer, not me avoiding the question. Luffy responds seriously. Everyone blinks at the statement, then look confused. The rubber boy takes a deep, calming breath before explaining, we're pirates. We could die at any time. Because of that I don't see the point in waiting around. Do I care about Vivi and Alvida? Yes. Am I in love with them? I don't know, I've never felt non-familial love before. Does the idea of being joined with these two lovely ladies make me giddy? Yes, and that's good enough for me? The girls awe as Vivi and Alvida kiss his cheeks, causing him to steam. Chaos chuckles then ruffles the girl's hair playfully, sidestepping a swipe from Alvida as he does, "Welcome to the family then girls. Nice to have someone else to keep Luffy out of trouble." He laughs as a look of fear flashes across their faces. Well, time to begin. Wait, don't you need rings and a lot of other things for this to be official? Like the idiot would know the first thing about marriage, or a wedding, Sanji grumbles, his jealousy obvious even without having to look in his direction. Luffy nods. "Next island we pass you can get any rings you want," he says, causing Vivi to chuckle. "Actually, as the princess, I'll be following tradition and wearing the royal ring as tradition dictates, to show the princess or queen is spoken for. I still think you deserve an actual ring, especially when it sounds like we're being married twice each," Luffy argues. "Fine, but we'll worry about that when we get to it, okay?" Luffy nods. Chaos, get to it like I said, the current captain sighs, but after arranging everyone properly he begins. "We gather here under Rao so that he may bless this union between Nefertari Vivi, Monkey D. Luffy and Alvida. Does anyone have any issues?" he asks, glad Zoro and Valentina had preemptively tackled Sanji so he couldn't do anything. "Great. Now Vivi, are you sure you want to marry Luffy? I can't give you any better offers, but I still have to ask," ignoring Sanji's "I'll marry you Vivi Swan," which was silenced by the gag unknowingly donated by, aka stolen from, Nami. Vivi chuckles. "Luffy is the one for me, and Alvida?" he asks, getting a smile from the brunette. "I can see the three of us making a good life for ourselves out on the sea." Chaos nods then turns, "Alvida, what about you?" The smooth woman smiles. "Luffy is the only man I've ever loved. I've made that fact clear before, and dear little Vivi has grown on me and found a place in my heart. Much like the Sand Princess, I can see a long and messy future ahead of us, but one we'll get through together, plus me and Luffy need a voice of reason every once in a while," she jokes at the end. Luffy nods. "If we're nominating someone for voice of reason, I'd say Nami, except she is easily distracted by money and like to hit people. Ow." Luffy whines, rubbing his head. "See?" Chaos chuckles and nods his head, but otherwise ignores Luffy's addition. "Messy I also see, it's the long part we're going to need to work on, the like you said together is key. Now Luffy, are you sure you want to tie the knot with Vivi and Alvida? It's a simple question that doesn't always mean a simple answer. I want these girls and they want me as well as each other. Sometimes simple answers are also the ones that make the most sense," Luffy says, pulling the girls closer who smile and kiss his cheeks again. "Besides, what's a king without his queens?" The D grin was infectious. Hey, control yourselves ladies," Chaos scolds, though his smirk refuses to leave his face, anyway. "As captain I deem this union legitimate, you may now kiss the brides and groom," he says, then alongside Zoro and Robin rather enjoyed the reaction, or more the amount of blood that left Sanji's nose when Alvida pulled Vivi into a very tongue-heavy make-out session, though it may have been the fact the princess took the kiss as an opportunity to cope a feel of the smooth woman's impressive rack, something which Luffy was laughing about alongside them. "Well, if that's over, we'd best be on our way. Don't want the honeymoon to take place in Marine headquarters now, do we?" Robin teases, snapping most out of their trance and getting things back to working over the ship. "Chaos, may I borrow the Den to inform my father of my change of status?" Vivi asks once the others had left. "Sure, not like I'm using it or anything," he replies. "Thanks. Also thank you for officiating the ceremony. You clearly put a lot of work into it." "How do you know?" he asks with a raised eyebrow. "Rao, bringer of life and watcher of the land. Very few islands still honor those kinds of traditions like that, and fewer the sun. Clearly you found something to do with your unrestricted access to the royal library. Such as how to open an Alabastan wedding ceremony." Chaos finishes. "I thought you'd appreciate the gesture given the only other thing from Alabasta on the ship is Kuru." Vivi nods, her eyes misty. "Thank you." Chaos smiles and ruffles her hair again. "Anything for my little sister. Now go tell your dad the news so he can do whatever nobles do when their kids elope with pirates." He shoos her away, chuckling when he hears the muttered response. "Even though I'm a pirate, I'm still a fucking dragon." then makes his way to the figurehead, where Luffy was sitting, after which he proceeds to jam the straw hat back onto his head. Tag, you're it. Luffy turns and grins at him. Don't mind if I do, 1 day since the last chapter ended. Hey Usopp, what ya doing? Chaos asks, curious as to why their sniper was hidden away in the ship, even if this area was his unofficial workshop. The long nose stops what he was doing and turns, oh, hi Chaos, just working on some equipment for our newest recruit. After seeing Nami's climb-attacked Vivi asked me to make her something just as good. He sighs. The problem is, Nami's weapon is still a bow staff. It just has some bells and whistles on it. I'm not sure how to improve Vivi's slashers, other than trying to strengthen her threads and sharpen her jewels. The researcher hums to himself, picking up something off the table. This is monofilament wire, correct? He asks, already tangling his fingers in a cat's cradle. Not that you could tell unless you really tried. Yeah, it's how she can hide the weapon in her clothes without anyone noticing. The stuff is practically invisible. Chaos nods. Then maybe what you need to do is, instead of making the blades sharper or the wires stronger, he pulls, the wires drawing blood wherever they crossed his skin, digging into the flesh until he activated his reflect armor. You give her a weapon that can't be seen, until it's too late. He smirks while Usopp panics. What the fuck? Seriously, with a Lubarna and now this, I'm really starting to worry. Are you trying to hurt yourself? The long nose asks and Chaos chuckles. Relax, this was the safer option. I know how much pressure I'm using because I can feel it and know where to stop. If I did it on you or someone else, there is always the chance I misjudge my own strength and you lose a finger. Or the entire hand. He spreads his arms, the wires snapping like thread against his armor. So me dripping blood on you table is a much better option than crippling our best ranged fighter. He looks down at his hands and grimaces. Usopp was right about one thing. Though the lad was too busy having a panic attack imagining Chaos doing that to his hands, Chopper was going to be mad he hurt himself again so soon. He then noticed the sniper snapped out of his panic attack, by another panic attack, O_O? Bark the purple, its eyebrow rises. We have a dog? He asks, Usopp running past him onto the deck. Up top Robin was giggling to herself while Artemis cuddled the large and slightly dopey-looking animal, looking content to just lie there beside the artist. It seemed Usopp wasn't the only one acting weird though, as Alvida, Victor, Valentina and Chopper all ran out when they heard the bark. The others followed due to curiosity as well as the fact the new thing was drawing the crowd. When did we pick up the stray? Nami asks, reaching to pet it only for Chopper to slap her hand away. Hey, what was that for? That dog, it's Mr. Fore's gun. It ate the dog fruit, model. Dachshund, Victor explains. As expected, those who weren't there for the fight with the Fours had a very simple question. How does a gun eat a fruit? Does it poop? Okay, everyone else had the obvious question. Luffy wanted to know just how alive the gun dog was. Artemis also had a different question. Lasso is so well behaved and he can fight, sort of. Can we keep him, Uncle Luffy, please? She gives a puppy pout while Lasso moves off her lap and sits at Alvida's feet. Bark, bark, bark. Please mistress, I'll be good, I'll even help you slay all your enemies. Just let me stay, Chopper translates. Seems the dog was animal enough for that to work. The heavy hitter clicks her tongue and turns to Luffy, who shrugs. It's you, he asked. Should we keep him? Can you alter your payload, or are they always going to be timed baseballs? Bark, I can make them whatever you need. The brothers grin, and both Nami and Vivi worry. Have something in mind, love? Luffy asks. Actually yes, a 2-stage detonator for one, Alvida answers. What's that going to do? Zoro asks, not understanding the point of Alvida's alteration. So it explodes the second time it hits something, or something hits it. Valentina's eyes widen, then she laughs. Kya kya kya. Oh my god, you plan to pitch those things at the enemy, don't you? Luffy must be rubbing off on you, she chuckles. So it's settled, we're keeping it? The captain asks again, getting a nod from the smooth woman. Okay. Welcome to the crew, Lasso. Luffy grins. Bark, thanks, I'm going to sleep now. Chopper translates, Lasso shivering before turning into the bazooka they're seen previously. So that was Mr. 2's gift, Vivi says, rubbing her eyes, but still laughing at the Okama's parting gift. Bon gave us a pet bazooka, such a nice friend. A few days later. So first we hit this storm, then nearly get blown up by marines. This is not our best day. Valentina complains as her and Nami keep the Mary on course. Relax, they can't get a clear shot in this weather, and by the time it calms enough for them to steady themselves we'll be long gone. The navigator replies. Besides, we're nearly at the island. We can restock the ship, and by the time we're ready to go the marines will have found some other idiot to chase. Or they'll wait around and try get us on the way out, or simply land and arrest us while on it, Kaya adds, cleaning her guns to try settle her nerves. You're making me look happy. You're not supposed to make the panicked person look happy, Valentina whines, only stopping when they all hear Usopp's land ho. See, now we can relax and cool off. No marines or crazy Grand Line shenanigans. Just one day of less crazy, Nami says with a sigh. Hannibal Island, a little later. I'm surprised we haven't been thrown out yet, Chaos muses, watching the plates pile up along with the volume of Luffy's fight with most of the crew for their food. It's a pirate bar, they're used to this level of stupid. Thank you Sanji, Robin replies, taking the coffee from their returning cook, before swatting Luffy's wandering hand from Artemis' plate. It seemed only Vivi was safe from their captain's reach, and that was because Alvida seemed to find the entire mid-meal fighting amusing and quite fun, even if her mace was too big to help keep her partners away from her food, though she did take as much as she lost. You're welcome Robin-chan, the blonde says with a charismatic smile before turning to Nami. How's the money situation looking, Nami Swan? The redhead sighs, not good, we have enough to stock up, even with Luffy, Alvida and Chaos stomachs, and pay for this meal of course, but once we do, there won't be many berry in the treasury when we set sail again. Zoro frowns, well that's a problem. Anyone got any plans for quick cash? Besides letting the witch do her thing and turn tricks on a street core, the swordsman chokes, a hand gripping his throat hard enough to cut off his airway. There is a child at the table. Vivi scolds, mostly because the hand's owner is too busy glaring at the idiot in blooming hands to cover Artemis' ears. Is it about Aunt Vivi being a stripper? Because she can't do that anymore now she's Uncle Luffy's? She asks, a little louder due to the impromptu earmuffs. Where did you hear that? Chopper asks, confused but also curious. I remember what Miss Wednesday used to wear. Was she not posing as a stripper, Mama? Artemis turns and looks at Robin, who sighs and releases her grip, ruffling Artemis' hair with her actual hand. No sweetie, Aunt Vivi was never a stripper. Don't worry about it Artemis. We thought the same when we first met Vivi too. But she was in disguise. Luffy explains, surprising a few that he was actually following the conversation. You okay there Nami? You look like you zoned out? Victor asks. Now Robin stopped trying to kill Zoro and they could all breath again. The navigator hums, I'm fine, though my money senses are tingling. If they're anything like Chaos Devil Fruit senses we might just leave this island with more money than we arrived. Valentina jokes, the purpleette smiles and nods, now interested in what they were going to do about their funding issue. Also glad Zoro decided to antagonize Nami as usual rather than direct the suggestion Robin's way, as none of them would have been able to help him with that mistake. Massaging his throat and coughing, Zoro turns and smirks to the redhead. So, did you see what I saw? Well, before I started seeing spots of course. Nami grins widely. Oh yes. Kids, I sense an adventure. That away? She points behind her, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Artemis smiling and now bouncing around happily. They're going to be like that all night at this rate. Alvida chuckles before draining her tankard. So, are we moving now, Captain? You betcha, lead the way Nami, to money and adventure. So with a little bit of chatting up the bartender and showing they were serious and not that worried about potential loss of life, Luffy actually looked excited. Both Nami and Vivi smacked him for that. The man finally gave in, showing them to a secret tunnel where the chance of a lifetime lay just beyond. He was tight-lipped about details, something which annoyed everyone but Chopper and Luffy, who was grinning dopily and being held back by Chaos and Zoro to stop him running down the tunnel before they were even finished being warned at. Other than the creepy weirdo at the end, the tunnel was boring and managed to simmer Luffy down enough he was just grinning rather than nearly bouncing off the walls. Whoa! Look at all the pirate flags. Luffy cheers, and he wasn't wrong. The massive chamber was full of both pirates and flags. Everyone happy and carefree, but Nami's money senses were also making her a wee bit paranoid. I see us losing more money, she grumbles, waving her hand in the direction of the bar, but nowhere to make money. "You could try right here, love," one of the scruffier-looking pirates says, leering at the navigator before getting kicked in the face by Sanji. "Maybe we should move, before he wakes up or his friends see us," Usopp suggests, getting nods from most of the others. "This place seems familiar. Give me a minute, it'll come back to me," Robin hums as she leans over the side, eyes scanning the entire area. Her eyes widen and she laughs. "Of course, the race." "Race?" the archaeologist nods. "It was quite a few years back. I was here with another pirate crew. This is the starting line of the Dead End Race. A race created by pirates, for pirates, no holds barred, everything goes. Quite a large prize if I'm not mistaken." She clicks her tongue, resting her chin in her hand as Nami's eyes turn to Barry. "Prize? How much? I need to know, woman." 300 million, Barry. The answer was supplied not by Robin, but Kaya, pointing to a banner stating this year's reward for completing the Dead End Race. "We're doing this race," Nami announces, getting cheers from Luffy and Chopper and a smirk from Chaos, having known the minute she heard the amount their navigator would lock them into this decision. Signing up was easy, though apparently they entered the island wrong and nearly gave the man taking their details a heart attack due to how blatant and obvious they were parking in plain view. Still, they were registered and now have an eternal pose to Parsha, the finish line for this year. After that, the group split a little, some of the crew remaining near the entrance where it was peaceful, while Luffy and the louder of the crew followed him down for more food, especially as it was free. "This is nice, all the food we could eat, and a race in the morning." Luffy cheers, continuing to stuff his face while he does. Things were pretty good, almost calm, until he started his usual food-stealing habit on a much larger crowd, grabbing the food basically the moment it left the kitchen. This stopped when his head was slammed into the table, splitting it in two, by some weirdo in a yellow jumpsuit. Apparently that was his signal for everyone to get a shot at the Straw Hat Boy. "You think you can just steal our food without consequence? Do you know who we are?" "No, we're Gaspard's crew," some guy with short pink hair answers. "Gaspard? Nope, never heard of him. He must be a really shitty pirate then." She, Luffy laughs. "God damn it, Luffy," Zoro and Valentina think, both face palming at their dumbass of a captain, as well as a little impressed he can cause so much of a mess without consciously trying. "You little shit, think you can disrespect us?" the man yells, shooting Luffy point blank in the chest. Well, that happened. For once he sounded unenthused, tilting his head just as the bullet rebounds, putting a hole in the wall behind the crowd. "Yeah, bullets don't work on me. Perks of being a rubber man." At this he smiles, then takes his shot. Gum pistol. The attack slams 5 guys into the wall, which was at least enough to make the others think before trying to attack him. "Anyone forget how strong Luffy is?" Chopper asks. "Because of how much of a dumbass he acts when not kicking ass?" "Yes, all the time," Valentina answers as she stands up, her captain and the guy who broke their table having turned the lower level into a bar brawl. Might as well enjoy herself, even if the idiot had left them here. Chaos sighs, head in hands as he grumbles, "I am seeing that right?" The others turn due to confusion and understand. Luffy riding a chain just behind a mob of very angry-looking pirates. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Nami asks, praying she was wrong. "Nothing, just having a fight. I didn't start it though, the guy who shot me did." Robin smiles. "Well, at least there's that, small mercies and all," she teases, pulling Chaos' hand off his face, while Artemis chuckles. "You and Alvida didn't kill anyone down there, did you?" Vivi asks in worry, not helped by Luffy's shrug as he rises. "Don't know, probably not," he answers, swinging around to avoid the falling pirates, before hopping onto the ship dangling from the roof. "That was fun. You're really light on your feet and bouncy. It was fun to watch you fight." The man, who had wavy light brown hair and a hook tattoo under her eye, smiles. "I'm glad I was able to amuse you. Not often I meet a man with 30 million on his head." 30? Guess he didn't get the memo, Luffy thinks, before smiling at the intent behind the comment. "You clearly know my name, so what's yours?" "Me? Why it's," he begins but gets interrupted by the pink guy from before, looking mighty pissed. "Don't think you'll get away with this just cause you've got 30 million. Our boss is way bigger with 95 million, he boasts." "Nice, even more than Crocodile," Luffy yells, "but less than me," he mentally grins. Take this seriously, you brat, Pinky shouts, swinging at Luffy, missing and cutting the string holding the boat up. Well fuck, thinking quickly, Luffy wraps his arms around both men and jumps, luckily managing to land on the tier directly below the boat, which now hangs from one side only. That was close, Luffy sighs, you saved us both, strange. Luffy shrugs, just felt like it, then turns when he feels eyes boring into the back of his head, huh. Pinky shrieks, Gaspard, what are you doing here? Do I need your permission to leave the ship? The blonde man with a weird-shaped head grunts. No, General Gaspard, it's just a surprise given you said you'd be drinking alone on deck. Gaspard hums, I don't know you, of course you do, I'm. No, a member of my crew wouldn't have this much trouble dealing with a no-name pirate. He waves his hand, his first mate tossing the man over the railing. You're a brat, but you've done well for yourself, join my crew. No, Luffy answers almost before Gaspard finished the question, I don't bow to trash. The man grits his teeth and moves to stand, ping, ping. Only for his hands to be pinned to the seat, one by an arrow, and the other by a white lance. Yah-aha, for someone who has been to a few of these. I guess you didn't get the memo, or it's not a thing anymore and Aunt Grima was here before the rule change. No killing the competition before the race. Luffy turns to the speaker. Seeing a man not much taller than him, short blue hair and a wide grin. An ornate captain's coat with a six-eyed design he was sure Robin or Chaos would recognize but went right over his head, and a deep blue shirt with black pants. On either side were a woman wireful eyes and a chest that was almost but not quite competition for Robin in size. Dressed in a dark green corset-like shirt and shorts along with thigh-high boots. A compound bow in her left hand. And a rail-thin man with messy bone-white hair. Iridescent blue eyes and a laid-back, almost bored expression. Dressed in a blue shirt and a black jacket with furry edges that reminded Luffy of Smoker. Gaspard winces as Needless pulls the projectiles out of his hands. Then steps back so his captain could stand. Do you know who I am, brat? The brunette hisses. Let me tell you, because it seems the general is just a big fish in a small pond. Nylock Morgan, captain of the Smile Pirates. Current bounty 270 million. 95 doesn't mean shit. Though 100 in less than a year does impress me, Straw Hat. I expect great things from you. As Gaspard moves to attack, Morgan unsheathes an inch of his sword. Enough for both captains to see the shimmering black edge of his blade. You were a Marine. I'm sure you know what this means. The world is a lot bigger than you think it is, Candyman. Your bravado doesn't impress a New World pirate. You think you can order me around, Garpade shouts, only for the woman to shoot another arrow, this one in his knee, while the man produces a white blade from, who knows, nicking the side of his first mate's throat before he can go for his claws. Yes, I do. Save it for the race, Morgan answers, still smiling before his subordinates relax with a wave of his hand. I presume you're going to say he's not worth killing, the woman thinks aloud, to which Morgan laughs. No, sweet Nori, I just don't want to break the rule, I just told him not to. He has till tomorrow to get his affairs in order, that is all. The man beside him chuckles, then stops when he sees the man beside Luffy. Well, didn't expect the pirate executioner to be at one of these. The race really does attract all kinds, eh, boss? Morgan nods. Shariah, I won't repeat myself. Whoever you're here to kill can wait till tomorrow. Luffy looks positively giddy as he bounces over. You guys are so cool. Who are you? He asks. I already told you my name. This is my navigator, Nocturne Nori, and my first mate, Comic Century. Yo, Century waves, which Luffy returns. Pleasure to see a D in real life. Also, I saw your girlfriend tearing her way through a good portion of the idiots still on the ground floor. Luffy raises an eyebrow. That's not my girlfriend, that's my wife. Morgan blinks. You're married to the blonde? Or the one with the mace? The one with the mace and the light blue-haired one, Alvida and Vivi. I think Valentine's with Bomberman, but I never thought to ask and I doubt it matters, Luffy answers, to which Nori chuckles. Oh, it must be interesting on your ship, kid. Actually yes, though keeping it from falling apart is a chore and a half. Just ask Nami and Usopp. Chaos, Luffy cheers, seeing the Reflect human along with Robin, Sanji, Vivi, Nami and Artemis walking towards him. Come meet my new friends, they're so cool. You have the Devil's Child on your crew. Interesting, Century notes. getting a jab to the ribs by Nor's bony elbow. "Oh sweet goddess of the snow, allow me to prove my love to a beauty such a." Sanji's usual routine is interrupted when Century produces blades with a twist of his wrists and lock them in an X scissor shape against the blonde's throat. The captain doesn't like people flirting with his woman, and I don't like idiots gawking at someone I see as a sister. So you keep that in mind and remember where Nor's eyes are, or next time, I take the head that's doing all the thinking. Yo ho 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 ho. Century removes the blades when he sees the cook understands, then steps back to Morgan's right side. Robin raises an eyebrow and turns to Chaos. "I didn't realize that fruit was back in circulation." Chaos nods, though it seems the white-haired man heard them. "It was my father's. He was a good man and pirate, but an even better father. When he passed, it only seemed right to honor his legacy by being the next holder." Century answers the question in the two's eyes. "So we have Smiler, Bone Daddy, and Deadshot, all in paradise. Why is that?" Chaos asks, Luffy looking curious himself. Morgan chuckles, "For the race and to see if anything strong is in this side of the Grand Line. After all, your crew is mostly East Blue natives and look what you've done. We actually did pick up a nice Gaul with a passion for smithing the last time we passed through." "Captain." The blue net turns and sees a girl with deep crimson hair, tied up in pigtails and well-maintained though still light armor running up to them. "We're signed up and ready to go. And Forrest thought I couldn't handle a simple task, huh?" Nori smirks behind her hand. Actually the dog just couldn't be arsed doing it, as well as wanting to avoid drunken idiots flirting with them. Century corrects, causing the girl's face to drop until Morgan grips her shoulder. "Don't worry Severa, you did good, plus we all know Forrest's not the most social of people." Severa giggles. "It probably doesn't help I think the corset's too tight." Her voice is practically a whisper most days. "True, but I'm not going to tell my crew what to wear. Actually while you're here, where are Ren and Kiel? I was sure they were with you when we left." Severa shrugs. Ren headed back to the ship. Decided things were too loud and messy for him tonight. And Kiel was in the middle of a drinking contest last I checked. Though knowing her she's probably in the middle of that brawl on the ground floor. Nori giggles and Morgan rolls his eyes. "Sounds like her. Well, it was nice meeting you Straw Hat and some of his crew. Good luck with the race tomorrow. And try not die." He waves and turns to leave, the other three following on his heels. "So, that's a new world level pirate," Artemis hums. "Yep, and he didn't even need to do anything to beat up Gaspard. His crewmates did it with barely any effort." Luffy praises, still grinning like a fool. "Gaspard?" Nami gasps. "What did you do?" "Nothing. Just didn't accept his offered demand to join his crew. He got mad and Morgan's guys got involved. Nothing more." "Well, he's the favorite to win this year. I bet he's glad it's not a fighting tournament or else he'd be in deep trouble," Vivi says, getting nods and a few smiles from the group. "We should probably get the others and head back to the ship. Nobody wants to sail hungover," Kaya suggests. The group nod and make the trek down to the ground floor, finding Alvida, Zoro and Valentina content and eating once more at one of the few surviving tables, waving goodbye to a woman with short teal hair as they arrive. "Morning, everybody ready?" Nami yells, smiling as she gets affirmatives from the various members unrolling the sails, raising the anchor and ensuring all their equipment was secure for sailing. She then frowns as she looks down at the eternal pose they'd been given. It's still pointing at the mountain. "Why?" she thinks aloud. "Maybe we're on the wrong side," Kaya suggests. "After all, we are the only ship in sight." "Maybe the others just got lost," Zoro says with a shrug. "Like Zoro? Bite me swirl bro." Robin chuckles and steps between the cook and swordsman. Boy, no need to fight, we're just not at the starting line yet." Luffy frowns, but the guy said the starting line was the town. "True, but it's actually over there, on the mountain. All the other ships are on the other tributary rivers leading up to it." "Up to, we're meant to go up the mountain?" Vivi yells. "Just like Reverse Mountain, only smaller," Alvida summarizes, worrying Nami. "But we have a massive current for Reverse, and there will be one for this, along with a strong gale. The two combined will get us to the top of He Mountain, and with it the starting line of this year's dead-end race." "Okay then, Nami, get us to one of the mountain rivers." The navigator pinches her nose before nodding. The sooner they get through this race, the sooner she could receive those 300 million berry. Approx 2 minutes later, Holeading about a gale. Victor shouts as the Mary shoots forward like a bullet, into the tunnel directly in front of them, then more or less straight up the mountain. This is almost better than Reverse Mountain. Luffy cheers, laughing as the land rushes past them, or the other way around. The ship levels out a little but continues to ascend when it reaches a village area, where many of the locals had come out to cheer them on as they passed. This race is a really big event for them, Chopper guesses, smiling again now they weren't at risk of falling off the ship. While it's rather sporadic, they celebrate when it comes around. Robin explains, the race has no set time, it was lucky we arrived when we did. Then braces herself as the ship begins ascending once more proper. And now we're going straight up, it really is Reverse Mountain again, Kaya sighs, lying back on the wall of the Mary's cabin, Usopp beside her. Well, it's a lot smaller, so should be over quicker, he tries comfort her. True, except as this shows, steep climb, most likely followed by a sheer drop. Valentina adds, causing the sniper to panic and the medic to chuckle at his flailing. They finally reach the top, everyone gasps, marveling at the sunrise from this angle, before remembering something, the Mary can't fly. Damn it Luffy, Nami, was the collective thoughts of the crew. As gravity took hold once more and the Mary descended rapidly, it was a bit of a bumpy landing, but neither Mary nor the crew were hurt, so no complaints here. And now the race could begin proper laughing face. And now we begin the insanity. Victor fire both cannons. Chaos orders, the bomb man doing so with a shrug while the others were confused. What the hell? Nami yells, getting as close to Chaos's face as their height difference allowed. No rules and the Mary is a small and fragile ship. I'm merely setting off a new preemptive strikes. The researcher shrugs. The clicks to lasso. Alvida, want a little training with your new pet bazooka? Is this really the time? I want to watch the race? Luffy whines. I meant the dog. Oh, Luffy blinks and Vivi turns crimson while Alvida laughs and picks up her mace. That was more than I needed to know, Zoro sighs, then smirks when he sees Sanji crying in a corner. So, timed explosions or two-stage detonation? Chaos asks as lasso shifts into its hybrid form. Stick to the timed explosions, need to work on my aim after all so as to not accidentally blow up the ship in the process. Yosh. Bark 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 boom. Well, besides the one that missed you entirely and hit the ship full of old guys, I'd say you're doing pretty good. Usopp grins and gives her the thumbs up, given he was their ranged specialist that actually made feel happy to be told. Guys, we have a problem. Nami points to the broken ship directly in front of them. Can't we go around it? Luffy asks, what do you think we're trying to do? Valentina and Chopper yell from the cabin. Well, if we had to go through it, maybe another repeat from Reverse Mountain will give us the hand we require, Chaos suggests, waving his arm in Luffy's direction. The captain frowns for a moment, trying to think before it hits him, Nami's fist to the back of his head. I've got it, he yells, running off the front of the Mary just before it hits the ship. Gum Gum Balloon. The idea works, Luffy's expanded body being the perfect buffer between their ship and the wreck, allowing them to ramp over the ship and into the air. Once the Mary left the ground, Luffy shot out his arm and grabbed the back, pulling himself back onto the main deck. That's one problem dealt with, but we still have the landing, Sanji shouts, and he was right. Their ship was about to make a collision course with the ground. I believe it's my turn to save our skins, Robin offers with a smirk and crossed arms. Grand Fleur bloom after bloom forms and shoot from the side of the Mary and each other, forming a rudimentary arm and pulling the going Mary back into the river. Huh. So Robin's giant bloom powers weren't a time skip ability, though refining them was. That was awesome, let's do it again. Luffy grins, then gets hugged by Vivi. I'm good, no need to worry. Well, now we're left the river, the race begins proper. The only thing we need to worry about now are the other pirates, Zoro says, trying to be helpful. Should I reload the cannons? Victor asks, getting a nod from Usopp. Probably best to be safe, the long nose says, moving to help their demolition expert. Bang, thump, crash, what was that? Nami asks as the door opens and Chaos comes out with a kid in his arms. We got a stowaway, can anyone with medical experience check him? I may have kicked him a little too hard. You're you know that right? The navigator huffs at him as Chopper and Kaya examine the kid. And thanks to the brat having shitty aim, I still have mine. Luffy, Usopp and Alvida chuckle, you got shot in the? Almost, like I said, the kid luckily couldn't hit a barn from inside it. Robin nods, it's a good thing you're so tall, the kid aiming at that level would have killed our doctor had he found her instead of you. Chaos frowns, thanks, I think. Wait, did you say she? Papa found a new kid, I'm not being replaced am I? Artemis asks, lighting tugging on Robin's pants as she does. Did Chaos start this relationship by kicking you unconscious? Chopper asks, both curious and a little worried. No, he kind of just let me use my yellow on him and we talked. Then no, he's not taking the new kid as his daughter, you're still his one and only. Kaya soothes verbally, while Robin's hand on her head soothes her physically. You're all I need, Artemis, besides, I've never called you a brat now have I? No, you've called Uncle Luffy it though. Vivi chuckles, well your Uncle Luffy acts younger than you do sometimes, she explains. At this point the kid wakes up, groaning as they sit up. Ow, what happened? You shot my brother in the, almost, you rubber-brained idiot. Zoro groans, this was going nowhere, mind telling us why you're on our ship? Zoro, he's weak and injured, and I don't mean what Chaos did. He needs time to res. To kill you? The kid states quietly, but given they were all gathered around them everyone heard. I was trying to kill you and make some money. Usopp nods, well, 7 of you guys have bounties so you probably would make a fair amount, mostly joking. That doesn't explain why you picked our ship, Nami continues. Well, we are getting popular these days. Valentina grins. The Straw Hat Pirates. So big we're big news even in the New World circles, kyahaha. No you weirdo, your ship looked small and weak-eyed though it would be easy to kill you, the kid retorts. He's right about small, but you really shouldn't judge a crew by their ship, Chaos hums, while Luffy laughs, annoying the brat. Don't laugh at me, I will kill you. And then, he stops when a gun gets tossed into his hands, the same gun Gaspard gave him. You want to show you're a badass, kill the captain with that gun. Robin orders, take out, Straw Hat, Luffy, a boy with 100 million bears on his head. The kid gulps but points it, Luffy not even seeming interested, and fires. As would be expected the bullet hit him, stretched the surrounding area and shot back, flying out into sea somewhere. What are you? As Robin said, Monkey D. Luffy, Rubberman and future Pirate King. The kid gasped. You ate a devil fruit, like Captain Gaspard. So he's the one with the sickly sweet scent. It was either him or his lackey. Chaos shrugs. So, now we're done traumatizing children, can we talk about why you're, oh crap they passed out again. The purpleette sighs. I'll put them to bed. Thank you Chaos-san, yeah, sometime later. Hey guys, there's a ship behind us, really, but I thought we were in last place? Guess they're in real last place she, boom. Luffy gets bounced back, currently holding a cannonball in his hands, I'm getting a lot better at this. Chaos whistles, damn Luffy you really do have arms like Gramps. No, my PS are solid muscle, how else could he be the fist? Luffy argues, cocking his arm back before tossing the cannonball back at the other ship, tearing through its cabin. Well, they're officially pissed at us. Now what? Artemis asks, Karoo hiding behind her fearfully. Now I kick some ass, Luffy answers, only to be held back. Chill Captain, these riff-raff aren't worth your time. Give us a turn, Victor states calmly, adjusting his shades and blowing into his gun. He's right, some of us need to distress and cut loose, and kicking ass is one of the most fun ways. Alvida grins, mace already on her shoulder. Vivi nods, it's almost sad having someone as strong as you beat them down. Luffy blinks, Vivi, where are you going? Onto the ship of course. The rubber boy tilts his head and turns to Chaos. Didn't we assign her as diplomatic relations? I'm still surprised you can both say and understand those words but yes? Luffy grins, great. He then turns to Vivi. You already have a job, finding out what the kid knows. But he's unconscious. We still need to find out why one of Gaspard's crew was on our ship. Nami adds having come out to see the commotion. Exactly, and one of Morgan's, Chaos adds, finding this conversation more interesting than whatever Sanji and Zoro were arguing over. Yay, wait what? Nami retorts, though it came out as more of a strangled yelp, making Chopper, Karoo and Lasso groan and wince. Chaos sighs, seriously, Am I the only one who saw that? He points up, drawing attention to the bird on top of the cabin. After looking at it, the crew couldn't help but agree. How did they miss a creature that looked like it had fallen into a rainbow backwards a few times over? Though the strangest thing was the colors didn't follow the feathers or anything physically about the animal. As if the details were only added in after. The only exception were eyes the color of emeralds, staring unblinking at them. What is that? Zoro asks. Toso Chirashi, Chaos answers. Depliant paint, Robin answers. Huh? Was the collective response, causing Robin and Chaos to sigh before translating. Painted flyer, the bird caws and almost looks to be smiling, before closing its eyes and sleeping. So that is one of Morgan's crew? Kind of a lazy bird guy? Luffy mumbles, while Chaos chuckles. It would if that were the actual crewmate, but it's not. It's a construct created from his devil fruit. The Pinto Pinto no Mi, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, so it's a mystery crewmate. Don't strain yourself, Lou. Worry about the bird while Victor, Queen 2 and I deal with these idiots. Zoro, you guard Queen 1 with your life. Got it? Be the guard dog you were meant to be. How about I bite you, dartboard? Zoro grumbles, then smiles when Vivi scratches him behind the ear. Why is she Queen 1? Alvida asks, frowning. Luffy had to get with her, as they were betrothed, while he chose to be with. Though you still joined after Vivi in that sense, Sanji explains before the trio hop onto Vigro's ship. Really between Sanji's kicks, Victor's explosions and Alvida's whack-happy macing the ship didn't last longer than 2 minutes, before they had to be retrieved from the sinking mess of wood and bodies by Luffy. See Luffy, weaklings the lot of them. Nobody fun to fight. Usopp comforts their captain who sighs but nods. I hope we run into someone strong, someone I need to fight, he huffs, before Nami smacks him on the back of the head. You dumbass, you just jinxed us. Oh, whoops. A couple hours later. Crap, what did Luffy do now? Thought several of the crew as they ran to check on their screaming navigator. What's wrong, Nami Swan? Sanji asks, his eye burning protectively. The pose is fake. It's set for Navarone, a marine stronghold. So we're fucked? Pato, nice to see you finally noticed. I was beginning to worry, though the captain had faith the entire time. They look up to see the bird speak. This was Gaspard's doing, wasn't it? Luffy asks, the bird nods. Correct, Straw Hat. It's why Morgan had Nori toss the pose and follow the salamander the moment we left the island. She's had it locked in the entire race and it paid off once he broke away from the rest of the racers. Luffy frowns. This bastard needs a good ass kicking. Where do we find him? Also, who am I speaking to? Vivi face palms, while Nami looks to Chaos with a "see what he's done" expression on her face. Just follow my bird, I call it back and it will lead you straight to us. As for my name, it's Ashton Renaissance, known as the Painter, simply because of my devil fruit, much like Century as well as Marco the Phoenix. When you beat him, will you save my grandpa? You're awake? Chopper squeaks. Seeing the kid standing in the doorway, looking smaller than even before. What's this about your grandfather? Valentina asks. He's not my real grandfather, but he saved me. He's all I have. A lot of the Straw Hats understood. Their bonds to family not simply limited by blood. He's sick, but because the guys on Gaspard's ship say he's not one of them, they won't give him any medicine. He'll die without it. So you snuck aboard, hoping to make some money to buy medicine yourself? Nami asks. Seeing a little of herself in the kid. Much smaller scale in terms of the goal, but doing something bad to get money and protect those you care about. It tugs at the strings of her black heart and her money purse. Well, we better get going. Doesn't seem fair for the general to wait around for his ass kicking. Usopp, release the ravens. The long nose looks confused. Throw the paint bird out the window. Oh, he does, the construct flying a circle around the ship before heading home. Nami and Valentina maneuvering the ship to keep the bird directly above Mary's head as far as they could see. Meanwhile, are we really letting that idiot fight Candyman? Nori asks with a frown, her bow resting on her shoulders as the general beats Shiraya black and blue. It gives them both something to do. Morgan replies with an uncaring wave of the hand. If you want to make sure they can't escape, feel free. At that the archer flashes a feral grin and notches an arrow. Her iris glow for a moment, followed by the arrow tip. Lock down, the arrow flies true, hitting the center of the paddle wheel and digging in a couple inches. The indigo pulse that spreads from it causing the entire wheel to lock up and seize. With only one functioning paddle, the salamander begins to tilt and spin, but it was going nowhere under its own power for a while. Anyone have a preference about what they want to do with these weaklings? Morgan asks, walking to the side of the ship. I just want him dead, Nori answers. Wrecking the ship should be fun. I'll remain here and guard the grinning Naga. I'll sit this one out. Also, the Straw Hats are on their way. Morgan turns to the final speaker, ash blonde hair under S beret, striped shirt and a content smile on his face. His green eyes a little hazy, a sign he was watching through his art. Never doubted them for a minute. Morgan clicks his tongue, resting his hand on his palm. You know, after hearing about them beating Crocodile, I'd rather like to see how they deal with a logia, firsthand. Nori pouts, so I won't. Oh, you can kill him if you want. Just let the kids have some fun first. They are the worst generation after all. We might as well see who we're leaving our titles to. At that the archer and first mate grin. Seeing a supernova in the making was definitely a fun experience. And they were seeing a few at once. Renaissance's bird appeared, melting and being drawn under his coat, just before the Straw Hats make their prescience known as only their captain can. Gaspard. Ren turns to the steamship. Morgan, Century, Severa. You all wanted to play, right? He asks, paint dripping from his fingers. Yes, we did. The artist smirks, then throws his hand out, a black tendril shooting out and sticking to the other vessel, linking them when he places the hand on their starboard and spread it, for me. Good luck. He nods, noting the devil fruit user went first, then Severa and finally the captain, Ren letting the tether snap on his end and follow them over once Morgan's feet hit the deck. This should be fun, he thinks, the paint forming a blotchy black and red dog, which swelled to the size of a Saint Bernard. Well, we're here. What now? Kaya asks, hands on her revolvers just in case she was needed. Luffy, make sure they have the welcome mat out for us, will you? Nami asks with a smile and a bat of the eyes, Chaos chuckling behind her. Okay then, gum gum pistol gum gum rocket. The rubber boy plows through the pirates on deck, landing just in front of Gaspard, the man looking unimpressed and a little annoyed. I'm Luffy, I'll be delivering an ass kicking today. You think you can fight me? This is what happens to men who get that kind of idea in their heads. He points down to Shiraya, the bounty hunter looking on the verge of passing out, beaten bloody and broken. But you may be able to sat my boredom, in a way this race was unable to. Could have just come to the new world, we'd have kicked your ass for free, Morgan jokes, his dodges looking easy, while Century's hand slips effortlessly into a man's shoulder, then stabbing him in the throat with a small piece of bone. But then he wouldn't be able to act like he's the big tough guy. Our doctor could kick his ass, and they almost never leave the ship, the blue-eyed man taunts, knowing he was right when a vein pulses in Gaspard's neck and he jumps at him. I'll show you a weakling, he shouts, Century grabbing at his face while he sidesteps the punch, though frowns when all her gets for it is a handful of goo. Well, that didn't go how I expected, he grumbles, then gets punched in the back and slides over to the rest of the former Marine's crew. I'm guessing you were trying to remove Gaspard's skull? Morgan turns and sees Chaos, Sanji and Zoro hop onto the ship, the swordsman with a child on his back. Yep, his fruit enables him to pull bone from the body and form it into weapons. When pulled from his own body it's fine, practically clones itself, but straight up remove the object when used on others. The captain explains, his sword unsheathed and slices through his opponents like it was glass. He is right here, Century grouches, removing a femur and batting some cannon fodder off the ship. Also Straw Hat looks kind of stuck. Chaos and Sanji turn, and like other man said, Luffy was currently trying to remove his fist from Gaspard's currently green chest. My fruit is the aim no am I. My body now has the consistency of candy syrup when I chose. It is a good trap, so I can't miss, Gaspard gloats before punching Luffy repeatedly, the man's body stopping Luffy from going anywhere no matter the strength behind the hit. We need to help him, Vivi yells. This is Luffy's fight, if you interfere directly he'll just kick your ass later. Plus what can you do against a man who is immune to melee attacks? Chaos scolds her, then smiles when someone else does follow the advice. My nose fancy cannon. The projectile hits Gaspard in the side of his head, blowing up a good 40% of it. The bad news was the man in a logia, so the green goo that was his head reformed with the same smug, punch me in the face, look it had previously. Well, I'm out of ideas, but Luffy wasn't. Rapid firing pistol, bell and axe, all of which did minimal damage as would be expected, followed by Gum Gum, Munch Munch, which probably should have worked, but the expression on Luffy's face before spitting an angry Gaspard out showed even if it was candy syrup, the man tasted disgusting. Despite how things looked, it was a pretty tame and even fight. Luffy's rubber body ignored blunt force, and Gaspard's logia form ignored all damage, until the man reformed his arm into a candy spike and tore a hole in Luffy's hat. Well, he's not leaving this ship alive. Chaos sighs, backhanding Pinky into a wall, then jumping back, allowing the poor unfortunate to get impaled on a bone meringue courtesy of Century. Morgan shrugs. He wasn't going to anyway. Then gasps when Luffy's next punch made the Candyman bleed. Oh Luffy, you're going to rock this world to its core one day, aren't you lad? He thinks, turning to the mud that barreled through about 5 of Gaspard's goons. What the hell is that? Zoro asks, the beast turning emerald eyes on the man and growls. Ren's best attacker, I'm trying to convince him to call it Baskerville, but for now it's Ban. Century answers, pinning people down with his finger bones and leaping over Morgan with a laugh. We done yet boss? Nori would kill you if we're still here when the cyclone hits. Cyclone? Morgan nods. Yep. They're pretty common in this region. And given the fact your navigator looks about ready to die herself, I'm betting she's noticed it too. Ren, tell Nori to get ready and line up the shot. He's done once. Luffy's had enough. The Hound nods, his master grinning wider as he stands up from the deck of the grinning Naga. Guys, get back to the ship, right now. Nami screams, just as Luffy is shot from one end of the salamander to the other. There's a cyclone heading this way. We need to be ready to leave. Hell, we should have already left. Should someone tell Luffy? Chaos asks as he jumps back down to the Mary's deck, or even Sanji. What about my grandfather? The kid asks, looking about ready to jump back on board themselves. Well, hopefully he's almost done. Nobody should be able to walk away from that. Usopp points over to the battle, where Luffy had just impaled Gaspard with the last remaining mast of the ship. Luffy, the rubber boy, turns, surprised to see Sanji running over with 2 large sacks on his shoulders. Here, you'll need these. The cook tosses the bags, knowing Luffy wasn't leaving until Gaspard was beaten, and given he was a logia that would take a while. What are they? Not important. Just do to him what you did to Crocodile. The currently Straw Hat-less boy nods and turns to the now reformed Gaspard. This ends now, Luffy swears, then yelps as he leaps out of the way of Gaspard's candy claws, tearing the bag and covering everything in the vicinity in flour. Okay. Why did Sanji give me food ingredients? He thinks, right until he punches Gaspard again and knocks the guy over. How? You shouldn't be able to touch me. Guess I found your other weakness besides the normal one. Flour makes you solid, and if you're solid one can punch you. Luffy smirks and demonstrates by slamming his fist into the former Marine's face. Okay Straw Hat, you've had your fun, Morgan thinks, walking to the edge as he gives a signal to the Hound. In response, Ren jumps to the top deck where Nori is waiting. Take the shot Nori, though before you do, a few parting gifts, just to ensure he sinks. The painter grins, handing her an arrowhead made of bone, with electric blue lines interlaced in it, causing the woman's eyes to widen. Seriously, he infused it and it's still active. Ren nods and summons some paint, wrapping around the bone to form a shaft and fletching for her arrow, the energy within giving a few green lines to add to the blue. Boss said make sure he's dead. We're making sure even the best logia can't stand after you hit him. Nori gives a very shark-like grin, then takes the arrow, notches it and pushes her own haki into the projectile, adding indigo stripes to the other 2. Say goodbye Candyman. She purrs, a crosshair forming around her left eye. Lock on. You think this can stop me? In this world there is only the strong and the weak. I am strong and I will prove it when I beat you into the ground, and toss you into the sea. Gaspard's threat was cut short, mostly due to the arrow entering his head through his right eye and leaving the back of his head through the left side. The man gurgles a little blood, but keels over with little fanfare, though his parting gift was noticed by one eagle-eyed pirate, and made its way into a certain mirror master's hands. He's dead, Luffy sighs, partly from relief as he nurses the woe bastard's candy spikes. That he is, the rubber boy turns to see Morgan beside him, offering him a hand up. Let's go. Your ship has already moved. They're a lot more vulnerable in this storm than mine. He chuckles and sees Century had already grabbed the bounty hunter like he told him to. No reason to let him die with this ship. Helping the boy up, the two smile pirates nod, and just before anything else can happen. Bang! Come on idiots, we have to move before we all die. Severa yells, already running across the ropes shot over to link the two ships, the old man unconscious on her back. Captain? Follow the redhead. There's nothing left here to worry about, Century nods. Forrest should be able to patch up both guys easy. They'll pass them over to the Straw Hat crew later. He didn't mention seeing the captain grab a broken hat, as it was none of his business. The next day, this is the only place the Straw Hats could have stopped, meaning we shouldn't have long to wait before running into them. Nori states as the ship docks, we're close enough with no port. Luffy was standing beside her, as were the old man and Shiraya sitting a little further back. Forrest was a miracle worker at times, but even so those two looked rather beat up. The medic was currently explaining to them how they needed to refrain from doing anything strenuous and idiotic, looking kind of cute, frowning and hands on flared hips. Thanks for this, and also, Luffy points to his head, the captain with a little help from Kiel of all people having fixed his hat up good as new, or close enough. Morgan laughs as he hears that, "Yah-aha, did you really think I'd deprive you of your symbol? It's an unspeakable crime to even consider it." He clutches his heart, Ren and Pyro giggling in the background, until Nori head slaps her lover. "Ow," he whines. "Behave then, Luffy." The boy looks up, displaying a full D grin when he sees Vivi and Alvida calling to him from the Mary. "Guess that's your ride. We could take the kid and these two with us to the next island. Keep the heat off you if nothing else," Morgan offers, getting a nod from the three involved. "I'll go get her," Luffy says, stretching and grabbing the girl, screaming the entire flight until she lands in her grandfather's arms. There we go. A family reunited. Yosh. Well, see you around, Morgan. I'll get past your bounty one day. Gum Gum Rocket. Oh, I hope you do, Luffy. The waves you're making are going to keep things interesting for years to come, Morgan says to himself, though he sees Nori and Ren nod out the corner of his eye. A few hours later, so, this may not be the best time, but I felt we should get this over and done with as soon as possible, Chaos explains, placing a tangerine on the table, one that was now a dark amber yellow, as well as covered in swirls. Is that? Gaspard's aim no am I? Most likely, but unless anyone eats it there's no way for us to be sure, the purpleette answers, then looks around the room. Now I gathered everyone here. Well, besides Nami, to figure out what we're going to do with this. He waves his hands in the fruit's direction. Well, either someone can eat it, or we can sell it on. Robin lays out the options, keeping things straightforward. Nami will want to sell it, especially after missing out on that 300 million prize money, Zoro adds, realizing pretty quickly why Chaos left the redhead out of the loop, as far as this discussion went. Pretty much. Now, there are 7 people who can eat this fruit, and I'm offering it to 6 of you. Again, because Nami will reject it out of hand and just demand we sell it. Zoro shakes his head. My skill is with swords. There's no need for me to eat a devil fruit. Find me a better sword and I'll listen though. I'm a sniper. This kind of thing is more a close-range kind of attacker. Even if it's a logia, I'd rather not be somewhere that I need to be intangible, Usopp chimes in. Luffy looks at the blue net on his lap. What about it, Vivi? Candy powers. You could make syrup slashers, he suggests, trying to see the girl's reaction. Not to mention making some things a lot more fun between us, Alvida whispers, giggling with Luffy when her face turns bright red. No, I don't think this fruit is for me. But I do thank you for the gracious offer. Crunch. Ah, they were right about the taste, moldy honey for sure. A pin drops as all eyes turn to Kaya, the half-eaten tangerine in her hand. Kaya, Usopp gasps the blonde pinks. I wanted to be stronger. I wanted to contribute and not be a burden. And now you're leaking all over the floor, Artemis deadpans. The girl looks down and yelps, her lower half having melted into a golden yellow goo, which looked to have the consistency of honey. Well, this can't go badly, Luffy says sarcastically, while Kaya slams her head into the table, not even making a proper thump as she does due to her new candy body. As long as something very important is remembered. Slap Usopp growls and Sanji had to be restrained as Chaos practically bitch slaps the medic onto the ground. Logias aren't like Paramecia, you aren't always syrup like Luffy is always rubber and Alvida is always smooth. Eventually you can be like Crocodile, able to reflexively transform when in danger, but until then you will need to will yourself to change or else you might as well still be a normal human. He explains. Kaya nods and the reflect human relaxes, until getting a candy spike glancing off his temple, drawing blood and jamming into the wall behind him. He grins widely, a smaller version on the new Logia's face. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun, dearie. The deck of the Going Merry. So, what's on your mind? Robin asks, walking over to Chaos who looked to be staring into space with his back against the Mary's figurehead. Chaos nods frowning slightly. It's about Artemis. He replies, both looking over to the girl laughing and screaming as she plays with Chopper, Karoo and Lasso. What do you know about her? Surprisingly little, Robin admits, not looking at the purplet. Knowing just for a moment he smirked, seeing her not knowing something, especially when she sold herself as practically knowing everything. Crocodile was also annoyed by that lack of information, but that was to be expected from world government experiment logs. Chaos blinks then chokes. The world government. Shit, this runs deep, he mumbles. How did this happen? Baroque Works agents found a lab and in it they found her. After relaying the information to Crocodile he went there himself, making sure nobody lived to tell about it, before burning the place to the ground. He then had her tested, less invasively than the people in the lab did to see if she really could do the things the scientists planned. On that day, Miss Goldenweek was born. So I assume you chose the name Artemis, correct? Her name was most likely Subject something or other of Project Hypnose. It's been her name for the last 4 years. Chaos stands. 4 years? Crocodile sent an 8-year-old on dangerous missions? First, it would be a 10-year-old, and second, no, Artemis has never been on the highly dangerous missions you're imagining. I made sure of it. She's a support character in terms of fighting, not a brawler like Luffy, though I did teach her to defend herself up to and including stabbing her paintbrush in her attacker's eye. Chaos looks her deep in the eyes. You care about her, you coddle her and she's got you wrapped around her finger. At Robin's expression he quickly raises his hands. It's the same for me, I'm 19, and somehow have a 14-year-old who calls me Papa, still weird, and I let her. Just like you, she's snuck her way into my heart and I neither can not want to try get her to leave, nor see her go. Robin blushes slightly as Artemis runs inside, most likely to get some treats from Sanji or Valentina. I can never thank you or this crew enough. She acts much more human since joining up with you guys. Plus I heard someone's been helping her with her symbols. She grins and they sit in comfortable silence until a scream of frustration is heard coming from inside. Think she knocked over Nami's maps again? Robin asks with a chuckle. No, sounds like we're having another navigational crisis. Last time Nami made that noise was when she was trying to use a compass to chart a course through the Grand Line and the thing just spun uselessly. Want to wake the newlyweds or should I? In the end they decided to compromise, in this instance meaning opening the door and shoving Zoro in, and given the swordsman nearly got his head removed by a half-naked Alvida neither regretted the decision. While those three got dressed they gathered the rest of the crew and everyone met up in the main room of the ship. We have a problem, Nami begins the meeting, placing the log on the table, a log which was pointing nearly straight up. Now this could be a fluke or proof of damage. It's not, Chaos responds, placing another pose beside hers. It's heading practically identical. The pose is telling us the next island is skyward. How do you have another like this? Victor asks, simple really, since we left the lighthouse I've had on of our spares calibrated to the previous island, just in case Luffy does something stupid and break it. When Nami screamed I checked my active pose, and understood her frustration. Chaos explains before putting the pose back into his cloak. So what does it mean? Chopper asks, Sky Islands, Robin replies. The problem being that they're pretty much just a legend, mostly because nobody knows for sure how to get up there to them. Now we have two options. Try find a way up to these Sky Islands through whatever insane plans there are, or we can stop at another island then we wait for that island's field to override our current heading and continue onwards. The group waited silently for Luffy's decision, even though a handful of them already knew the answer. Set a course Nami, we're going to find ourselves a Sky Island, Luffy yells with a wide grin. An hour later, fuck, Nami screams, shoving everything off her table in anger. Nothing in the books Cobra gave you? Chaos asks, picking up the books and stacking them on the ground. No, how can we get to the islands when nobody knows where they even are and how they can be reached? She sighs, running her hand through her hair. All we have to go on is a pose currently telling us to somehow fly into the sun. Vivi frowns and sighs. I'm sorry, all I know about the islands is bedtime stories from when my mother was still around. Guys, we have a problem. They turn as they hear Usopp yell from the crow's nest. As they come out, everyone could see why. There was a ship falling from the sky. This is going to be severely unpleasant, Robin notes, giving the understatement of the week. Everyone grab onto something. Doubly important for devil fruit eaters, Zoro yells, taking charge as Nami was still BSOD at the time, snapping out of it enough to grab the railing, also giving her a good view of their newest fruit user sticking herself to the mast and solidifying her candy form to secure herself, as well as sending out several candy feelers to try at least give the others an extra lifeline. The splash from the ship hitting the water sent the Mary bouncing, but luckily the girl was undamaged once the waves settled. Everyone still here? Vivi asks, after entangling herself from Luffy and her slasher cords. Looks like it. Now can someone explain how a ship falls from the sky? Nami asks with a glare, today being a particularly bad one for her. And why it's full of skeletons, Chopper adds, setting off another wave of panic as they notice a few had landed on the ship during the downpour of ship parts. Robin stands and approaches one. There are a few ways to find out. You just need to put some effort into it, finding a badly broken skull and beginning to put the pieces back together. That's kind of freaky, Valentina mutters, while Artemis and Chaos step closer along with Luffy. It's nice to do actual archaeological work after so long, Robin muses aloud, smiling to herself. Now if you can all hold your stomachs for long enough to look at the skull, you'll see something important. That there are pieces missing? Sanji asks, referring to the two holes in the top of the skull, while Kaya and Chopper's eyes widen. Close but not quite correct, these holes are proof of trepanation, a medical technique where a hole is cut into the skull for a number of reasons, from superstitious ones like expelling evil spirits, or more understandable ones like removal of a brain tumor. One of the reasons the holes are this rather than the cause of death, is because the bone shows signs of healing and regrowth, meaning this wasn't an injury that occurred close to death. She explains, both medics nodding as she got everything pretty much right. It's a pretty old technique, not a lot of people would do it nowadays, nor even be able to attempt it, Chopper admits. And because of the trepanning done to this man, I'd wager them and the ship to be over 200 years old. Robin hums, then blooms hands to retrieve one of their history books. The condition of his teeth and the methods used to keep them that way were common to the South Blue at that point in time. Ah, there we are. The Saint Brice of the Brice Kingdom. Exploratory vessel sent out 208 years ago. Pretty close prediction there, 8 years off when talking about centuries, Victor praises, causing her to chuckle. You sure can tell a lot from just some old bones there, Robin. Alvida comments, the archaeologist nods. True, but as an exploratory vessel, we would learn a lot more from the ship itself. Nami frowns, and that is currently sinking like a captain nods like a bobblehead, chuckling to himself. So, the fact the ship got up there, means there has to be some way up to the Sky Islands, and hopefully we can use it too. Chaos interjects, anyone got any ideas? Because even the normal members of this crew can't survive going down to that vessel for intel. We can, if they bring the air down with them, Vivi and Chaos groan. Why does this sound like the start of a really bad idea? She asks sadly. Because it probably is, the Purpleette answers a little later. Sanji, Zoro and for some reason, aka nobody could convince him not to, Luffy were decked out in barrel-type scuba gear. I'm calling them that, because that's what they are. Luffy's covering his entire body due to the whole fruit eater problem, while Sanji and Zoro just had their upper body enclosed. This is going to be fun. Luffy cheers, Nami. I swear to bring you every last scrap of information on that ship back to you. Sanji shouts, waving his arms frantically. You owe me for this. Keeping these two idiots alive down there will be a full-time job. Zoro grumbles as the tubes are attached and checked. Once everything was safe and secure, the monster trio went in, passing through a nest of giant sea snakes or sea kings. Hard to tell with such a wide-ranging class of creature, until they finally reached the wreck. Salvage. Salvage the sea. Salvage. Oh sweet Cammy. Was the thoughts of about half the crew when another ship came into visual and audible range. The banana, monkey-themed vessel was, odd to say the least, but it suited the monkey that appeared to be its captain. "Are we on top of where the ship landed?" the monkey asked. "Yes, Captain, sir," was the response from the crew. "Then as captain of the Mashira pirates I claim this ship as our salvage and property," says the king of salvagers, Mashira. Mashira the monkey shrieks. "Well, looks like we have company," Victor states. "Should we fire a warning shot?" "Bark," responds Lasso, wagging his tail, while Karoo and Chopper shrug. "We could try deal with this peacefully," Vivi suggests, getting a smirk from Chaos. "And that is why Luffy made you head of diplomatic relations," he says with a laugh. "Let's see what happens next," he adds, just as the Mary gets noticed. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to steal a ship out from under me, Mashira asks. "No," Chaos answers, unsure if the monkey would believe him. "You know, if they raise the ship, that would make things a lot easier for us all," Robin points out. "After all, that is the only way to salvage a ship. Good for intel on Sky Islands, but not good for Sanji, Zoro and Luffy who are still down there," Vivi hisses. "Well, now is as good a time as any to find out if that's the case," Nami says, before stepping around Chaos and into the salvager's view. "Excuse me, I have a question." Mashira coughs. "You have a question for me? Sure, ask me anything you want." "Are all you big, strong, good-looking men going to bring up that ship?" Nami asks, batting her eyelashes and causing most of her own crew to shiver. Mashira grins. "It's nice you can see what a real man looks like." "Huh? You said we were strong and good-looking, which included me." Nami tilts her head in confusion. Of course. The monkey's face currently resembled Chopper's when he gets compliments. "Anyone else mildly traumatized?" Chaos whispers. "I turned my eyes into candy to protect myself. Does that answer your question?" Kaya replies. The first mate's eyebrows shoot into his hairline when he sees yellow liquid leaking from between her eyelids. "So are you going to?" "Of course. If there's a sunken ship I'll salvage it, if it's not sunken, I'll sink it and then salvage it later." "Well, at least he's thorough," Alvida says, having taken out the deck chair expecting this to be a lot of waiting around. "Can we watch you guys salvage the ship?" Nami asks. Mashira looks confused. "You mean you've never seen a professional salvage crew? Well, you're in for a treat." He grins, then turns to see what a commotion on the other side of his ship was. "What now?" "The divers, they were attacked," the monkey groans. "Was it the Sea Kings again?" "No, it looks like someone beat them black and blue with their fists." "Well, it was nice knowing them," Valentina whines, flopping into Victor's lap. "Hey you guys over there, yes. There are some strong guys in the water around here, be careful." Thank God this guy is an idiot." Chaos releases a sigh of relief, the others nodding in agreement. Watching the Mashira pirate salvage squad was actually rather interesting, and what surprised them the most was the captain was able to start the ship's ascension from the sea floor with his breath alone. Something they were sure Luffy couldn't even attempt to do outside of his balloon form. Finally the Saint Brice was on the surface once more, though there was another scuffle midway up. The guys are getting the shit beat out of them when they get back to the Going Merry. Which lead to Mashira jumping in to investigate. Oh, and the fact the ship was less on the surface is in the mouth of a giant prehistoric-looking turtle which had now risen to the surface. "I should have stayed in bed," Vivi groans. A sentiment shared by everyone right about now. "Well, it was nice knowing you all," Artemis chimes in, squeezing between Robin and Chaos as the safest place in her mind to be if all goes to hell in a handbasket, such as the beast beginning to drag them alongside it. "It appears we are all headed for a grisly fate, either being devoured by the beast, or drowning when it sinks the ship," Robin muses, not helping the already frightened Nami, Usopp, Chopper and Kaya. "Cut the air hoses, we need to save our skins," the navigator screams, until Chaos smacks her across the ship. "Calm the fuck down, also everyone step back please," he says calmly, the crew confused but comply, enabling them not to be run over by a flying Luffy shooting out of the air and hitting the deck, shortly followed by Sanji and Zoro climbing up the side. "Now we can run for our lives like the cowards some of us are." Finally, Usopp sighs, While the medics check up on Luffy and Nami bats the stars out of her eyes, and then it goes dark. The Grand Line just keeps getting weirder. Zoro grunts, not getting any argument here, especially when the monkey returned, landing on the edge of their ship. Hand over all the treasure you stole right now, don't make me sink this ship and find it later, cause I'm not very nice to people who make me do that. Hearing the T-word gets Nami's attention, the redhead instantly zipping over to the monster trio. Treasure, what did you find? Captain, look behind you, one of the Monkey Man's crew yell over, prompting everyone on the Mary to do so, and promptly panic from the giant shadow of several winged humanoid, cutting an imposing figure if nothing else. Well, we're officially screwed, Robin states almost matter-of-factly. Thanks for the vote of confidence, oh like you weren't thinking it. This argument broke the shock long enough for one decision to be made. Everyone break out the oars and paddle until those things are a distant memory. However long it takes for this crew to keel over in exhaustion. Okay, I'm about ready to give up on today. Who's with me? Chaos asks, Artemis passed out on his back, chin on his hands. So you guys found NOTHNG, Nami screams at their own salvagers. Other than a map to some place called Skypia, no nothing that could tell us how to get up there or if the map is even where the pose to directing us, Zoro answers. Believe me, if there was anything useful down there I would have brought you it, but the place was devoid of anything worthwhile, Sanji promises. So the boys were unable to find anything, meaning that ship was a bust, but maybe not the other one. Robin grins, tossing something to Nami, who just barely managed to not get sculled by it. Her eyes widen. This is an eternal pose. Yep. Snagged it from the salvager's ship. Seeing as our own pose are less than helpful, I thought it best we get something to help in the here and now. Lounges against the railing of the ship. So, I guess we're going to Jaya then. Luffy reads over Nami's shoulder. Maybe they know how to get to Sky Islands. Nami smiles, for once Luffy was being smart-ish. That's the hope. Should we start moving, Captain? Of course, the sooner we get to Jaya the sooner we can find Skypia, or whatever the island's name is. It'll have to be just a quick stop, or else we might lose the Sky Island's magnetic field. Vivi adds, Nami nodding, though they both know the others will need reminding when they actually get there again. Later, are you sure this pose isn't broken too? Alvida asks, as even according to Nami they should have seen or reached Jaya within the hour. Thump thump thump. Ah, these seagulls just got shot. Chopper screams, alerting the others to the commotion and the pile of dead birds on deck. How could they have been shot? We didn't hear a thing, Zoro asks. And killing sky rats seemed like a waste of effort for the Nagi Nagi no Mi. Chaos adds, looking over the reindeer's shoulder as he removes a bullet from the animal. Guess we were wrong. See, they were shot, and the bullets came from that direction. Chopper points a little to the right of them. Luffy grins when he realizes what the doctor was saying, so Jaya must be over that away too. Another half hour. This place looks so cool, Luffy cheers, Chopper and Usopp joining him. It looks like some kind of resort. Seems to be a popular place for pirates, at least given how many are out in the open. Robin draws their attention to the row of ships with Jolly Rogers on the dock. Guess Jaya doesn't get much marine traffic. Good for us then. What with Luffy reaching 100 mil and all, Valentina pipes in, her and Nami ensuring the Mary stops correctly and without damage. So, anyone want to bet how long it takes Luffy to get into a fight? Chaos asks as Luffy and Zoro hop off the ship the moment it stopped. Under an hour. Now try prove me wrong, Nami bets, then shoves the reflect human onto the pier. Come on everyone. We need to get supplies and see if anyone knows about Sky Islands. With Luffy, Zoro, and now Chaos after being given explicit instructions not to cause a scene by Nami, and running into a weirdo handing out apples, some which blow up and some like the one Luffy grabbed which didn't, they reached somewhere they guessed would have useful information. Hotel. A nice place too. Well, until a twitchy guy shuffled over to them. Excuse me, this entire place has been rented out by Mr. Bellamy, and he has asked me to tell all other guests such as yourself to leave. As you can see, I have no say in the matter. Of course you do, it's your establishment after all, Chaos responds, not looking at the man get more worried. Who's Bellamy? Luffy asks, you don't know who Mr. Bellamy is? He's a strong pirate worth 55 million berry. So he's an arrogant little shit. Thanks, the purpleette smirks. causing Luffy to laugh and Zoro to smile just a little, as he knew these two were going to cause a scene eventually, but at least it would be entertaining. "Who are these riffraff and what are they doing in our hotel?" asks a man with goggles and light blue hair as he walks into the area. "Oh, Mr. Sarkis, I was just explaining to these gentlemen that the hotel has been booked by your captain and that they should leave," the manager explains, continuing to twitch rather painfully. "I don't care, just get rid of them. Boss gave you a lot to ensure the place is ours while we're here," the blonde beside him whines. "Hey guys, can I beat him up?" Luffy asks, getting lightly head slapped by both guys. Nami said no fighting, even if this dumbass deserves an anal lobotomy. Chaos grumbles, his fingers twitching around hubby as he shoves the captain out of the hotel. "Hope the next place has someone useful in it," Zoro says mostly to himself, though loud enough the other two could hear, just before they stop in front of a bar. "Think we have time for a booze break?" "Nothing says we can't," Luffy answers and the three walk in, Zoro and Chaos looking away from him for a minute and the rubber boy already getting himself in a fight with some fat guy with missing teeth kind of resembling an ape. Luckily it was just shouting at the moment, but given neither were high on the intelligence scale, it was bound to devolve into a fist fight. "Should we do something?" "Nah, Luffy can handle himself. It's just one guy?" Zoro raises an eyebrow from Chaos' bland delivery. "You all right there?" the first mate shrugs. "Yeah. Just things are muted, since we got to the island." "Fuck if I know what it means." He sighs and orders another drink, sensing another paramecia heading their way, and the headache was forming preemptively. "I'm looking for a pirate that wears a straw hat," came a voice from the door. "If you can't find him, open your fucking eyes," Chaos says with a grunt of annoyance. "Are you talking back to me?" He looks up and sees some blonde freak show standing over him. "I'm Bellamy the hyena. You'd best be showing me the respect I deserve." "Bellamy? Oh, that little shit goggles guy was talking about," Luffy yells, slapping himself for forgetting, while Zoro facepalms and Chaos grins, just as Bellamy's crew enter the bar. Bellamy's eyes shrink in anger, punching Luffy through the bar. In response both accompanying Straw Hats draw their weapons. "You think you can take me, you brats?" "Actually, yes," Zoro answers. "Listen. We're probably going to wreck the place and coat the walls in your blood, so before we start fighting and Nami gets pissed at us. Hey barkeep, do you know how to get to the Sky Islands?" Chaos asks, hubby in Kopesh form, the hook resting on his shoulder. There was silence for a few minutes, during which Luffy stood up and patted himself down, before the entire bar erupts into laughter. "I should have known a crew of weaklings like yourselves were dreamers. You don't even know about the knock-up stream?" Bellamy laughs as he sits down, looking smug as ever. "Sounds like that's where we're going, even if just to be sure." "What's that?" Luffy asks. Any ship caught in a knock-up stream is catapulted into the sky and later slams into the ocean. Many years ago ignorant sailors saw ships falling from the sky and assumed there were islands up there. Fools just like you three. Anything strange and supernatural always has a rational explanation. He explains, then punches Luffy to the ground. "The time of dreams is over. You're just too stupid to realize it." "Luffy." The scream draws attention to the door, where Nami, Robin and Vivi were standing, the eldest confused and a little amused. The navigator looked fearful and worried. And finally Vivi was concerned for nothing but her captain. Seeing three pretty ladies enter, Bellamy attempted to look so, "Hey SXY, how about I show you how a real man treats a lady? I'm kind of a big deal around here, 55 million berry bounty." He cackles, making the reason for his epithet really obvious. The brunette scoffs. "I don't have time to play with little boys playing pirate. Come back with a real bounty," she says, walking over to Luffy as Zoro helps him stand. The blonde growls, "That wasn't a request," he yells, his hand extending out. Honk. Aw. Crash. The second his hand left Vivi's breast, Bellamy found a fist slamming into the center of his face, throwing him out of the bar so fast some of his crew got whiplash just watching. "Nobody touches my Vivi," Luffy hisses, the anger palatable in the air. "That kid just punched the boss." Saquis grits his teeth and pulls out his big knife. "Who cares, we'll just make him pay." He aims for Luffy only for his blade to be split in two. "What? You assholes look like showmen to me," Chaos says with a taunting smirk. "So how about we make thing fun? I presume you're his first mate?" "Yeah, so what?" The brunette asks, so am I. My captain beat yours, so you're not good enough for him to fight. If you beat me, then maybe you're worth his time. The purplet then turns to Zoro. I'll need to borrow a sword. Zoro grumbles. You better not break it. I need 3 to be able to fight, Count dream of it. Now Mr. Knife. He taunts. Pick your poison. He says, placing Kitetsu and Hubby on the table. Luffy, Zoro and Nami's eyes blow up like balloons. Robin's eyebrows rise and Vivi is just confused. Who can stand the cursed blades? Who is worthy? Time to find out. He explains, before picking up and unsheathing Sandai Kitetsu. Sequus laughs. You just showed me which blade is better. You really are a stupid dreamer. He then picks up the Kopesh. Testing the weight. It's smaller than I'd like, but I'll still use it to carve out your HEA. Ah? The brunette grunts and grabs his shoulder, pain flooding his body. Chaos smirks. You lose. He then puts the katana back into its sheath and throws it to Zoro. The swordsman catching it with no effort on his part, still in one piece. Not even a scratch on the guard or blood to wipe off. Happy? Zoro shrugs. I kind of wanted to see you either do something cool with the sword, or cut your own hand off for being an idiot. So disappointed is the best word to describe my emotional state right now. He replies before putting the sword back with the others. What are you on about? You didn't even touch Sequus and you just threw away your weapon. How dumb are you? One of the Bellamy pirates scream, leading to Chaos turning to them with a bloodthirsty grin. He lost the second he picked up the blade. I wasn't lying when I spoke about cursed blades and our worth. Both weapons were cursed, and I chose the one I hadn't yet been tested by. I survived unscathed, partly because I wasn't dumb enough to risk the Kitetsu's power. My sword on the other hand has a more direct affliction. Anerd Nether. According to a friend of mine it means chaos serpent in Irish, if she doesn't deem you worthy. She will kill you. He then walks over to the twitching Sequus and grabbed his shirt, tearing the entire right side off to prove his point. The snake usually coiled around the hilt in its base form had extended, coiling up the man's arm and digging its fangs into his shoulder, which had slowly spreading black veins emanating from it. I'll simplify this for you goggles. When the poison reaches your heart you're dead, he states, dripping with condescension and not even interested when he catches the wrist from his weak swain. You can tell the story of what happened today 2 ways, though I bet I know which way you'll go. Either this moron killed himself. He pauses to squeeze the man's wrist so he could remove the Kopesh from his hand, doing so causing the snake's jaw to release and recoil around the hilt once more. Or he was slain by the power of the Sagio Owazamono grade Hubbi no Oni no Mi. How do we know that sword can even be used, and it's not just something you have for tricks like these? Chaos sighs and Luffy face palms. The purplet pushes back his cloak so his arm can be seen and holds out Hubbi, allowing the serpent to slither up his arm and latch onto his shoulder much like Sequus. He then spins the blade till it blurs and swings forward, splitting the shades of one of the Bellamy girls and causing it to fall off her face. That's how. Hubby likes me, just like how Kitetsu seems to like Zoro. Now get lost. Zihahaha. You're quite an odd one, boy. Oh, you're that cherry guy, Chaos notes, clicking his tongue. Why are you back? Noticed the fight, wanted to see if anyone actually would stand up to the brat. Nice to see your captain can do that. And that he dreams like a true pirate. The fat man explains with a smile. So, what's your name and bounty? Mirror Master Chaos, 50 million. He answers, the entirety of Bellamy's crew collectively thinking of fuck. This guy was almost as strong as the boss. You? Marshall Teach, and I don't have a bounty just yet, but I've still got time. Dream for the best and then set out to achieve it. Oh, in Straw Hat. Yes, Sky Islands are real. Happy hunting. Zihahaha. He laughs as he walks back out. Well, that was at least kind of helpful, Robin states, then smiles when she sees Vivi was still checking Luffy for injuries. Let's head back. Clearly that scruffy guy was the only person worth talking to in this place, Zoro says as he steps around Nami, though the redhead grabs him so he doesn't get lost. He's right, we're done. Luffy once more pants himself down. Smiles to Vivi, who moves closer to his side and starts moving, though he did stop beside the twitching brunette long enough to speak. I've never seen someone die from the curse on my brother's blade. Chaos is pretty possessive of it, but I'll tell you no, you're probably going to wish he'd given you that anal lobotomy before it reaches your heart. the shadow his hat formed over his face adding to the seriousness of his statement, before letting Vivi lead him back to the ship. Just before the monkey man finds them again, "Damn it, for fuck's sake, didn't we get rid of you already?" Zoro thinks aloud, though the others were thinking something similar, believing kicking the monkey off their ship to be the last they see of Mashira the monkey. Apparently not. Zoro, just because he looks like a monkey, doesn't mean he's the same idiot as before. Nami scolds, though right now wishing Luffy would stop taking directions from Robin, as it was her map which led to them running into another crew helmed by a big ape. "I am Shoju. This is my territory, so pay the toll or be sunk by my beautiful and powerful voice," the orangutan-looking man yells over at them. "Are we sure it's not the same person? He certainly sounds like it," Chopper asks, causing Artemis to chuckle. "He just told us his name was Shoju, so he can't be Mashira," she replies, getting the green-haired man's attention. "Wait, you know Mashira?" "Yep. We just tossed him of the boat like an hour ago," Luffy answers with a smile. "This was the wrong thing to do. How dare you harm my sworn brother, face my fury," taking his microphone and shrieking into it. "Havoc sonar. That would have probably hurt, if it had gone off on the Mary." Chaos notes, watching the destruction the man was causing to his own ship with a kind of morbid fascination. Nami was less amused. "Then let's get moving." While he's distracted, she orders, getting enthusiastic responses as they attempt to skirt around the crew of sonar surveyors, and just in time too as the Mary was beginning to show strain and break apart, from being within range of the attack. Once a safe distance away, Usopp and Victor began to make repairs, the others offering to help wherever they could. Though it was clear the ship was beginning to wear thin in places, unfortunately they were important places like the keel and the majority of the hull, rather than say the windows or beds. Plus, while an architect by profession, Victor wasn't exactly good with wood, neither was Usopp, but they were clearly the best the ship had, so they made do. "This pile of crap of falling apart, I say we trade it in for something better, plus it's getting kind of crowded," Sanji complains as the main deck was being put back together. "How dare you say something like that? Do you even know how we got this ship?" Usopp shrieks defensively, calming a little when Kaya puts a hand on his shoulder as she sits beside him. "Calm down, Usopp. I'm sure he isn't trying to make you feel bad," she says comfortingly, causing the sniper to smile sadly at her. "Whatever we plan to do, we need an actual shipwright. Can't have Usopp shouldering the burden all the time. Plus having someone who knows what they're doing would be more efficient than any of us starting from scratch." Chaos adds, accepting another nail from Karu's bill, before she runs over to deliver one to Luffy, who nods. "Right, shipwright, then a musician." He agrees, hammers his finger, blinks and continues working. A little while later, so, we left Mock Town, circled the two outcrops of the island. "They look like sea monsters," Luffy chuckles before Nami punches him out of the way of the map. "And now we've reached the believed home of this," Nami waves her hand in the air, hoping to get an answer. "Mont Blanc cricket," Robin finally responds, mostly because Nami had turned a strawberry color, usually associated with violent behavior in the Navigator. "Hey guys, look at this," Chopper yells, getting gasps when they see the majestic castle right in front of them. "This must be the place," Vivi announces. "Should we send a boarding party?" "No need," Luffy responds, hopping over the side and landing safely. "Aw man, it's a fake, the real house isn't anywhere near as cool." "So, why is Cricket all the way out in the middle of nowhere anyway?" Alvida asks while they anchor the ship and prepare to disembark. Robin shrugs. "From what I heard, it's due to his belief there's a large amount of gold on Jaya, but I don't have all the details." "Gold?" Nami and yells, her eyes turning into berry signs. "So he's looking for buried treasure out here?" "Yes, that's the general consensus. It's mine, I tell you, mine," the redhead cackles, picking up Chopper and running onto the land, hoping to use him to dig up the gold for her. "And you wonder why I've called her Goldon. Was it really necessary to tell her there's gold in them hills?" Chaos chuckles as he follows Luffy, who Decide's breaking and entering is on the list of acceptable crimes he can perform. "Find anything yet?" "Nope, the guy's not here." Luffy sighs, his face looking bored. "What's this?" Valentina hums as she picks up a book. "Hey guys, I found something. It's a book, a really old one. Noland the Liar." "Noland? Sounds familiar," Sanji wonders aloud, scratching his head. "It says it was first published in the North Blue, Does that help? She asks, getting a smile from the cook. It does. I was born in the north. I probably read or at least leafed through it when I was younger. I didn't know you were from the north, Nami says. It's not really something you can see, but given the red line I understand if you assumed I was east born and raised. Sanji waves off the comment. Anyway, what's in the book? Usopp whines, getting the Kilo girl to continue talking, the story she recalled, alongside Sanji who was remembering more bits and pieces of it as she went on. Actually reminded the crew of their own liar, Sniper. Given Noland also had a habit of regaling the people of his village with his tall tales, much like Usopp used to do with Kaya. It took a darker turn than their liar, as when he told the king of the City of Gold and he set out looking for it, only to find an ordinary island. He was sentenced to death for lying to his king, as well as being the reason for all but 100 of his best warriors dying along the way. Noland died, claiming the city must have sunk into the sea between when he discovered it and when he returned, but nobody believed him, and he went down in history as simply Liar Noland. Well, that was sad, Victor sighed, though this City of Gold must be what Cricket is looking for. What are you all doing here? This is my land. Everyone turns to see an angry and muscular blonde man with a chestnut on his head running towards them. Locking around on someone's doorstep is rude. But given it's mine, I know why you're here. You won't get my gold, he yells, lashing out and trying to punch or kick anyone he could, knocking Luffy into his wall and nearly hitting Sanji a couple times, before collapsing in pain. That was weird, Robin notes. What do we do now? Doctor, we need a doctor, Chopper mumbles, hopping from one foot to the other. Quack, you're a doctor, Chopper blinks. Oh yeah. A little later. So this weirdo has the bends? Chaos asks as Chopper and Kaya begin treatment. Correct, it's a condition that affects divers who don't return to the surface correctly, failing to allow time for decompression. And given his ancestor said the City of Gold was under the ocean, it makes sense he'd be down there, Kaya agrees, frantically searching for something to prove Noland wasn't just some crazy liar like everyone thinks. He probably almost never thought to let his body readjust, causing damage to accumulate over time, until he passed out just now. Nami frowns. Damn, for once I'm glad I don't have a family name or legacy. Luffy waves his arm dismissively. Don't worry about it, Nami, Chaos Ace and I have family names and they don't mean shit. He attempts to assure her, in the end only getting punched in the head by his navigator and brother. Vivi tears up a little, as she places a comforting hand on Cricket's shoulder. The weight of a family legacy, of its history. It's never an easy thing to bear, she whispers before standing. It was at this point the door was flung open and both the large monkeys from earlier in the day appeared. Well shit, what are you doing here? What did you do to the old geezer? They ask loudly. We're trying to help him, he collapsed right in front of us, Luffy explains, pointing to his two medics. Oh, thank you for helping our Fruju state warmly, making Luffy and a couple others smile. So you guys live on this island? Mashira nods. Yeah, this is the main base of the Sariara alliance, between me, my brother and the big boss Cricket, he explains. Shoju agrees, but we spend most of our time on the ships, so it's mostly the old guy's place. Plus it's a bit too small for the three of us. True, Luffy. The captain turns as Chopper throws the door open, he's awake. Awesome, Luffy cheers then runs in. Hey Chestnut Head, he greets. The man smiles as he puts out a cigarette. Sorry about earlier, I thought you were bandits out for my gold. Nami had to be restrained. Turns out eating a syrup fruit makes that a lot easier, to stop her asking where the gold was. So what brings you to me? We're looking for the Sky Islands and was told you might be able to help us, Vivi explains. Cricket looks at her like she'd grown another head. You. He then begins laughing, proper genuine belly laugh. Right until Luffy and Chaos punch him into the wall. Ah, don't do that, he's still recovering, Chopper shrieks and the blonde gets back on his feet. We've had enough of people laughing in our faces every time Sky Island's existence come up in conversation. Now can you help us or not? Cricket takes another drag and sighs. I don't know, the only person who's ever claimed to have seen the islands is a liar of epic proportions. Chaos grabs Usopp with trap tricks and secures him to Cricket's bed. Can you do that somewhere else? Where's the Sky Islands? Luffy yells in the long nose's face, causing Cricket to face palm. Not him, you idiot. Noland, oh, Luffy grunts as chaos lets Usopp free, sidestepping his angry, flailing limbs. So, you're here looking for the treasure, to show Noland was right? Alvida asks, the response being a bullet which slid off her arm. No, after this long there's not a drop of Noland's blood in my veins, and I never cared if the story was true or not. I was still the only one in my family after 400 years to end up back on this island though, so I took this as a sign that my family's legacy of ridicule will end with me one way or another, Cricket states bitterly, putting the gun down once more and staring out into the sea. That still doesn't explain the monkeys, Artemis pipes in. They're fans of the book, Cricket answers, causing everyone to fall over in shock. They believe the city is down there somewhere, and they're helping me look for it. They found me on this island about 5 years ago. They're loud, annoying and spend nearly every moment together fighting. But they grow on you and I'm sure I'd miss having them around if they ever decided to leave. Sanji chuckles, yeah, I think the same about Moss Head and Psycho sometimes. Really, we thought of you and Zoro, especially the fighting each other part. Luffy retorts, Chopper and Usopp nodding. Anyway, what can you tell us about the Sky Islands? Like I already said, the only person who has seen the Sky Islands is Noland, and nobody knows if that's true or another of his tall tales. Cricket rubs his eyes, then picks a book off his shelf. This should help, he says, opening it and handing it to Nami, bottom of the page. Nami reads the passage from Noland's logbook aloud, the information on the page catching a few of her crew's attention, as well as invigorating them to finding a way to the island. While they cheered, imagined and tried to come up with something that should work, Cricket slipped away, stopping where Mashira and Shoju were resting. So boys, what do you think of those pirates? Crazy, but strong. Why, old man, Cricket sighs, then turns back to his house and smiles. Those kids, they're determined to reach the Sky Island. Nothing's going to deter them. Feel like helping them get there? The two monkey men smile. It'll be our pleasure. Those kids won't stand a chance without our help. Mashira boasts and laughs, Cricket feeling younger already. Something about these people filling him with life and energy. A little later, so, why did you call us over here? Usopp asks Cricket, who folds his arms. Simple. I can tell nothing I say is going to stop you from trying to reach the Sky Islands, so I'm going to tell you everything I know about them. Really, thanks mister, Luffy replies with a grin. Now, nothing I say here is a proven fact, so take it all with a pinch of salt, okay? Everyone nods. Good. Now there's a strange phenomenon that occurs around here, where the sky goes black as night even in the middle of the brightest day. That happened to us when we met Mashira, Chopper gasps. And then we saw those giant monsters, Kaya adds. Cricket raises an eyebrow. You saw them. There is a story as to what they are, but that's a discussion for later. Right now we focus on the darkness, which is formed by an extremely dense cloud. Alonimbus clouds, but the sky turned to night. Clouds just make the day. Nami interrupts, then stops, looking for the right word. Cloudy, cloudy, cloudy. Shut your traps, I'm trying to explain shit. Cricket yells, silencing them. It's called a eulorigalia. It forms high in the sky, has no internal air currents and doesn't cause rain. No light can reach the ground through it, and a sunny day turns black as pitch. It's like a giant hand reached out and snuffed out the sun, leaving only the darkness of the void. Some people think they're fossil clouds, petrified and now drift through the air for thousands of years. Feel free to think whatever you want about that theory, but the point is, if the Sky Islands are anywhere, it'll be on one of those clouds. So it's a mystery cloud. Luffy summarizes, then jumps up. We have a destination, to the Shadow Cloud. And how do you plan for us to get up there? Chaos asks, lowering the hype significantly. He has a point, getting up there is the hard part. In this case the best option will most likely be the knock-up stream, which can send ships shooting into the air, and theoretically shoot you high enough to reach the cloud in question. So, the mystery current will get us there. Sounds easy, Luffy says with a grin. Except for the part where we come back down to the ocean with a smash, like the St. Brice did, Robin points out, allowing panic to set in once more. She's right. Just sailing into the knock-up stream is practically suicide and is usually best avoided at all costs. These things occur about 5 times a month at various locations, last about a minute and essentially connect the sea and the sky for that length of time. So we're supposed to sail into an exploding jet of water that occurs randomly 5 times a month and hope there's a sky island nearby? Usopp asks. Yep, and if you miss or time it incorrectly, you get blasted into fish food, either from the knock-up stream itself, or hitting the ground afterwards. Cricket agrees with a nod, leading to the coward getting in Luffy's face. So, I guess we're giving up on the Sky Islands then, because this plan is insane and you'd need to be the luckiest man in all creation to pull off something like this. And that's why we're doing it, Chaos answers, based on the fact Luffy hadn't stopped smiling since Cricket started talking, his grin actually getting larger as time went on. Yes, we're riding the knock-up stream and finding ourselves a Sky Island, Luffy declares, causing Usopp, Nami and Kaya to faint, Cricket and Robin to chuckle, Chaos and Artemis to laugh and Zoro to sigh, the rest unsure how to process what they were about to undertake. The next problem is your ship. Even brand new, there is no way it could survive the intense power of what it's about to experience. Luckily I'm going to have Mashira and Shoju work on it, get it ready to fly as well as reinforce the main superstructure, right boys? You betcha pops. The monkey men cheer, thanks guys, Luffy shouts back. We're completely screwed aren't we? Valentina asks, getting nods from pretty much everyone still conscious. So, when does the knock-up stream coincide with this shadow cloud thing? Alvida asks, while Chopper tries rouse their crewmates. About noon tomorrow hat. So we have a pretty good chance of making it then. Chaos grins as Nami and Usopp huddle together and cry. Food's ready everyone, Sanji yells from the house, drawing attention to slightly better things, in this case Sanji's cooking. It was during the standard Straw Hat gathering party Cricket revealed his treasures, bell-shaped golden ingots he'd pulled up on some of his dives, as well as telling them the story of Noland regarding the island, or more importantly the giant golden bell these were clearly meant to represent or resemble. Robin smiles around her cup. At least it's proof there was a civilization here at some point. You don't melt your resources into ingots unless you have a more advanced trading system than simple barter. After all, an ingot has no inherent use, other than the resources it's made of, but if it represents something, such as say 1 million berry, then you can buy things with the bell. She explains, hopefully well enough her slightly drunk crewmates understood. If the nods were genuine then they did. So the city of gold is real, Nami swoons, hugging one of the bells against her chest. And the golden bell of the story, Usopp adds with a smile. And Sky Islands, Luffy finishes, one more thing, Cricket reveals another golden statue, this of a bird. The call, far as anyone can tell, is of a south bird. They still exist and actually be found on Jaya to this day. Mashira nods, yeah, in the old days sailors used to use the south bird to Navi. He stops, and both monkeys and Cricky let out a yell. What's wrong? Victor asks, you all need to head into the forest in the south side of Jaya right away. Why? Nami asks, you're looking for the knock-up stream, which is directly south of this island. How do you plan to get there? Cricket asks. Sail due south of course. Luffy answers like Cricket is the idiot. Meanwhile Chaos groans and Nami's eyes widen, both realizing the problem. You dumbass, have you forgotten you're in the Grand Line? Compasses don't work out here and log posts only point to the next or specific islands. Cricket yells, hitting the Straw Hat boy. What you need is the south bird. Like the name suggests, if left to its own devices it will point itself due south, which is exactly what you need for this to work. So we need to find this bird or else we have no chance of getting to the knock-up stream in time. Vivi summarizes, to which Cricket nods. Pretty much. Now get moving. You need to have the bird by morning or you can kiss your chances of seeing Sky Island goodbye. We'll stay here and work on the repairs to the ship. The entire crew bolt from the house. Catching the nets, Mashira tosses them along the way. In hindsight, maybe that party wasn't the best plan, he thinks aloud. Probably true boss, but it was fun, Shoju agrees with a shrug. In the forest between spider, centipedes, moths, quicksand and a purple fish-headed bird being an asshole. Let's just say it wasn't a good night for the Straw Hats. Though Luffy did find some nice beetles for his collection. Usopp found a friendly tarantula, and Zoro found every puddle of quicksand, sinking mud in the forest. In hindsight, it may have been a good idea to put a rope around his waist to stop him waking off and getting lost as usual. The fact Cricket forgot to mention the bird appeared to be able to control insects was a pain in the ass, though at least most of the bugs could be easily beaten and those that weren't could be outrun. But with every wave of bugs there was a growing urge to pluck and roast the damn bird rather than use it as a living compass. The only reason they managed to catch one in the end was because one of them got cocky when the crew were about to give up, bouncing around on a branch and left itself wide open to Robin grabbing it. Thought it was only her immense restraint she didn't also wring its damn neck. Back we go to Cricket and the monkeys. Hey old guy, we got one of the birds, you forgot to mention their S. Luffy shouts as they exit the forest, and stop dead at the devastation in front of them. Holy shit, what happened here? Alvida gasps, Cricket, Vivi yelps as she sees the beaten body of the old man. Mashira, Valentina adds, grimacing when she sees the large gash in his back. Shoju too, Sanji says before jumping in to pull the man back to land. The Mary's been split in 2 inches. Kaya meeps. What? Usopp screams. Who would do such a thing? Sorry about the mess kids, Cricket coughs as he comes to and sees the Straw Hats were back. Looks like I'm not as strong as I used to be. Doesn't help that bastard likes to use sneak attacks to win. He growls then slowly pulls himself up. But there's still a lot of work to do, if that ship is going to fly tomorrow. Luffy is quickly by his side, steadying him. Hold it, chestnut head, what happened, who did this? Cricket grmaces. Doesn't matter, what's more important is, he smiles as he sees Zoro holding the south bird upside down by its ankles. Well, I'll be damned, you did catch one. They're assholes, you forgot to mention that, the swordsman grumbles, as the bird howls once more. Luffy, at his name being called, the rubber boy turns from Cricket to Nami. Cricket's gold, it's gone. The anger flowing from the Straw Hat crew could be felt in the air, thick and heavy on Cricket and the monkeys. Thought they were glad not to be the targets of this rage. Who did this? Chaos asks again, this time there was no room for dismissal. Some punk with spring powers has the strength of a pirate, but none of the heart. He's a coward who's afraid to dream, Cricket grumbles, hoping to sidestep the issue. He means Bellamy, that punk who you punched through a wall after he groped Vivi, Chaos translates. He did what? Sanji and Alvida shout. Nobody gets away with touching Princess Vivi while I'm around. Nobody gets to touch Vivi's tits but me and Luffy. You can figure out who said what without me telling you, right? Hey look, a nightlight, that should help the Alliance fix Mary. Despite the circumstances, Chaos couldn't resist to the joke when he saw the brunette's luminous blush. Need a hand? He then asks Luffy, who shakes his head. Robin, if I follow the coast will I get to Mocktown? Luffy asks, his voice devoid of life. It should, Robin answers with a shrug. Cricket rises to his knees. Don't be stupid, kid. There are more important things than some gold. You make the ship good enough to sail on. I'll be back by morning. Luffy orders and reassures, cracking his knuckles before running straight for Mocktown. Straight for Bellamy. 110 million for a runt like you. The Marines must have made some kind of mistake. Bellamy laughs as he stares down the silently glaring Straw Hat. Luffy not speaking a word other than to call the blonde out of the bar. He then proceeds to spring onto the roof Luffy was standing on. Only good thing is beating you black and blue will make my bounty rise even higher, and show the world dreamers don't belong on the ocean anymore. Luffy snorts, and when I'm done kicking your ass, I'm taking back Cricket's gold, bringing it back to him and heading for the sky in the morning, he says, cracking his knuckles. Ha 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 ha, you stupid brat, there is no island in the sky. I'm going to teach you that even if I have to beat it into your thick gum battle axe. Bellamy didn't get to finish that remark, mostly because Luffy's kick took him out as well as the building they were both standing on. Luffy walking away like nothing happened until he was standing in front of the remainder of the blonde's scared shitless crew, the gold. Now, they were gone fast enough to leave smoke trails, then dropping the gold in a bag at the rubber boy's feet. He threw it over his shoulder without comment and went back the way he came, leaving the pirates to fish their unconscious captain out of the wreckage, and the rest of Mocktown counting their blessings Luffy hadn't been there for them. I know the fight was longer in the anime, though Luffy still one-hit KO'd the Spring. I just thought skipping his monologue and generally dumbassery was a good nut shot to his ego. Meanwhile with the rest of the crew, these guys are making swift work on the repairs. Nami notes, staying out of the way of the Alliance, Usopp, Victor, Chaos and Zoro. He was conscripted for heavy lifting duties. And given they were beaten unconscious and Mashira nearly got his spine removed, They really are quite a strong bunch. Vivi adds, then sighs. I really hope Luffy isn't biting off more than he can handle going after Bellamy. Those idiots can't even touch the captain. If there was any chance of Luffy getting hurt, then Chaos, Zoro or both of them would have insisted on going with him, rather than just letting him run off, Robin assures, cradling a sleeping Artemis to her chest, the redhead mumbling incoherently. At least someone has the right idea, Alvida mumbles, not able to get any shut-eye with how bad the ground was as a bed, though Valentina didn't seem to care, snoring quietly not that far from the other girls. The next day, where's that moron? We're going to miss the knock-up stream if he takes any longer, Nami complains. She may not want to risk her life like this, but not doing so simply because their captain was a no-show would annoy her more than relive her. Maybe one of us should have gone with him, Zoro suggests, passing the time sparring with Chaos, the taller Straw Hat keeping the swordsman out of his usual striking range as well as bouncing around to avoid speed strikes. You don't think something bad happened to him, do you? Artemis asks. If they didn't, I'm going to. The navigator replies, fists clenched in her pants. Hey, guys. Luffy. Everyone yells as they see the boy running towards them with a bag on his back. I got Cricket's gold, and I found a Hercules beetle on the way back. The Straw Hat team cheers, waving the bug in the air. He then stops when he sees the new improved Mary, decked out with wings and off additions which turned the lamb at the front into a messed up chicken. That's so cool. Usopp grins, may I present to you the Mary Mark II, flying edition. It can fly? Luffy gasps. Yes, thanks to the work of the Sariyama Alliance and the elbow grease of the rest of the lads in the crew, we have a new and improved ship ready for the voyage ahead, Alvida explains. After returning the gold to Cricket, who took it without response, Luffy thanked the monkey men and their crew before hopping onto the Mary and giving the order they were all waiting for, to set sail for the knock-up stream and the Sky Island. Things were pretty chill for a while, mostly comprised of Luffy tormenting the South Bird, or trying to get the others to relax a little, until like most things in the Grand Line the Euleragulus cloud decided to ignore the rules and showed up early, setting everyone into a frenzy of action as they frantically searched for signs of the knock-up stream about to erupt, which they managed to locate and sail towards, leading to the Mary as well as both monkeys' boats hopping around in the rough waves, a signal of an upcoming stream, and usually a sign to get the hell out of Dodge. Nami, what does the log pose say? Robin shouts, breaking the redhead from her frozen shock. It's pointing directly at the cloud. So the theory must be true then. The cloud does hold the Sky Island. Valentina says with a grin, holding the steering rod steady as the ship rocks. We're about to find out. Chaos responds as the monkeys clamp onto the Mary. We're leading you closer, head for the center and everything should go smoothly, Mashira shouts. He wants us to go to the center? Of that? Nami shrieks, as the size of the whirlpool in front of them is finally revealed. Well, it was nice knowing you guys, Artemis deadpans, before hiding inside along with Valentina, Karoo and Lasso. I don't want to die. Quick, let's turn back. That sounds great, doesn't it? Usopp asks, practically begs. Too late, Captain's excited and we're locked in. Best hold onto the ship in your ass. Then just let the ship take us to the sky. Victor replies, partly to calm and also to point out a simple fact. Luffy wants this, they're not changing course. The Sea King popping up right next to them, then getting sucked into the whirlpool may have killed some of the enthusiasm, mostly in Chopper, who went from cheering to scared, but mostly was a sign for those who didn't want to go that this was a bad idea. It's time for us to go. You're on your own from here, Mashira says as he unclamps the Mary, him and Shoju sailing their ships away, despite protest from a few of the now panicked Straw Hats. Bye, see you later, Luffy calls with a wave, then cheerily looks into the abyss with Chaos, the other having his hat over his eyes. Think we're ready? The fuck if I know, we better, was the Purplet's answer, as Luffy had expected. Shouting, screaming and even pleading for Luffy to let them turn back lasted for practically the entire time they were being pulled towards the whirlpool, Chaos, helpfully, pointing out they'd passed the point of no return, yesterday, to Nami's annoyance. The weird thing was, when they reached what was supposed to be the center of the vortex, nothing happened. The sea turned flat calm, which just unnerved the crew. Until two words left their navigator's lips, it's starting. You sure Nami Swan? Sanji asks. Yes, I can feel it, she squeaks. We're right in the path of the knock-up stream. Stop right there, a voice called from somewhere behind them. Hey guys, we have company, Vivi calls, Luffy bouncing over to see who. Hey, it's that fat, scruffy guy from Jaya. He notes, looks like he has an even smaller crew than we did when we entered the Grand Line. And he was right. Including Blackbeard, there were only 4 of them on the boat. Straw Hat Luffy, I'm come all this way to collect on the 110 million berry bounty. Might even take the rest of your crew while I'm at it. No need to be shy, boys, ha. This man has really shitty timing, Alvida mumbles, getting nods from a few of the others. We can take him, Zoro assures them, readying his blades while Chaos sighs deeply. We don't have time for this crap, he groans, just as the ship begins to rise. See what I mean? Everyone hold on to something, or get inside. This isn't going to be a nice trip, Sanji warns. Checking all the girls are safe before securing himself. The guys can all fall off the side of the ship for all he cares. WHOOOOM. Holy shit. We're sailing upwards, just like Reverse Mountain, again. Only we didn't get shot out of a cannon last time. This is so cool. Things were going well until the Mary started to lose its connection to the stream, its nose rising and beginning to mess with its balance. Luckily Nami realized they could use the Mary's sails to catch the energy and wind flow coming off the explosive knock-up stream to help keep them on the path. So once they got the sails open, they actually began to rise faster, to the point it was practically flying, to the amusement of a few of her crewmates, soaring higher and higher until it finally pierces the cloud layer, shooting into the air and dropping onto something, knocking everyone to the ground. Okay, who's not dead? Chaos wheezes, like most of the others lying spread eagle on the deck of the Mary. Looks like everyone's alive, though I wouldn't call anyone's condition as good, Sanji answers, breathing slowly and deliberately like the few sitting members, mostly Zoro and Robin. Hey guys, come look at this. Luffy chirps, looking annoyingly cheerful and hyper, making a few of them want to punch him. They still did as asked, and found themselves surrounded by clouds, or something similar to it, which the ship was actually floating on. This is impossible, Nami whispers. How are we doing this? We should have fallen back through the cloud already. Boats float, clouds float, same thing. Luffy dismisses with a shrug, getting a punch from Nami and Vivi. No, it isn't, it's like an ocean of clouds. Victor summarizes, surprised and impressed. The Grand Line keeps getting weirder. Nami nods, then frowns deeply. We have another problem, guys, she says, holding out her arm. The log pose is still pointing up. Robin chuckles. So I guess that means we're somewhere in the middle of the Regalis, and more elevation is required. What? How are we supposed to get higher? It took the knock-up stream to get us this far, Valentina asks, not seeing any way around that. Given there was no danger, stupid occurred as per usual with this crew. In this case, Usopp decides to take a dip in the White Sea. Luffy and Chopper happy to let him, until a little later Robin pointed out an ocean in the sky probably didn't have a bottom like the blue seas, but instead opened out into the sky. This sent everyone into a panic, Luffy stretching his arms and Kaya forming candy tentacles in order to try find Usopp. Robin blooming eyes onto the appendages so they could locate Usopp and therefore have better than pure luck when it came to actually retrieving him. When Robin managed to find Usopp, Kaya's syrup stuck fast, as well as wrapping itself around his bare chest, then pulling him back in like a fish on a hook. A comparison Alvida actually made, well, more about hooking her man, and was promptly head-slapped by Nami and Chaos. Luffy, on the other hand, managed to find sky fish, possibly even sky sea kings. Hard to tell when they popped like balloons when Zoro struck one, while the other deflated when Sanji kicked it. It's hard to breathe up here. Air's pretty thin, Zoro pants while the others were examining the fish Sanji knocked into the side of the Mary, as well as the ones accidentally caught by Kaya's fishing line. While we are incredibly high in the sky, Zoro, it's like being on top of a mountain, but even more so, Robin explains, poking and prodding at the small blue fish in her hand. At least until it gets taken away by Sanji and made into food. It seems the creatures up here have evolved to better survive in this sky sea, getting lighter, more elastic body and forming inflatable organs, all of which can help catch prey, deter predators, or simply make swimming in the sky easier. She then smiles after accepting a plate from Sanji. The skyfish tasting even better than Nolan's journal led them to believe after the two blondes got their hands on it. A small thump caught their attention. Chopper falling off the side of the ship, clearly in shock. "What's wrong, Chopper?" Vivi asks, helping the reindeer up. "I saw another ship, but something attacked it. It's gone now," he explains fearfully, a shiver running down their spines. They weren't alone, and what was up here wasn't friendly. "So there are sky pirates?" Luffy asks, this time not getting head slapped as they really had no clue what was up here. "We don't know, aw fuck, we got another weirdo heading in our direction," Alvida groans. Looking the same way she was, the crew saw a man in a mask sliding towards them. "Oi, what do you want?" "To destroy you," the man answers, at least he was direct about it, kicking Sanji in the face as he landed on the deck of the Mary. "How about no?" Chaos responds, readying his weapon like the others. Unfortunately for them, despite Nami's encouragement, which was yelling at them to do better, the masked man was able to jump and weave his way around the deck, kicking their asses before jumping off the ship and readying his bazooka and preparing to fire. "We're boned," Valentina sighs, seeing stars from the kick to the face. Luckily God hears prayers of, "I don't want to die," as a knight on a winged horse appeared and attacked the other man, who had to stop trying to blow up the ship in order to block the older man's lance, the knight landing on the side of the ship where he steps down and looks over the straw hats. "Another one, just who are you?" Nami asks, having enough for one day of these nutters. "You may call me the Sky Knight," the man says, his bird dropping down beside him as he steps off the side and other the main deck of the Mary. What the hell was going on, and more importantly what was that? She directs the second question at the panting and nearly collapsed fighters on deck. "You had him at a major disadvantage, numbers and most likely power. And he still kicked your ass." Chaos pulled himself to a standing position, mostly so he could wrap his hand around Nami's face and slam her into the deck. "Feel free to fucking participate next fucking time, you ginger bitch," he growls before falling over. "Why does it hurt so much to move, and breath?" Luffy whines, panting like everyone else. "It must be the thin air, there's not enough oxygen, or your body hasn't quite realized there's so little and so you can't get enough energy into your body in order to fight well," Robin theorizes, getting a nod from the Sky Knight, making her smirk. The Sky Knight looks them over appraising Ly. "You must all be Blue Sea people," he notes out loud. "Blue Sea?" Vivi asks, "What we call people who come from below the clouds. You're currently on the White Sea, 7,000 meters up." The Sky Knight explains. "The White Sea is further up, about 10,000 meters up. Ordinary Blue Sea people can't handle that kind of terrain." "Who said anything about ordinary?" Luffy responds with a grin. "He's right, I think I'm getting used to it, or at least it's not hurting to breath," Alvida and Zoro add. The woman stands while the swordsman is content to remain sitting for now. Either way, the Sky Knight is surprised by their recovery speed. Mr. Sky Knight," Chopper pipes in, getting the old man's attention. "Who was that guy, and why did he attack us?" "Hold your wings, I'm sure you have questions, but we need to handle business first." "Business?" Nami asks, having recovered from her faceplant and was now standing. The scent of money most likely helped. "I'm what you call a solider for hire, so were we. Mercenaries aren't a Blue Sea exclusive club, I guess," Victor jokes, getting a nod from Valentina and Artemis, while Robin just smiles. "Anyway, the White Sea is quite a dangerous place, with many gorillas more than happy to sink your vessel and have you feed the skyfish, but if you purchase a 5 million extol worn whistle I can protect you." 5 million extol? The old man looks to be annoyed by the question. "Listen here, that is a very good price and I can't afford to lower it anymore. I have to make a living myself after all." "That's nice, but we still have no clue what extol are," Sanji explains. "What? But you must have come here from the summit of High West, right? You've got to have passed an island or two since then." "High what?" "No, we used the knock upstream," Luffy answers. Ed shocked. "Seriously, there are still people who use that monstrous current? Did you lose anyone on the trip?" "No, we're good, everyone was fine," Luffy replies, dodging an angry Nami's attempt to strangle him for sending them on a suicide mission. "Good to hear, had you used any other method you would have lost a good few, whereas the knock upstream has two possible outcomes, everyone lives, or everyone dies. Not many people are willing to risk it all, especially these days. you have quite a talented navigational crew there, boy. We don't mean to brag. Usopp begins but gets knocked aside by Nami, who catches the whistle tossed to her. This is the one whistle, blow it and I shall come. As I said, normally I would charge you 5 million XTOL, but consider it a gift for today, as a good job for surviving that current. Good day. Wait, we still don't know your name, Vivi shouts. I am Ganfal. And this is my friend Pierre, he says, pointing to his bird, which then began shifting and contorting, sounding painful even if it wasn't, and he's no ordinary bird. Some time ago he ate a horse fruit, meaning he can now transform into a Pegasus. That sounded impressive, but the end result really was underwhelming and a disappointment for the girls. Ganfal got on Pierre's back and the bird horse rode into the sky, leaving the Straw Hats to whatever. Well, that happened. He didn't really tell us anything useful, did he? Artemis asks, getting shaken heads from those nearby. So, any idea what we do next? Or where to go? Zoro asks. I know we can call the old man back and ask him, Luffy suggests, getting head slapped by Nami for being stupid. We could try over there, Kaya suggests, pointing to something that resembled a waterfall. It is the only landmark in sight, so either it helps us get higher, or there will be people there to ask for directions. Good plan, Kaya. Valentina, Nami, set course for that thing. Luffy orders. The two girls nod and get the merry sailing again. Well, it was until they reached an oddly solid piece of cloud blocking their path. Finding it functioned like the ground and at times like a trampoline, Luffy had to play with it, joined shortly by Usopp and Chopper. Artemis kept on the ship by Robin, much to the young girl's annoyance. Good news came when Usopp spotted some kind of gate just in front of the waterfall, and all they had to do was go around the solid cloud. So while suspicious a man-made structure should mean people, so if nothing else they can ask the people there what the hell was going on. Well, that's definitely a gate, Chaos deadpans, as what else can you call an arch with Heaven's Gate written on top of it? Let's go through it, Luffy cheers, grinning like a loon from the merry head. Hey guys, we've been spotted, Artemis says, pointing to the old lady taking pictures of them from the side of the gate. Well, that can't be good, Alvida sighs, then blinks. Am I seen things or does she have wings? Yes, she does, kyahaha, Valentina replies, laughing as the strangeness just keeps coming. Hello miss. Vivi greets. I am Amazon, Heaven's Gate Inspector. State your business. Sightseeing, warmongering, other. I think what we're doing counts as sightseeing, Nami suggests. We're going to the Sky Islands. If they're through this gate we're going through, Luffy adds. Can we just say all of the above and move on? Zoro asks with a grunt. It makes no difference to me, but passing through the gate requires you to pay the entrance fee of 1 billion XTOL. 1 billion, per person, the wrinkled old bird lady adds. We still don't know what the exchange rate is, Chaos pipes in, lowering the panic, slightly. I doubt it matters, 1 billion anything is a lot, and per person means the price for the crew is 14 billion. Robin adds up, making Nami want to die in a corner, or at least curl up and be forgotten. This seems weird, 1 billion just to pass through an arch. Think she's trying to scam us? Usopp asks, getting a head slap before the navigator to slip in front of Vivi. About this entrance fee, what if we don't have it? She asks. Then you can still pass, the angel replies. Well, I'm officially confused, Chaos admits, most of the crew nodding in agreement. This lady is confusing them. It's not like I can stop you after all. My job isn't to guard the gate, just to ask your intention as well as that you pay the entrance fee. Pretty simple job then, Valentina notes, also pretty pointless too. Okay then, well we still want to go up, but we don't have the money, so we're going up anyway, Luffy shouts. Okay. The 14 of you? She asks, yeah. Only we don't know how to get up, Luffy answers, then looks confused until something clamps onto the sides of the ship, at which point confusion becomes panic. The White Seas Express lobster. Goodbye blue sea people. The angel says, the giant lobsters leading the Mary towards and then up the waterfall. This is Gate Inspector Amazon to the great god and his priests. I bear tidings. 14 illegal instances, sounds like an SCP outbreak, have entered God's land Skypia. Bestow upon them heaven's judgment. My money says we survived this, Sanji says as the lobster takes them higher and higher. Suckers bet, mostly because money doesn't mean shit when you're dead, Chaos responds. Besides, how do you know we aren't already dead? And this is just how pirates enter the afterlife. Robin asks with a curious tone, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who considered it. Luffy's killed us, I don't want to head into the light, Usopp whines, as they near the top of the cloud formation. Hey look, we're nearly there. They even put up a sign telling us we're arrived, Chopper cheers. Godland Skypia, what's that? Vivi wonders. Alvida smirks. Our destination, Skypia was the name on that map we found, wasn't it? Luffy nods, grinning widely as he held onto the head of the Mary. We made it, Yahoo, he shouts gleefully as they shoot into the air, landing on more water-type clouds, bobbing along as land enters their field of view. Well, I'm officially confused, who's with me? Everyone agrees with the researcher. How is there solid ground? Or at least what looked like solid ground, all the way up here. This is so cool, I'm going exploring, Luffy announces before jumping of the ship into the shallow clouds, Usopp and Chopper following him. Hey Luffy, what do we do about the anchor? There isn't exactly a seabed to hit when we let it go, Zoro calls, getting the expected answer from the captain. I don't know, just drop it and see what happens. Zoro sighs but does as asked, then spots Chaos watching from the edge of the Mary. Seems the clouds beneath are sturdy enough to keep us secure. He nods in understanding. Have to say, it's weird to see you without that cloak of yours. Chaos chuckles but he knows the swordsman is right. It's warmer here, I'm wearing all I need, he replies, referring to the waistcoat and loose-fitting pants he was currently wearing, having even removed his shoes much like Sanji who had just followed the others off the front of the ship. Think we should wait for the girls? Zoro shrugs. They should be fine. He begins but stops when Nami is chased out by the South Bird. Oh, that fucker is still around. He hums, noticing the blue bikini top the redhead was currently wearing as she ran past. We really should have let him go when we were waiting for the knock upstream. Think he'll be okay? Kaya asks, now wearing a light yellow bikini top and long skirt. He'll be fine, and if not there should be people around to care for the bastard, Valentina replies, foregoing her jacket but wearing a lemon yellow colored dress and green flats. The boarding party appears to basically be everyone. Are you coming, boys? Robin asks Chaos and Zoro. The taller chuckles while the swordsman doesn't really react. I'm coming, somebody needs to try keeping Luffy in line. And get blamed when Vivi fails to do that. Victor teases, Chaos flips him the bird and jumps off the ship. Then walks towards the cloudland with curiosity his only discernible expression. Amusement managed to bubble to the surface once he noticed Luffy had found food, which upon discovering had skin like stone decided to attack Usopp with them. He turns to see what the others were doing when he sees a very confused Robin pulling a flower from her hair. Artemis had one too, she just left it peeking out from under her hat. Sanji get to you? He asks with a smirk, which shrinks when he frown remains. I don't know what this is, she admits, well besides a flower I mean. Well we can ask the locals, when we find some locals, Chaos suggests, the archaeologist nods. Might as well try, I don't normally have first-hand sources in my line of work, she says, most likely as an attempt at a joke, then lets it die and merely points to Zoro who had accidentally found a cloud fox. Anyone else hear music? Vivi calls and once the ruckus that follows the Straw Hats was quieted she was right. There was gentle harp music, setting off alarm bells in a few of their minds. It's coming from over there, Kaya shouts, and lo and behold there was someone standing on the cloud, strumming a harp. Is it a monster? Where's the whistle? The Sky Knight could save us? Think we can take her? Everyone quiet down, Sanji demands. We don't need to worry, for that there is an angel. Angel? Some of the others repeat, then eyes widen when they see Sanji wasn't just being his usual chivalrous pervert. The girl playing the harp had small white wings, like a dove or angel. She also had antennae, but they blended in with her hair so were less noticeable than the wings. Quack. No, we're not dead. That girl just happens to have angel wings, Chopper answers. Then his words register in his brain and panic fills him. Heisu, think that's her name, of how they say hello. Nami asks Robin who raises an eyebrow and shrugs. Come here Sue. The angel repeats, causing the fox to jump off Zoro and run to her feet. Hello, you must be from the Blue Sea. That's what the old guy called it, Artemis agrees. Well, I am Conus, and I welcome you to Skypia. This is Angel Beach. Connie's turns to Luffy. I bet you want to drink that, she says, pointing to the rock fruit Luffy was still carrying around. Yeah, it's food right? Conus laughs, of course it is. It's just the top is hard as steel, so you have to cut in from below and then you can drink the juice with no difficulty at all. She explains as Luffy allows her to flip it in his hands and cut a small hole in the center, which he chugs from and then bounces in joy, rushing over to Vivi and Alvida to share with them. I'm sure you have questions, ask me anything, the angel smiles. Sanji attempts to flirt until Nami grabs him by the ear and tries to drag him away, only to be distracted by an approaching vessel. Conus, what's that? She points, oh, that's my father and his waver, Heisu father. Heisu daughter, and friends, the balding man greets. Can't they just say hello like normal people? Luffy wonder aloud, getting lightly head slapped by Vivi. Try to be respectful, Luffy, she scolds, plus they're bird people, Lu, they ain't normal, Alvida says with a laugh, which Luffy joins in with, until both get slapped by Vivi. Children, I'm surrounded by children, she grumbles, then smiles as they hug her, until Alvida pinches her ass. Should we worry about them? Valentina stage whispers. Nah, they'll be fine. Chaos handwaves, much like the others interested in the Sky Waver, until it nearly killed them. Watch where you're going, you crazy bastard. The man groans as he stands up. Is everyone okay? Besides you, I think everyone's fine, Vivi replies. Father, these people have just arrived from the Blue Sea world, Conus explains, getting a nod from the man. Ah, so still adjusting to the white sea then. My name is Paguya. Hey, how was the fishing, father? Conus asks, getting a smile, or as visible as one from someone with such a thick beard. It was good, my dear. He then stops and turns to the Straw Hats. I say, you should come over for dinner, get a taste of Skypia. He offers, food being a good reason for most of them to agree, Sanji and Valentina even volunteering to help. Hey Paguya, Nami calls, before I forget, how does the waver work? It doesn't have sails and you clearly weren't rowing it? She wonders and Conus blinks. Oh, I forgot you Blue Sea people wouldn't know about dials. What are dials? Luffy asks, proving her point perfectly. 2 minutes later. That looked like it hurt, Artemis notes as they all watch Luffy figuratively crash and burn in his attempt to drive the waver. Paguya droops. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have let a rookie use the waver, he says with a sigh. On that we can agree. Especially someone like Luffy who either didn't understand or didn't retain what little instructions you gave him. Robin agrees. Just before Zoro heads out to retrieve their idiot captain before he drowns. I'm sorry about that. With its light body even the gentlest wave could tilt the rudder. Meaning unless you know the white sea like the back of your hand, the waver is between incredibly difficult to impossible lanes. Chaos chuckles and points to the redhead. Let Nami have a go. I bet she gets it right first try. That's silly, it can take up to 10 years too. The bearded angel is ignored as Nami takes the waver and as expected handles it like she's been riding it her whole life. But how? Nami's our navigator. Her job is to understand the sea so we don't get lost or caught in a typhoon with our pants down. Even amongst those with her job description, Nami has always been exceedingly gifted in this area of expertise. Chaos explains, not exactly lying, more making assumptions and running with them along with giving the honest truth. Conus stares out with wide eyes and a wider grin. She's incredible. I've only just gotten good at using the waver and she makes it look easy. If it's aquatic, Nami can sail it, Sanji says with a proud smile. Think you can do anything like that? Victor asks his friend, or at least do better than Luffy? No to the first, fuck yeah to the second, Valentina answers, getting chuckles from the group. Nami, get back here, we're supposed to be getting fed, Luffy shouts. I'm fine, if it's alright with Paguya I'd like to keep going for a bit. Catch you later. Paguya laughs, who was he to deny such a skilled rider? Sure thing, our home is just over there. Leave the waver on the beach and come up when you get hungry. He calls back. Nami gives a passable impression of a grin before continuing to play with the waver. Along the way Paguya explains about the cloud factory as well as the two types of cloud in Skypia, adding that it was due to sea prism stone that their clouds behave differently to the blue sea clouds. A fact which had the devil fruit users spit take, given the last time that material came up it was to render their kind as limp noodles. With Paguya, Sanji and Valentina commandeering the kitchen, you could hear the complaining from the other side of the house. Robin decided now was the best time to return to the topic of dials, having gotten sidetracked by the waiver last time. Konis was happy to explain and demonstrate her island's technology to the crew. Luffy, please talk into the shell, she asks. The Straw Hat Kid shrugs but does so. Usopp stinks. Why me? The sniper moans, to which Kaya pats his back and Alvida chuckles. Good, now press down on the apex of the shell, The point, the other end to the opening, Chaos explains. Luffy nods his head and pressed down on the end, depressing it like a button. Usopp stinks. Great, now the furniture is making fun of me. So the shell stores sound? Interesting, Zoro hums. So those shells are dials. What else can they do? Robin asks. Konis nods. Yes, this is called a tone dial. It records and replays any sound made nearby, she explains. Then walks over to another shell sitting on the table. As for this one, I mentioned previously that my father's waiver was powered by a dial. Well, this is a smaller version, but it should give you a picture, she says, holding it up to a wind chime and pressing its apex. A light breeze escapes and jostles the item. This one is a breath dial, which can store the wind and release it at any time you desire. Luffy then asks to play with it and she allows, mostly because even with as little time spent with the crew as she had, she knew watching him mess with the dials would be entertaining. So what other dials are there? Victor asks. These things were strange but interesting. Well, the one on the table over there is a lamp dial. We also have flame dials to store fire or simply heat, aroma dials which hold scents, and even vision dials which record what you see and can be watched again and again. I think we have something that does that last one too, only ours are still alive rather than just the carcass. Chaos hums. Robin nodding as visual Den Den Mushi did spring to mind at that last dial. Really, guess some things mirror throughout the seas, Konis notes with a smile. A little later, food is served. Tonight we have sky lobster with secret sauce, and some sky fruits I can't pronounce for the life of me, Sanji explains as he sets food on the table for everyone. Better to admit you can't than butcher their language and words. Chaos responds with a respectful nod, which Sanji returns. Hey, does anyone know where Nami is? He asks, looking out over the balcony. Probably still playing with the waiver, Luffy answers, still a little bitter about how good Nami was, especially compared to his disastrous attempt. Why? I can't see her, she probably went out too far to been seen from here. The girl knows her currents and clouds, she'll be fine. Zoro adds, almost sounding comforting to the cook. Konis tenses and her fearful expression is noticed. What's wrong? Vivi asks. The angel bites her lip. There's a place in the clouds that is forbidden to land on. It's called Upper Yard and is just a short trip from here by waiver. Chaos sighs. For a coward, Nami will probably have entered that place, and it's going to bite us in the ass later. He rubs the back of his neck and frowns. You're scared? Robin hums, then points to his neck. The hairs are standing up, which causes the frown to deepen. Yep, Nami's just fucked us all, he groans, head in hands. So what's wrong with Upper Yard? Is it full of monsters or something? Luffy asks. No, it's sacred ground. Konis replies, sacred ground? Artemis repeats, looking confused. Konis looks awkward before answering, the island. It's where God lives, she finally says. The crew spit take at the information. Of course it fucking is. Vivi's eyebrows shoot into her hair. This is the kingdom of Rao? She asks, looking both fearful and hopeful. No, Robin answers flatly, then glares when Chaos flicks her in the side of her head. What she means is whoever the god of Skypia is, he's not one of the gods of Alabasta. In fact, he's probably not even divine, just someone with a god complex and superhuman abilities. Chaos explains, resisting the urge to smirk when thunder rolls in the clear sky when he said that. On an island like Alabasta, I'm not just a mere king or warlord, I'm a god. Vivi remembers. Her fists clench in her lap. It's a logia, isn't it? That's the god of Skypia? She asks, getting a tired sigh from Chaos and confused look from Konis. Pretty much, my brain is pinging off something for a while now, and given there's no point of origin, the only option is logia. Isn't there some way to focus on the source? Chopper asks, to which the purpleette shakes his head. Maybe you should develop a mantra or something, Valentina suggests as a joke, causing the two angels to spit take something I said, she wonders in confusion. Mantra? Paguya repeats, a sound, word or phrase used in meditation, Robin explains. You did look like you were napping on scissors when you were trying to find Luffy, Sanji adds in agreement, sounds like meditation to me. How about, Azarath Metriome Zin? Luffy gets punched in the face from across the table before he could finish. How about no? Back to the point of this argument. How likely is it Nami found her way to the big man? Alvida begins. God's name is Anaru, Konis adds, trying to help. Okay, still, chances of Nami stopping in Anaru's front yard anyone? With this crew, 86%. Kaya guesses. Though that is factoring the 0.1% chance she fell off the waiver and drowned. So the witch is flash fried. Zoro asks, having been thought to have fallen asleep as usual until that moment. Don't you dare say that about Nami, Sanji yells, about to kick the crap out of Zoro only for Robin to grab him and hold him still. So Konis, does God look like all the stories? Big guy, white beard, majestic throne of clouds? That last one makes sense given you make furniture out of clouds up here? Victors asks, causing the girl to go into panic mode again. Of course not, it's forbidden to enter the yard, only God can reside in it. But if you haven't seen him, how do you know God is there, or I suppose is still there? Usopp asks. He sees all, and when things happen that he doesn't approve of, he shows his power. Also there are those who... So, does this mean we're beating up God? Luffy asks bluntly, causing Konis to develop palpitations, Usopp and Kaya to collapse to the ground and most of the others to face palm. No Luffy, we're not beating up God just because we're passing through. He might not be a bad person besides his complex and general ishness that usually accompanies it. Chaos answers, hopefully slowing his brother's desire for battle, at least for long enough for the pose to change. Given Luffy was bound to say or do something else, Robin decides to get as much information as she could from the angels before Luffy gave them heart attacks. Given it's forbidden by God, I bet there are quite severe consequences for entering the upper yard. Yes, there are severe punishments for disobeying any of the commands given by the great god Anaru. Those that go to upper yard never return alive. That is the answer to the question you're not asking, as well as how we know Anaru is still there. Paguya finishes, setting Sanji off as he begins to call for Nami from the balcony. In that case, let's go get her from upper yard, Luffy decides, and there we go, Konis is down. A few minutes later, off we go to the place we're not supposed to. Luffy cheers from the merry head, which the others watch in amusement and worry. I'm sorry my friends, the wind is quite unfavorable for your intended journey, Paguya states with a presumed frown, hard to tell with the beard. Well, how convenient, Alvida mutters. The guy is God. Shit like this is probably pretty easy, Zoro suggests. Or we're being bullshitted. If only the person we're looking for wasn't also the person who understood how to navigate, Valentina complains. We could put the sails on backwards, see if that helps, Luffy suggests. Whose turn is it to pull Nami duty? Chaos asks, getting the response in the form of Luffy getting head slapped by Kaya. Thank you. Luckily they managed to distract Luffy by having him give Paguya the waiver they found to him to repair, as otherwise the idiot would have most likely tried uses as is to go look for Nami. Also they managed to get another distraction in the form of a bunch of weirdos yelling at them. You on the beach, don't move, the apparent leader yells. Does he mean us? Luffy asks. Yes Luffy, there's nobody else on the beach? Zoro answers from the boat, having not seen the point in moving. Is there any reason they're doing that? Chopper asks, referring to the group of men now army crawling towards them. Nope, that's a stealth maneuver, and given he already revealed himself to us, as well as told us to stay put, it's kind of pointless. Chaos answers, hopping off the ship to join the boys on the beach. White berets assemble. Heisu, the leader, stands, greeting the two natives with a salute of antennae behind his hat. Konis and Paguya awkwardly return the greeting, though not the gesture. Are these guys the local military? Zoro wonders. A few of the others noticing similarly that they held themselves the same way the Marines back home did. Most likely. Don't know why they're here though, Luffy hasn't broken anything yet. Vivi responds, Luffy giving her a mock glare. The leader steps forward. You must be the Blue Sea natives who illegally entered Godland Skypia. Prepare to face justice at the hands of the White Berets. Prepare to face heaven's judgment. Yep, definitely Marines. The old lady snitched on us. Luffy gasps. Is it really illegal if they let you enter? I mean, it's not like the gate was even closed, never mind locked. Usopp blusters. Don't even try deny it. Lady Amazon already showed us the proof of your crime. Luckily illegal entry is only an 11th degree crime, and once you accept your punishment, which given the level will be minimal, you'll all become legal tourists and be allowed go about your business undisturbed, the McKenna explains. Probably should have started with that, Zoro grumbles. So what's the punishment then? Alvida asks, keeping a grip on her mace, just in case. You just have to pay 10 times the original price, and if you do it right now we can pretend this incident never happened in the first place. Which I'm sure would either sound reasonable or like daylight robbery, if we knew how much an X-stole was in berry. Chaos thinks out loud. Berry, that's the currency of the Blue Seas. The current exchange rate is 10,000 X-stole per berry. So, 10,000, carry the 1, divide by 13, Usopp's eyes start to spin. 140 billion X-stole, which makes 14 million berry, Robin answers. Holy shit, we don't have that kind of money, Valentina screams. Not that Nami would let us give away that much money even if we had it. Ship treasurer, Artemis sings songs beside Chaos. This is your own fault. If you'd paid the 1.4 million in the first place we wouldn't be having this discussion. Again, way too much to sail through an arch, we don't have it. This time Sanji was the one getting annoyed. The man frowns. This was your first warning. The White Berets serve under the priests who are vassals of the great god Inaru. So arguing with us will only raise your crime's severity, he states, then grits his teeth when he realizes the pirates had stopped caring already and were now ignoring him. I'm starting to think Luffy's policy would work wonders right about now, Usopp mutters under his breath, causing a few raised eyebrows and Vivi to hide her face in her hands. Please don't, Luffy can bounce back, you'll just get yourself and probably the rest of us killed, she says, though muffled by her hand. Okay, seeing as we can't go looking for Nami given the wind is unfavorable, how about we stay here and wait for her to come back, Kaya suggests. The rest seem okay with the idea. Even if Luffy still wants to explore, luckily he was drawn into doing a little fishing by Usopp and Chopper. Luckily without Karoo being bait this time. This was fine until the guys actually caught something, that something being a giant, angry-looking lumpy yellow fish which after being pulled from the cloud sea proceeded to try devour Conus. Slam only for Alvida to knock the animal into the bank the three had been fishing from. You saved my daughter, how can I possibly repay you? Paguya asks, hugging Conus close to him, then tenses when he hears a chuckle filled with malice. Well looky here, this fish is so rare it's illegal to catch it. Looks like you Blue Sea folk just committed a level 9 crime. That thing just tried eat Conus, and how the hell were we supposed to know it was illegal to be caught until after we caught it? Chopper asks angrily. Besides, she didn't kill it, so if we throw it back into the sea it's like we never caught it, Usopp suggests, hoping to smooth things over until Luffy's stomach started acting up. Yay, sushi, Luffy don't you dare, the White Beret smirks, eating an endangered fish is an 8th degree crime. For fuck's sake, you're making this stuff up, what do you have against Blue Sea people? Zoro asks through gritted teeth, his hand clenched on Watto's hilt. Are you about to try extort me? That's a 7th degree crime? After picking the shattered teacup from his hand, Chaos gets up from the chair he'd been sitting in between Robin and Artemis and walked over to the idiots and Chopper. Can we just get to the violence, Luffy? Even Vivi looks on the end of her rope. He asks, pointing to the dark haze of anger and depression a fetal position Vivi was enveloped in. I'm back. It seemed the universe wanted them to calm down for a minute as Nami chose this moment to return to the upper yard. Nami Swan, you have returned to me safe and sound, Sanji swoons, his noodle dance at least distracting the White Berets for a minute. Nami, we need you to fork over 14 million berry to pay for the fine we got for coming into Skypia without paying the toll, Usopp shouts. That's fine, we pay the toll and everything good. Wait, did you say 14 million? Nami pressed down on the waver's pedal, aiming for the White Beret's captain. You're ripping us off. she screams as she does, then jumps off before the waiver could crash land anywhere. Nami, that means everything else is free game, right? Luffy asks, Chaos unsure how to answer that. Knocking out an official like that is a 5th-degree crime, Paguya explains, as the other berets were busy checking on the man Nami just knocked into a wall. We're really ranking up that, aren't we? Victor jokes, then sees Kanis's worried look. Clearly we missed something, so help here? Once you're found guilty of a level 5 crime, Inaru banishes you to the land of the drifting cloud. Or we could just go back down, Chaos points out, not that Luffy would go for it. This sounds like a good reason to fight Inaru, something he'd been hoping they'd be able to avoid. What's that? Luffy asks, it's a death sentence, you die. That's kind of what a death sentence is, Birdie. Robin jokes, ignoring the panicked cries of the usual suspects. They will put you and your ship on a cloud and set you off with no chance of rescue. You'll die a slow and painful death. This is no laughing matter, Konis argues. Is it too late to vote on Chaos get the hell out of Dodge suggestion? Usopp asks. You criminals, oh look, the Sky Marines remembered we're here, Alvida notes, joining the others in taking a more aggressive stance, as this was not going to end well. Do you have any idea what you've done? Yeah, it was quite a lucky shot, Nami replies. Lucky? Yep, dumb luck and completely accidental. You see, it was only my first time piloting a waiver and those things are so difficult to control, so I may have miscalculated and the thing did a bit of a bunny hop and steamrolled your boss. Nami lies through her teeth. A thick gag of syrup courtesy of Kaya stopping Luffy from doing something stupid. Such as point out Nami was practically writing it blindfolded earlier. Gentlemen, while I'm sure this is very important, maybe the captain's health should take priority, Paguya suggests. The berets acting like headless chickens for a minute before putting the unconscious captain on a stretcher and army crawling to Paguya's house. Was that really necessary? Artemis asks, no, so, now what? Those guys say we were arrested but didn't even try cuff us, and those Smokey's regular goons were stupid. Luffy complains once the pirates were left alone. Vivi sighs and hugs the confused boy. It doesn't matter, I'm just glad our current predicament isn't your fault this time, she says, to which Luffy nods dumbly. Yeah, it's Nami's, she. He laughs until Nami hits him, ow. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we should take Crazy's advice and get out of here, before we get in more trouble or those white berets charge Konis and Paguya as our accomplices, Sanji says as he lights a cigarette. Exactly, all aboard the Mary, we're heading somewhere else, Usopp cheers. A little later, Luffy, you've been standing there this entire time, we need to go and like it or not the ship can't leave without her captain, Nami scolds, walking back to the Straw Hat Boy who is staring up at Skypia. Why are we running? He asks, because we're in deep shit, dumbass. We're pirates, I punched out a warlord, and if what Chaos won't tell us is true, Robin is a pretty wanted criminal down in the Blue Sea. What I mean is, we're always going to be in deep shit and there's always going to be someone after us. So why are we running when we took the fight to Arlong and Crocodile previously? Because it's not just us. Our friends could get in trouble if we stay any longer, Nami argues, ignoring what she guessed was a direct jab at her. Luffy frowns. They haven't done anything. Whoever arrests them is an idiot, he states flatly. When Luffy calls someone an idiot, it's probably true, Chaos says with a smirk, then it morphs into a scowl. The morons are back, but they figured out how to walk like normal people this time. Please go, you need to get away, Konis pleads, but the captain silences her with a wave of his arm. Silence. One more word and I will treat you and your father as accomplices. These Blue Sea dwellers need to be punished for their actions. I find you all guilty of 5th-degree crimes, and I now sentence you to drift in the clouds forever. Or until the ship plummets back down to the Grand Line, so give or take 200 years. Chaos Stage whispers to Luffy, who nods like a bobblehead. Not helping, Nami hisses, white berets, attack. Fire the milky arrows, the captain orders, the arrows leaving a solid cloud trail in their wake. Nami run, we'll handle this, Luffy orders, glad to see even if the clouds are solid blades and mirror claws can cut them. So now we have a fight. Are you happy, Lou? Chaos asks, his own smile pinched but still present. Not really, these guys seem weak, Luffy admits, watching Alvida knock 5 of them out like bowling pins. No, devil fruit eaters, The captain gasps as Luffy dodges an attack by rocketing himself around a tree and slamming headfirst into them on the recoil. So you do have them up here, good to know, Chaos thinks aloud as his armored hands catch and deflect blades while Hubby slices through limbs. I see what you mean, Luffy. Shitty cannon fodder at best. Looks like things will hopefully get better soon. Which translates as getting worse for all of us, Sanji snarks as he kicks away one of the stragglers. Well, that's all of them. Now what? Zoro wonders. They took out the white berets and made it look easy, Paguya gasps. But how? At this altitude blue sea dwellers shouldn't be able to do anything more than move around, Konis thinks as she bites her lip. You think you've won, don't you? But you've only made things worse. The guys, and Alvida. Look over to the captain, who is now grinning maniacally. Of all the law enforcement of Skypia, the white berets are by far the most lenient. But now, IW is level 2 criminals, meaning you will be judged by the priests of Upper Yard, he declares, pointing at them with a smug look on his face, until the razor wire, ensnared, tore through and eviscerated the arm. Ah. Do we look like we give a shit? Chaos asks, letting Hubby reform from its trap trick state before placing it on his hip. Luffy. That good fight you wanted, either the priests or God himself are going to be it, are you ready? Luffy gives a full D grin, which has several on the ship turn white as snow. You betcha. Why'd you rip his arm off, you damn psychopath? Nami shrieks as she slaps Chaos, the purplet looking not that impressed by her actions. Sure, ignore all the other people I killed or maimed and focus on that guy, he grumbles. Don't you get it? Since that old lady ratted us out and let us into Skypia, we became wanted criminals, and you are making things worse. You're a fucking idiot, Chaos hisses, slapping the irate navigator. We're already wanted criminals. It's part of being a pirate. I know you're a coward, but I thought you were supposed to be the third smartest person in the East. We will always be wanted criminals. Therefore, the fact we're wanted criminals means precisely when it comes to making me want to leave. By the way, why did you come back? We were about to go off looking for you. The house was getting boring and I needed some more adventure. You idiot, we're not going anywhere near that death trap again. Not now, not ever, Nami shouts, repeatedly punching Luffy in the chest. The rubber body stepping back each time. The things on that island, they're real and dangerous, and way out of our league. The other problem is, that now you are all level 2 criminals. I'm afraid we can no longer assist you, Paguya explains from a good distance away. Not that you were any assistance in the first place. Valentina yells back, looking annoyed. I'm liking get the hell out of Dodge right now. Except I don't know how that will actually work. She looks around the crew, all of whom shrug or wave their hands in a, not me, gesture. She has a point, we put all that energy into getting up here, but had no plan on how to get back down. Usopp mopes. Is there even a way back down? One that doesn't result in us shattering when we hit the ocean like the St. Brice? Connie steps closer so the crew could hear. There is a way, but given your current status it's not safe. The only option you have left is Cloud End. And Cloud End is? Vivi asks curiously, directly east through the White Sea. From there you should be able to make it back down to the Blue Sea. So we sail east and get back to our original sea. Sounds easy. Which means it isn't, Zoro comments, adding his 2 berry. No, it's that easy, just head east and you'll be fine, Paguya assures, and this time they believe him. Ah, but I don't want to go, I want to have an adventure, Luffy whines. Quiet Luffy, we're about to get out of this madhouse, Usopp whisper shouts. Plus the other option is getting executed by these priests. Nami reminds him, forcefully, with her fist, now come on, you'll have your adventure later. Fine, Luffy grumbles. Oh wait. Hey old guy, can we take the leftover food for the trip? He asks. Sure, it'll go to waste otherwise, the bearded man says with a hand wave, letting the rubber boy bounce over him. Where are you going? Nami asks Sanji and Usopp, who were heading in the same direction. Might as well turn those leftovers into something nice to have on the way back, won't take long. And Paguya's an engineer, he's got to have some parts and tools to help fix the Mary. Just let them go, focus on the ship and we'll head when they get back, Chaos says, now lying on the sand and using Hubby in some kind of fan form as a tanning mirror, mostly out of boredom more than wanting to lose his ivory skin tone. He's right, you know. The navigator turns and sees Alvida also sitting on the beach. We'll keep watch for the 3 Dumbos. You make sure the ship is pointing the right way after leaving Zoro in charge for the 5 minutes you've been here complaining at us, she teases, watching the redhead storm off angrily. You know she'll get you back somehow, Chaos states, it wasn't a question but a promise. Alvida shrugs, she can try, I'll be fine. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. He sighs. Then the Sky Fox distracts him and lets it curl up on his lap, rubbing between its ears. A few minutes later, going merry. You're saying there's a cloud current that can get us to the White Sea? Nami asks Konis, who nods. Exactly, it should get you to Cloud End and home free without any chance of getting lost. Plus if you remain in this current there's no chance you'll be able to be caught, she explains. This kid thinks we're idiots, Robin thinks, a scowl on her usually pleasant features, or desperate, and Nami is certainly that, she amends, seeing how happy this information was making their navigator. Perfect, oh and we can just not tell Luffy and sail into the current and ride the waves home, Nami cheers. You do know that's not going to work. Luffy will want his adventure. Vivi tries to point out as calmly as possible. A necessary precaution given the redhead was just as unstable as the others on the crew. Quiet, what he doesn't know won't get me killed. But as the captain, where we go is his decision, Victor adds, indifferent about the decision if he was being asked. Like when he broke the eternal pose, if he finds out you duped him he'll be annoyed, Zoro adds, still in his usual not killing people pose, which was a meditative, napping position against the main mast. If you like I can lead you to the current, so you can get out as quickly as possible, Konis offers, as Artemis slides up beside Robin. Angels aren't very good at subtlety, are they? She asks, causing a short bark of a laugh to leave the archaeologist's mouth. No they are not, especially one as twitchy as her, she replies, then sees their resident Logia was taking a leaf out of Zoro's book and resting while she waited for their captain, cook and sniper to return. Well, then all we need to do is make sure Luffy sticks to the plan. Leave that to us, Nami says with a smile and 2 thumbs up, hoping that wasn't something else up here. I'll go check on the others, be back when they're, Konis says, her wings causing her to hop over to the ladder. Okay, you do that, thanks for all this by the way, Nami calls before turning back to the ship to ensure everything was ready for Luffy's return. Angel Beach, a little later. Well, fuck, Chaos groans. Watching the Mary get carried away, Alvida. Let's meet up with Luffy, Sanji and Usopp. Hopefully we'll be able to find a way to rescue the others. Maybe the locals know the fuck just happened. Alvida jumps to her feet, mace over her head. The Mary is our home. I'll clobber the bastard who stole it from us. She growls, then follows the taller Straw Hat until they run into the returning trio. That was quick. Did you see what happened? Why they took off like that? Luffy asks, sounding worried. No, just that the ship was dragged or pulled out to sea, Chaos answers, not helping the guy's mood. It was the Super Express Lobster. They look up to see Paguya and Konis had followed them. It's a messenger of Inaru. It must have taken your ship and its crew as a sacrifice. Where is it going? Usopp asks, to the north of Upper Yard, to the sacrificial altar. Vivi, Nami, Kaya, Artemis, Robin, and how do we get to Upper Yard, without the Mary? Chaos asks, his milky white fingers gripped tightly around the hilt of his blade. That's actually an important detail I hadn't told you yet, the old man admits. There are 2 types of divine punishment. Your friends are receiving one or will in the near future, but the other is a challenge with them as hostages. Hostages? Usopp squeaks. Yes, and I'm afraid the trials for this form of judgment rests on your shoulders. Really hope they're not intelligence trials, or the Luffy is going to fail us all, Chaos sighs, just barely sidestepping a swing from Alvida. On the other hand, if it's a physical or battle trial we should be in the clear. Except for the fact we have Usopp with us. You didn't answer Chaos' question. How do we get to Upper Yard for these trials? Sanji asks, the thought of Nami in danger trying his patience. You take the Milky Road, it should lead you right to Upper Yard, Konis answers. But won't that be like walking up the front door? Isn't there a better way in? Usopp asks. I'm afraid not. The cloud canals crisscross most of Skypia, making a maze of paths I don't full layout to. The safest path is to use the main path and enter the forest there. Kicking in the front door, it's like Arlong Park all over again, says Chaos laughs, getting a tight smile from the cook in response. probably the only thing stopping him from biting through his cigarette right now. So we get to upper yard, beat up the priests and rescue our friends. Luffy summarizes, his face shadowed by his hat. You make it sound easy when you say it like that, Usopp mutters. It will be, Alvida confirms, because we're the Straw Hats, we don't lose. 10 minutes later, after much arguing on the beach. This is getting us nowhere. Hey Konis, are you going to do something besides stalk us? Sanji's eye blooms into a heart. Konis my love, did you come to give me a goodbye kiss? He swoons. Actually, I was sent by my father, to help you make your way to upper yard and the sacrificial altar to save your friends. She explains with a smile. I can accompany you as far as Angel Isle docks. I'm sure they'll have a boat to accommodate you. Really, thanks Konis, lead the way, Luffy cheers, letting the girl lead them through Lovely Street. Adventure awaits. You do realize there's a high chance you will all die on this trip. Luffy shrugs. Everyone's got to die sometime. Plus, Thunder Thighs hasn't tried hit us yet, so why give a shit? Chaos asks, chuckling to himself at the back of the procession. Luckily any comment the others were going to make was lost in their distraction. Lovely Street was the center of commerce in Skypia and as such had plenty of things to interest the pirates. It's too bad we can't stick around, this place is wonderful. Alvida moans, until Luffy rubs her shoulder. Maybe when we're done we can come back and both my girls can find something nice, we just can't tell Nami. Luffy whispers, getting a kiss from the smooth woman. Good point, let's go save everyone. Hey, it might just be because I'm at the back of the line, but does anyone else notice the dirty looks we're getting? Chaos slips forward between the two. It's not just you. Everyone here looks at us with either fear or disgust. I guess the white beret has a big mouth. Sanji agrees, complains. With how loud he was declaring our criminal status that goes without saying, Usopp adds in annoyance. Chaos sighs in relief. Good, I wasn't just being paranoid. Though that doesn't explain why Paguya and Konis are still helping us. Maybe Konis is as pure as the angel she represents, Sanji coos, and is promptly ignored by the other two guys. Luffy and Alvida had already walked off. Unlikely. Also that Weird is still following us. Can I kill him this time? Chaos half whines half asks. They kidnapped Vivi, make it hurt, was the surprising serious response from Luffy, Alvida nodding with angry eyes. Thank you my captain. The purpleette grins and continues walking, followed by Usopp and Sanji. Somehow keeping Luffy out of trouble, they eventually came across something known as Verth. Hey Konis, what's with the dirt gremlin? Alvida asks, getting a nod from Luffy as that was better than any description he could come up with. That's Vert, it represents the eternal longing of our people. Okay, but does that mean you pray to it, or you make offerings to make it go away, if it the avatar of a sin or a virtue? Chaos asks curiously, kind of wishing Robin hadn't been kidnapped as she would have found this more interesting than they do. Konis chuckles. I'm sure the concept is strange to a blue sea dweller. Oh my, we're almost at the docks, this way please. Ah, we're done already, Luffy complains but follows. Did she just call us stupid for not understanding her dirt golem? Chaos asks, getting a shrug from a frowning Alvida. Probably, but not overtly or in a hateful way. It's like not knowing about dials here. She thinks it's so ingrained in her culture that she doesn't believe you can learn about Vert. Despite that fact she learned about Vert when she was a child. Chaos finishes, well best be going. Also seeing as we can't go higher without punching God in the face. He flicks the golem, or the ice it was held within, the crack splitting the statue's head just off center. Might as well see if we can make things worse. He cackles madly before following along. This place is so cool, Luffy cheers, looking at the wide array of gondolas on display in the harbor. True, but how are we supposed to hire one of these, if nobody will talk to us? Usopp yells, acting as the voice of reason for Luffy's spirit of adventure at the moment. Well, we could steal one. I doubt stealing a gondola is a level 1 crime, so it's not like things can get worse for us, Chaos suggests, though half-assing it as he would rather not. Actually, your boat is over here, Konis explains, gesturing them to continue following. And we have a boat reserved because? Sanji asks. Must be the Challenger gondola. Alvida guesses, drawing a blank otherwise. I present to you, the Crow, she announces happily, gesturing to the rather crap little boat behind her. Crows don't even swim, Sanji blurts out, and chickens don't fly. Is that the biggest problem you have, Sanji? Usopp shouts. It's a pile of crap. Alvida groans. I'll be back with the waiver from the ship. Chaos grunts and he turns on his heels. No, you can't go back. You've already come this far, Conus screams, clearly panicked, but the researcher just smiles. We're not going, Luffy says softly, surprising most of the crew, Conus and the hidden white berets. What? But your friends, Conus stutters, you're being an idiot again, aren't you, Lu? Well, Doi, the future pirate king, queen, chef, sniper and researcher can't trudge around on this piece of sky shrap. We should take that one. He pointed to the gondola he'd been eyeing earlier. Chaos had to toss Luffy away to get him out of Sanji's kicking range, though didn't try as hard to get said cook out of the range of Alvida's mace. Conus sighs in relief, then rolls her eyes at Luffy's stupidity. Your exit is gate number 2. That will take you to the Milky Road and from there upper yard. That's a lot less security for such a normally forbidden zone than I expected, Alvida thinks aloud. Well, when their god sees all, human guards are crap in comparison, Chaos replies with a shrug. Hey Conus, the blonde remains bowed even when Luffy starts talking. You've been trembling since we left the house. Oh sweet Cammy, someone else noticed, the researcher sighs in relief, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you okay? Conus tenses. Is it that noticeable? Yes. Chaos answers, automatically ignoring Sanji's attempt to kick some manners into him, assisted by Alvida kicking the cook in the balls. He's right. It's like you're scared or something. Speaking of scared, are things going to be okay for you and Paguya when we leave? I mean, everyone else is avoiding us like we have Amber lead, but you're still the same girl we met on the beach with the harp and the skyfox. Usopp asks, looking concerned. Won't they treat you as our accomplice? Luffy grits his teeth and puts his hands on Conus's shoulders. Conus, everything is going to be okay, I swear it. Conus sighs. You don't get it, do you? She can't seriously be going to tell them. After telling you how scary and deadly upper yard is, I lead you here, hire a boat for you and give you directions. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Extremely, but this is technically, probably still the grand line, so I'm just waiting for the punchline. She's really going to do it. Watch your tongue, little girl, don't do anything, Gurk. The white beret no longer had to worry about his own tongue, given his entire lower jaw had just been torn from its socket. The traitor is confessing, be quiet before she loses her nerve. Chaos hisses, dropping the Skypian jawbone and shimmering back to the remaining Straw Hats and mildly traumatized Conus. Continue. You already know, don't you, that you're acting suspicious? Yeah, of course. Why? Not a chance, Luffy admits. Guys, the bird people are backing up, Usopp whispers, pointing we're indeed rather quickly getting away from them. Must be getting out of the splash zone, the purpleette chuckles, wiping his hand on his waistcoat. Conus explains why Paguya had her guide them, which actually had Chaos and Alvida laugh and Sanji and Usopp groan. You thought Luffy valued his life over adventure? Mister, I'm going to be king of the pirates or die trying over here. Sanji points his shoe at the grinning moron who waves. But the lives of your crew, captain's orders, Chaos and Alvida chorus still grinning like idiots. I called the Super Express lobster, apparently that was what ended the amusement, given she went from kneeling in repentance to having her head pinned to the pavement. You what, Chaos, she can't talk if she's eating cloud dirt, Luffy says, ordering a release without using the words. He complies. While you were preparing, I told your friends about a current to get them to Cloud End quickly and safely. When they raised anchor they signaled the lobster. If we learn someone is a criminal we must lead them to upper yard, or the penalty is death. Stupid girl, she's bring Eru's wrath on us all. It's the duty of every citizen. She sniffles. Chaos groans as Luffy steps closer. If what you say is true, then you're being forced to lead us here. Nod. Then why tell us any of this at all? Conus's neck nearly snaps with the speed it goes from looking at the ground to Luffy's angry face. You idiot, now you're in danger. Luffy, grab the girl and hold on, Chaos shouts just as a bright light erupts in the sky. Everyone else make a break for it. Really hope this works. Zap boom. Well, that wasn't fun. Sanji groans as the him and 3 other Straw Hats slowly stand up. Okay, maybe he's stronger than a normal logia. Chaos says with a wince. seeing the crater left behind by that lightning strike. This is what happens to people who defy the mighty. One Skype and croons, until he gets yanked across the still smoky clearly and was left staring into his own face reflected in two mirror-coated eyes that pulsed with anger. Alvida, do you want to kill this moron or should I? There will be no need for that, Usopp gasps, it's that weirdo with the parrot horse. I'm not weird, I'm the Sky Knight Ganfall. This one's on the house by the way. He says with a slight smile, dropping Luffy off beside them, but keeping Konis on his steed. And Konis? Sanji asks, she is under my protection for now, Eneru will not touch her, Ganfall declares gravely and even the Straw Hats believe him. Crunch. Well, guess we didn't need that guy, Chaos says before helping Luffy up. Are you ready to face Ariru now, Luffy? Yeah, that bastard tried kill our friend and is still trying to kill our family. He needs to go down hard. Exactly what we expect from you, Luffy, don't ever change, Alvida smiles, pulling him in for a hug. Now, to Konis's shitty crow gondola. The five managed to somehow all fit in the gondola, Usopp requiring a little convincing. Also reminding him Kaya was waiting up there for him to rescue her had him nearly imitating Sanji. Luffy in the front while Chaos was left to handle the controls. The crew were fine with the arrangement the brothers decided on, especially after the waiver incident. Dear passengers, if you'll look dead ahead you'll see a giant forest. Hopefully filled with less giant animals than Little Garden. As well as our friends who we are here to rescue, Chaos announces, trying to keep the mood high on the painfully slow crow. The map never mentioned giant mangroves, Usopp squeaks. We don't know how old the map is, only the minimum of 200 years because it was on the St. Brice. Plus who knows how fast or large things grow up here? Alvida responds, leaning back with her mace on her lap. All I know is I've got to climb one of those trees, they're huge. We'll do it later, Lou, we are most likely on the clock here. Chaos reminds a now frowning Luffy, until he spots something near where the Milky Road meets the forest. Look, the entrance, he says, pointing to the lit torches and Verth statues lining the arch formed in the trees. Guess this is where the trial officially begins. Feel like chickening out, Usopp, because I'm pretty sure this is the point of no return? Sanji asks, getting a hesitant shake of his head from the cowardly sniper. Great, you're going first. No, that's the captain's job. Right, Luffy? Usopp quickly denies, happy to deny his captain claim if it meant saving his hide for a little longer, though he has bigger things to worry about now. Guys. You can see those two, right? He yells, pointing to the shipwrecks along the sides of the road. Yes, guess this place isn't meant for blue sea vessels. They all got destroyed, Alvida notes, until they hear something heavy coming their way, or not. Swing. Well, now we know what happened to the ships. The trial path is booby-trapped, and probably so is the forest. Chaos announces, for once everyone was glad the crow was so slow, as the giant blade actually missed them by an inch by going too early. Everyone paddle for your lives. By some miracle their flailing that was just about called paddling managed to enable them to avoid the barrage of swinging blades, only to run into spears being flung from practically every direction. Usopp, take the wheel, Chaos yells, the sniper more than happy to, other than having to listen to Luffy's backseat driving. I've said this once and I've said it 1,000 times, stop throwing pointy things, I can't deflect them. Luffy growls, tossing back any spears. Chaos, Sanji and Alvida managed to deflect from hitting their boat, but still landed in said boat. The spinning wheel of death, which seemed to be part boomerang and part straw hat, idiot-seeking missile, was both an annoyance and a chance for both Alvida and Chaos to do a little target training. The reflect human eventually seeing his companions were getting as annoyed with these trials as he was and decided to try catch the thing. Luckily it worked. Anyone else glad this thing is serrated like a saw rather than straight like an axe? He wonders aloud before dropping it into the cloud sea, wincing at the shallow grove in his palm. After everything they'd just gone through, a sky lamprey was easy, Sanji only needing a well-placed kick to send it flying into the forest. 10 minutes later. You'd think with how trigger-happy God is he'd have made the travel distance between town and his trial shorter. Maybe his predecessor was less of a, Chaos grumbles, now lying down at the back of the boat, his fedora over his eyes. Predecessor? Sanji and Usopp ask, Eneru's a lightning man, or something along those lines. But more importantly, Konis said something before she left with Ganfall. I know who you are. Come back to us, God, the Straw Hats gasp. Seems God is a title or rank up here, and Eneru's abilities definitely seem quite close to divine. I suppose that means we're going to need to make sure none of them start worshipping you or Luffy when we're done kicking his godly ass of his golden throne, Alvida chuckles. Exactly, not much more was said before they reached what looked to be the end of the road, until 4 spaces were noted in the obstructing wall. Each gate had a corresponding title written above it, labeling it as an ordeal. They were the ordeals of Swamp Iron String Balls. Usopp says spheres in the anime, but the subtitle says ball ordeal, so I'm going with that. Okay, should we vote, draw straws, or just have Luffy decide? Chaos asks as they let the gondola come to a rest just in front of the gateways.